But the question still remains, why do we fight? I trust you have learned, to fight out of fear or anger is to fight a war that never ends. Face your fears, calm your hatreds, find peace within yourself, so that you may share it with the world around you. These are the greatest treasures in life. Surely they are worth fighting for. Those are the final words of the last Emperor of Pandaria, Emperor Xiaohao. And that quote definitely fits with Pandaria as a whole. But how did Pandaria start? When the mighty titan Aman'Thul ripped the malevolent old god Y'Shaarj, wrenching it from the very core of the world, the shattered remnants cascaded onto the southern reaches of ancient Kalimdor, birthing what would later be celebrated as Pandaria. In the aftermath of this event, the Titan-forged champions, under the guidance of Keeper Ra, ventured to collect the remnants. Among the fragments, they discovered the pulsating heart of the old god, a dark relic of immense power. This ominous artifact was carefully sealed away in a hidden vault being guarded by Narushan. When Keeper Freya embarked on her mission to breathe life into Azeroth, her first act was to plant a seed in the fertile soil of Pandaria. From this sacred seed sprouted Fuzan, the original life force from which all of Pandaria's lush forests would unravel. Before continuing her divine work across the continents, Freya carved a walking stick from a branch of Fuzan to aid her journey. As time flowed like a river, Freya entrusted this staff to the wise jade serpent, Yulon. Yulon in turn gifted it to a remarkably cunning hosen known as the Monkey King. Draped in his cherished trinkets, the Monkey King proudly carried the staff through his adventures. However, when the Legion launched their attack, the monk adventurer sought out the staff, recognizing its potent power as a weapon capable of combating the Legion. Over time, the mogu succumbed to the influence of the Curse of Flesh and became fixated on their mission to establish peace and order. They developed the belief that all other races must submit to their authority, leading to a turbulent era known as the Age of 100 Kings. Amidst this chaos, a warrior named Lei Shen emerged, determined to shape the future of Pandaria according to his own will. He embarked on a journey to the Isle of Thunder. Rumor has it that when Lei Shen defeated and incapacitated Ra, he extracted and consumed his heart to acquire Ra's power over wind and storm. But regardless of how he did it, the end result had Lei Shen taking Ra's power. Lei Shen's unwavering objective was to impose peace and order upon Pandaria through oppressive means. His construction of the Serpent's Spine, which served to separate the feared Mantid from the rest of Pandaria's race, is often regarded as his most significant accomplishment. However, the Mantid adapted to this barrier, periodically swarming the Serpent's Spine every century to eliminate the weak and allow only the strong to survive. As a long-lived race, the Mantid grew increasingly formidable with each passing generation. Eventually, Lei Shen succumbed to old age, leaving weaker mogu emperors to govern in his absence. As the cataclysm shook, the mist veiled Pandaria no more, revealing a land untouched by war and strife. Yet this newfound paradise became the coveted prize in a high-stakes power struggle. Warchief Garrosh Hellscream, consumed by ambition, sought Pandaria's treasures for the Horde, while High King Varian Ridden and the Alliance stood as its guardians against Hellscream's unchecked ambition. Initially met with suspicion, these outsiders inadvertently unleashed the Shah's dormant fury. However, as the shadowy forces of the Shah, the relentless Mantid, and the resurgent Thunder King threatened the land, a transformation occurred. The people of Pandaria began to see beyond their differences, recognizing the Alliance and Horde not as invaders, but as comrades in arms against shared adversaries. Garrosh Hellscream's insatiable thirst for power led him to exploit Pandaria's sacred treasures, from the mysterious divine bell to the ominous heart of Y'Shaarj. His reckless actions culminated in the desecration of the Veil of Eternal Blossoms, a wound on the land's very soul. In response, a united front rose against him, culminating in the siege of Orgrimmar. There, the true Horde met their downfall, bringing a momentary halt to the relentless Alliance-Horde conflict. Emperor Xiaohao's indomitable spirit took root in the heart of the Veil, birthing a mystical tree that symbolized hope and resilience. Its presence whispered promises of Pandaria's eventual healing. The revered August Celestials vowed to join forces with mortals in this sacred task of rejuvenation. By the era of the Iron Horde's incursion upon Azeroth, their commitment bore fruit. The Veil stood purified, a testament to the enduring spirit of unity and restoration. Amidst the burning legion's relentless onslaught on Azeroth, Pandaria's revered temples found themselves under targeted assault, their ancient sanctity threatened. In this dire hour, the broken temple rose to the occasion, dispatching aid to whoever it could to bolster the defenses and push back against the Legion's invasion. The Jade Forest unfurls its vibrant tapestry of greenery, punctuated by towering spires and embraced by coastal beauty. Its rich flora paints a diverse mosaic across the landscape, a visual feast for those fortunate enough to visit the continent. Pandaren architecture, from serene temples to bustling monasteries and flourishing farmlands, graces the land, captivating the imagination of curious visitors. Amidst this splendor, echoes of the past linger. Ancient mogu ruins, like the Terrace of Ten Thunders in the north, stand as silent witnesses to bygone eras. Yet caution is advised. The Thunder King's slumbering minions stir once more, harboring dark designs against the Pandaren Empire. With the arrival of Azeroth's warring factions, these old mogu bastions in the forest's northern and southern fringes have become contested grounds. Support from Pandaren villages further complicates the landscape. Podon Village aligns with the Alliance, while Honeydew Village casts its lot with the Horde. In the east, a grand temple and a monument pay homage to Yulon, the Jade Serpent of the Eastern August Celestials. However, a shadow has befallen this sacred place, overrun by the malevolent Shaw of Doubt and its offspring. The temple lies in ruins, its once proud monument shattered by the release of dark energies. Now we jump forward to Dragonflight, where Kalecgos and the adventurer visit Kiragosa in Dawn's Blossom. Having journeyed from Stranglethorn, Kiragosa found a welcoming haven in Dawn's Blossom, where she spent years weaving herself into the fabric of the village. She formed deep bonds with its inhabitants, nurtured new plant life, and claimed a home atop the village's lofty heights. With the reawakening of the Dragon Isles, a pivotal moment arrived. Kalecgos, accompanied by a daring adventurer, sought out Kiragosa, beckoning her to the ancient halls of their draconic lineage. As the two azure dragons reminisced, the adventurer was entrusted with tending to the village's sacred carp, cleansing their ponds and delivering Kiragosa's cherished plants to grateful recipients. With these tasks completed, Kiragosa welcomed her guests into her elevated abode, contemplating her future amidst the whispering winds. Kiragosa bid farewell to Kalecgos and the adventurer at the Drunken Hosen. On the east coast of the Jade Forest lies the Arboretum. This verdant haven serves as the nerve center for the Order of the Cloud Serpent. Amidst its lush foliage, the Order's ink masters practice their ancient craft, harnessing the delicate pink petals that bloom among the towering trees, weaving tales and traditions into vibrant ink. Following the reawakening of the Dragon Isles, the Arboretum welcomed the footsteps of adventurers. Lily Stormstout, Chen Stormstout, and the intrepid Caitlin the Blade ventured here in search of ancient relics. It was Caitlin who discovered the shimmering Pearl of Yulon, a treasure echoing the Jade Serpent's grace. Intrigued by tales of protection and guardianship, they sought the guidance of the Arboretum's monks to visit the Windward Isle, a sanctuary watched over by these respected monks. Nestled in the southwestern reaches of Jade Forest, Camp Gormal emerges from the vestiges of ancient Mogu ruins, grim testament to the Mogu's dominion. Here, Subjugator Gormal orchestrates a harrowing procession. Pandaren bound in chains are marched from the idyllic Nectar Breeze orchard through the treacherous splintered path to these ruins for inspection. Those deemed strong are enslaved by the Mogu, while the perceived weak meet a darker fate. Once, before the Mogu's return, the laughter of Pandaren children from Nectar Breeze orchard echo here, turning the camp into a playground rather than a prison. Now we move on to three areas known as the Circle of Stone, Circle of Bone, and Circle of Blood. The Circle of Stone is along the path of enlightenment in Jade Forest's northwestern expanse. This ancient shrine holds a mystical secret. Those who ignite its incense are granted a fleeting glimpse of their ancestors, bridging the divide between past and present. The Circle of Bone, nestled along the path of enlightenment, whispers myths of old. Here, ancient stone monoliths, their surfaces engraved with a cryptic, long-forgotten language, stand as silent sentinels of the past. Only through the keen intellect of Lorewalker Cho have these mysterious words been unveiled. Among these weathered stones, one narrative emerges, a tale of a formidable Hosen warlord who once ruled these lands 2.5 millennia ago, leaving an indelible mark upon history. And finally, the Circle of Blood. There is another area named the Circle of Blood, but there really isn't any interesting lore, unlike the Circle of Bone. It's within the northern part of the Jade Forest, and the only thing of note there is that there's 6 meditation candles around it. Otherwise, there's no real interesting facts there compared to the Circle of Stone or Bone. But now we move on to Dawn's Blossom, a quaint town nestled in the heart of Jade Forest. Dawn's Blossom pulses with a vibrant spirit of Pandaren life. As a pivotal waypoint for travelers, it stands as a neutral haven, untouched by the shadow of Alliance-Horde strife. Yet beneath its tranquil facade, a simmering rivalry brews between 2 esteemed breweries, Wonder Brew and Golden Draft. Their long-standing feud casts a subtle tension over the town, a dance of pride and competition that brighten local conversations. Amidst the dynamic tapestry, the Windfur family stands as a pillar of stability. At its helm is Master Windfur, the town's mayor, whose leadership and wisdom guide Dawn's Blossom through both calm and storm. The Emperor's Omen, an ancient fresco nestled between Tian Monastery and Srila village, whispers secrets from ages past. Once adorned with gleaming jade, time's relentless march had left it in despair. Its wisdom veiled in obscurity. Guided by the curiosity of adventurers, Lorewalker Cho embarks on a quest to breathe new life into this forgotten masterpiece, painstakingly restoring the wall to unlock the mysteries it holds. Southwest of Padon village lies Garishar Point, which was a Horde base for some time. But during a reconnaissance mission in search of the vanished ship carrying Admiral Taylor and Prince Anduin Rin, the Skyfire stumbled upon a clandestine Horde outpost nestled along the uncharted coastline. With decisive command, Sky Admiral Rogers rallied her paratroopers, preparing them for a daring descent, while dispatching her gyrocopters to take flight from the towering airship's decks. At Garishar Point, soldiers and engineers faced a relentless onslaught from machine-gun-armed gyrocopters, while the formidable orc ships Bladefist Reaper and Stygian Scar met their watery end off the coast's edge. Amidst the chaos, the orc warlock Gatrol found himself cornered by Alliance forces. In a flash of arcane energy, he vanished, reappearing moments later within the sanctuary of the Twin Spire Keep, eluding capture for another day. As the beleaguered soldiers from the sunken ship struggled towards the safety of the shore, Sky Admiral Rogers made a fateful decision. She commanded her troops to open fire, turning their desperate swim into a tragic end. The ensuing violence and growing mistrust within the Alliance ranks stirred the malevolent Shah, which swiftly engulfed the outpost in its dark embrace. In the face of this escalating chaos, the Alliance forces beat a hasty retreat. They sought refuge aboard the Skyfire and within the sanctuary of Padon village. Tensions had long simmered between the villagers and the Horde, exacerbated by the Horde's recent transgressions, kidnapping their children and pillaging their orchards. After the Dragon Isle stirred awake, Chen Stormstout, Lily Stormstout, and Caitlin the Blade made their way to the remnants of Garishar Point, their journey leading them from the Timeless Isle. Surveying the aftermath, Lily voiced her insight. The turmoil that once raged here had played a part in rousing the malevolent Shah. She reflected that perhaps the outpost's demise was a form of twisted serenity, a necessary end to halt the Shah's awakening. Nestled just west of Tiger's Wood and beyond the meandering Slicky Stream in Jade's Forest western reaches lies Gruken Hill, the vibrant heart of the Forest Hosen. Here, the mighty chief reigns, overseeing his Hosen kin. Winning the Hosen's trust proved to be a colorful adventure. By thwarting the Alliance foes tormenting the Hosen, defeating a tiger that preyed on the villagers, and even procuring bait for their fishing escapades, an alliance was forged. Impressed by these deeds, the chief pledged his tribe's strength to the Horde's cause. With the triumphant flare lighting up the sky, the Horde's resilient warriors shifted their base from Strongarm Airship to Gruken Hill, making it their newfound bastion in the ongoing struggle. Nestled between Honeydew Village and Thunder Hold in Jade Forest lies Honeydew Glade. To the north, the gentle Spirit Song River meanders, while to the south, ancient Mogu ruins mark the gateway to the ascent of Swirling Winds. A time-worn road weaves through this heart, leading travelers from Honeydew Village to a serene pagoda at the Glade's southeastern fringe. Typically home to the cautious forest prowlers, the Glade's peace has been disrupted by the shadow of conflict. The malevolent Shah's influence has tainted the local tigers, morphing them into ferocious, Shah-infested prowlers, adding a perilous edge to this once quiet retreat. As the Horde gunship Hellscream's Fist ventured into Pandaria skies, fate led it over the tranquil expanse of Honeydew Glade. Here, it found itself ensnared in a dramatic confrontation with the Alliance forces stationed at Thunder Hold. In the heat of the skirmish and ensuing Alliance evacuation, disaster struck. The gunship met its end, plummeting from the skies and crashing to the south, leaving a trail of wreckage in its wake. Nestled in the northwest corner of Jade Forest lies Honeydew Village, quintessential Pandaren hamlet bursting with character. While the Honeydew family oversees the village's agriculture and brewing endeavors, it's the Honeypaws who truly steal the spotlight. At the heart of the village stands their renowned brewery, where they craft their finest honey brew known to Pandaria, drawing visitors far and wide to savor its unparalleled taste. Honeydew Village found its peace shattered first by the arrival of Alliance troops. They pitched camp at the imposing Thunder Hold and enlisted eager hands to construct the Strongarm airstrip. The village's serenity was further disrupted when the Horde gunship, Hellscream's Fist, made its dramatic entrance. In the ensuing clash, Alliance forces were vanquished and the crashing gunship inadvertently bombarded the village farms, spilling precious barrels of brew. In a gesture of compassion, Mayor Honeydew permitted the Horde to remain, tending to the wounded and aiding the survivors. Now within lore, it is actually a neutral town, but within the game, it's actually a Horde camp. Nestled in the southwestern reaches of the Jade Forest, just a stone's throw from the mystical Serpent's Heart, lies the enchanting Nectar Breeze Orchard. For generations, this bountiful farm has been a source of exquisite nectar. However, dark clouds loom on the horizon as the orchard falls under siege. The menacing mogu from Camp Gormal have carved a treacherous path, the splintered path, in the relentless advance. Their intent is clear: to destroy the orchard. Those who escape their wrath find themselves ensnared, dragged into the ominous woods, leaving the future of the orchard hanging in the balance. We venture now to Pandaren Village, located just north of Garishar Point. When the village's mayor, Sun Kang, stood firm and declined to trade with the Horde leader, reprisal was swift and cruel. The Horde seized several children from his village, intending to use them as leverage. With the Shadowpan forces occupied on Kunlai's summit and days away, Kang found himself in a desperate situation. Adding insult to injury, the Horde ruthlessly felled his cherished apple orchard. This orchard was Pandaren's lifeblood, supplying not just sustenance, but also its very essence and prosperity. Yet hope was not lost. Alliance adventurers with courage in their hearts intervened just in time. They managed to rescue both the village's trees and its children, turning the tide of fate. Grateful for this salvation, Kang decided to ally the village with the Alliance. However, it is stated that within the lore, this town is also neutral. But within the game, the town is sided with the Alliance. Following the Dragon Isle's awakening, the adventurers trio, Chen and Lily Stormstout along with Caitlin the Blade, ventured to Pandaren Village. Here they sampled the famed cider that had put the village on the map. As they savored the drink's distinctive taste, Sun Kang, the village's retired mayor, approached with a bittersweet smile. He shared his nostalgia for the original apple trees, whose roots had once run deep, infusing the cider with an unparalleled richness. The newly planted saplings, though promising, had yet to reach the same depth of maturity, leaving Kang nostalgic for the bygone flavors of the past. Now we head to the other Alliance base within the Jade Forest, Pearlfin Village. Nestled by the serene shores of Pearl Lake in Jade Forest, stands as a bastion for the Pearlfin Jinyu, stalwart allies of the Alliance. However, the village's tranquility was shattered when the Horde, bolstered by their newfound alliance with the Hosen, launched a daring raid. A stealthy team infiltrated the village under the cover of darkness, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Guards fell and toxic barrels were ominously planted, casting a shadow over the once peaceful enclave. Now we venture to the center of the forest to visit the Serpent's Heart, a majestic jade statue dedicated to the Jade Serpent, Yu'lon. This statue stands as a testament to centuries of painstaking craftsmanship in Jade Forest. It's a masterpiece that has spanned 3 generations of devoted stone carvers, with a century's worth of dedication infused into its intricate design. Once the statue is completed, it's destined to serve a profound purpose. Yu'lon will infuse it with her life essence, birthing a new guardian to watch over the land. However, peace was disrupted when the Horde, having forged a truce with the Forest Hosen, sent scouts to the area. Their exploration led to the capture of a young Alliance soldier near this sacred site, casting a shadow over the tranquil grove. Before its completion, the serene grounds of the Serpent's Heart became an unexpected arena, echoing with the clash of Alliance-allied Jinyu and Horde-aligned Hosen. The escalating animosity shattered the protective seal surrounding the statue, unleashing the malevolent Shah from its ancient prison. In a devastating twist, the once majestic statue was destroyed amidst the chaos, its legacy left in ruins by the warring factions. As the dust settled, a haunting silence fell over the battleground. The once vibrant scene was now eerily still. with casualties strewn across the site and survivors either gravely injured or rendered unconscious. Amidst this chaos and confusion, a glimmer of hope emerged. Anduin Wrynn, seizing the opportune moment, managed to slip free from the clutches of the Horde. In the aftermath of the Mists of Pandaria, a Dark Iron Dwarf named Fenella Darkfire and a team of dedicated Pandaren Masons took up the monumental task of rebuilding the shattered statue. By the time the Dragon Isles began to stir from their slumber, the statue had risen once more, its silhouette commanding the landscape. Yet its journey to completion was far from over. Unlike its predecessor, this reborn statue stood without the protective wards and seals of old. Instead, it awaited its destined moment to fulfill its sacred purpose alongside Yuan, marking a new chapter in its storied legacy. Perched atop a series of peaks in northwestern Jade Forest, the Shrine of Fellowship offers a panoramic vista that captures the essence of the surrounding landscapes, from the tranquil path of enlightenment to the untamed Tiger's Wood. Seekers of wisdom can find Sam the Wise and the insightful Doji, each a beacon of knowledge in their own right. For adventurers eager to delve deeper into Pandaria's lore, visiting this mystical shrine or retracing the steps of legendary Chen Stormstout is a worthy quest. A journey that culminates in the coveted exploration achievement Restore Balance. This is also where the Mists of Pandaria cinematic takes place. The splintered path carves a rough and hurried trail through the dense foliage of Thunderwood, connecting Nectar Breeze Orchard to Camp Gormal. Crafted with little regard for finesse or care, this path serves a grim purpose. It's the chosen route for mogu raiders. Under the cover of Thunderwood's canopy, they stealthily navigate the path, using it as a gateway to abduct unsuspecting farmers from their fields. Captain Doran, recognizing the perilous conditions of the jungle ruins he initially occupied, sought a safer location to establish an airstrip for the gyrocopters gifted to him by the Skyseeker. Thus the airstrip was born, a beacon amidst the wilds. Intrigued by their new neighbors, volunteers from Honeydew Village eagerly lent their hands, unaware of the base's true nature. As they pieced together the puzzle, they found themselves trapped within the confines of a war base, held against their will by the occupying soldiers. The Alliance had amassed an arsenal of fireworks launchers, hinting at their potential use as makeshift anti-aircraft weapons against the gyrocopters and other similar vehicles. After rallying their forces, the Horde launched a decisive strike from their newly acquired stronghold, the Nook of Konk. With precision and resolve, they overpowered the base's defenders, liberated the enslaved workers, and reduced the gyrocopters to rubble. Captain Doran, the mastermind behind the base, was discovered in his hidden refuge, the Den of Defiance, nestled on the base's fringes. A tense encounter with an intrepid adventurer led to Doran's tragic transformation, as he fell prey to the corrupting whispers of the Shah. Following Doran's fall, General Nazgrim seized control of the airstrip, leveraging it to wage relentless assaults on the neighboring Forest Hosen. Yet when the Forest Hosen forged an alliance with the Horde forces, the once mighty base met its fiery end, consumed by the flames of war. The Terrace of Ten Thunders stands as a haunting relic in the northeastern reaches of Jade Forest, once a majestic mogu fortress that has since succumbed to the ravages of time. Its sprawling ruins now form a labyrinth of shattered stone pillars, echoing with whispers of ancient times. At the northwest corner of the ruins, the seat of the Spirit Waker rises like a sentinel, a testament to the spiritual legacy that once thrived within these walls. Further to the west lies Tideview Thicket, a serene contrast to the fortress's rugged decay, offering a glimpse of the forest's enduring beauty amidst the remnants of ancient might. Within the shadowed corridors of the Terrace of Ten Thunders, the Spirit Claws, a secret group of mogu assassin priests, have been weaving dark rituals. They harness the power of ancient spirits, binding them to the myriad of mogu statues that dot the crumbling ruins. At the helm of these arcane endeavors is Shane Jitong, the mysterious leader of the Conjurers, orchestrating a grand ritual to summon a host of powerful spirits. Amidst this mystical summoning, the spirit of Pei Zi, a guardian of old, was inadvertently called forth. Pei Zi allied with the heroes, lending them his ethereal might to thwart the ritual and vanquish the treacherous Spirit Claws, ensuring that the sanctity of the ancient spirits remained intact. In the wake of the Dragon Isles awakening, Lily and Chen Stormstout, along with Caitlin the Blade, ventured to the area for a leisurely picnic. Amidst the serene surroundings, Lily sensed a newfound tranquility, declaring the area to be at peace. Meanwhile, Caitlin's curiosity led her on a little expedition of her own. As she explored the grounds, she unearthed a mysterious branding iron, hinting at untold stories and secrets the Isles had yet to reveal. Nestled within the lush honeydew glade of Jade Forest stands Thunderhold, a formidable mogu fortress steeped in ancient mysteries. Now, its formidable walls serve as a strategic base for the Alliance, casting a watchful eye over the tranquil glade. When the Horde gunship Hellscream's Fist limps to a halt nearby with its engines sputtering from damage, Thunderhold springs into action. The Alliance launch a daring assault, engaging the crippled vessel in a high-stakes showdown amidst the serene backdrop of Honeydew Glade. General Nazgrim orchestrates a two-pronged assault on Thunderhold, leading ground forces from the rear while the Horde heroes charge headlong into the fray from the front. Inside the ancient ruins, a fierce battle unfolds. Meanwhile, Captain Doran takes refuge on the fortress's upper floor, barricading himself away as his troops below fall to the relentless assault. Nazgrim devises a daring plan. He dispatches the heroes on a direct frontal assault while he and his marines prepare to scale the fortress walls. As the Horde soldiers close in on Captain Doran, the cunning captain makes his escape, commandeering a gyrocopter. Joined by a handful of allies from Strong Arm Airstrip, they deliver a decisive strike to Hellscream's Fist, sending the damaged gunship spiraling to its doom. Miraculously, the crashing vessel narrowly avoids Honeydew Village, sparing the peaceful settlement from devastation. In the aftermath of the fierce battle within the ruins, the lingering energies of hatred and doubt coalesce, giving rise to sinister creatures known as the Shah. These malevolent entities begin to haunt the once tranquil surroundings, a haunting reminder of the turmoil that unfolded. Swift to the scene, Terran Zu, the Vigilant Guardian, purifies General Nazgrim, freeing him from the taint of negative energies. With a stern gaze, Terran Zu charges the Horde with the task of rectifying the chaos they've unleashed. Facing the challenge of transporting their wounded and lacking means to do so, Nazgrim casts his eye towards a nearby village, seeking aid and sanctuary for his battered troops. Perched majestically on a rise in the heart of north-central Jade Forest, Tion Monastery sprawls as a serene haven for the Pandaren. Its elevated vantage offers breathtaking vistas. To the north, the mystical Terrace of Ten Thunders unfolds, while to the northeast, the Woods of the Lost beckon. To the east, the revered Emperor's Omen casts its ancient shadow, and to the southeast, the industrious hum of Greenstone Quarry and the craftsmanship of the Greenstone Mason's Quarter can be glimpsed. From this tranquil sanctuary, the Pandaren gaze upon a landscape steeped in both beauty and mystery. The monastery stands as a beacon of inclusivity, welcoming aspirants from all corners of Pandaria, regardless of their lineage or race. Here, a diverse tapestry of individuals converge, drawn by the monastery's reputation as a premier training ground. The monks of Tion Monastery are renowned for their unique expertise in combat training, particularly focusing on equipping young Pandaren with the skills to oppose the chains of mogu oppression. Over the centuries, this hallowed ground has honed the talents of legendary warriors, including Yu Ming the Blade, Liang the Unbreakable, and even the revered Emperor Xiaohao himself. After Emperor Xiaohao enveloped Pandaria in mists, he left behind his revered staff. The monks of Tion Monastery discovered this sacred relic and enshrined it within the Terrace of the Endless Spring, safeguarding its legacy for generations to come. Regarded as the forest's vigilant guardians, the monks of Tion Monastery bear the solemn duty of preserving harmony within its verdant expanses. Their philosophy embraced a path of clarity found through combat, enlightenment achieved through active engagement, and a unique mantra, peace through punching. Amidst the tumultuous invasion of Pandaria, the tranquil halls of Tion Monastery echoed with the footsteps of both Horde and Alliance adventurers seeking refuge and training. In response to the surge of aspiring monks, the monastery commissioned a vast array of staffs from the skilled artisans of the Arboretum. As the year unfolded, a group of exceptional students emerged from the rigorous training regimen. Zhao, Clever Ashio, Kang Bramblestaff, Ken, and Lin Tenderpaw. All of them stood out among their peers. Tasked with a pivotal mission, they ventured into the Valley of the Four Winds, embarking on a quest to seek out the elusive Hidden Master. Amid the chaos of the Burning Legion's third assault on Azeroth, the mosaic of Tion Monastery's pupils evolved to not only include the native Pandaren, but also races from both the Alliance and Horde. During this tumultuous period, the charismatic Monkey King graced the monastery with his presence. When all communication with the Order of the Broken Temple ceased, Chen Stormstout embarked on a mission to uncover the truth. His investigation unveiled a dire scene, the temple besieged by the Legion's forces. Under the stalwart leadership of Terran Zu and the Broken Temple's Grand Master, alongside the Monkey King and the monastery students, a valiant defense unfolded. The counter-offensives were multifaceted, demolishing fell spreaders, dismantling fell spikes, neutralizing tainted ale barrels, extinguishing the malevolent fires, and vanquishing the invading demons. Their resolve culminated in a fierce confrontation with the assault's mastermind, Skola Greatsword. Yet the victory came at a cost. Lady Kelatress managed to abduct several monks, casting a shadow over their hard-won triumph. Following the stirring events of the Dragon Isle's awakening, Lily and Chen Stormstout and Caitlin the Blade journeyed to the monastery. Lily observed that the sanctuary teemed with vitality, its diligent monks ensuring the roof tiles gleamed in pristine condition, while the red and gold hues adorning gates and buildings boasted a fresh vibrancy. Yet the scars left by the Burning Legion's assault lingered in shadowed corners, a somber reminder of past tribulations. The demonic onslaught served as a poignant lesson for the monks, underscoring the impermanence of peace and the enduring relevance of combat mastery. Inspired by the monastery's teachings, Lily embraced their philosophy of clarity, enlightenment, and peace, further embodying her spirited nature as the Wild Dog, a title she wears with pride. Now we head to Twinspire Keep and the events that took place within its walls. When the previous Orc commander fell to the blades of Alliance forces, Gatrol swiftly rose to fill the void at the helm. Initially aided by his loyal subordinate Dalgan, Gatrol's leadership took a darker turn with the arrival of Belandra Fellstorm and her battalion of Forsaken Death Guards. Haunted by his own paranoia, Gatrol ordered the summoning of imps and even beckoned the powerful observer Zudagib into their midst. As tensions escalated, Gatrol's demeanor soured further. His desperation for resources led him down a perilous path. When negotiations with the Pandaren hit an impasse, he resorted to extreme measures. In a brazen act of aggression, he kidnapped Pandaren children, using them as leverage to coerce the peaceful inhabitants into a trade agreement. Upon the Alliance's arrival, they tracked Gatrol to his stronghold at Garishar Point. Faced with their confrontation, Gatrol defiantly taunted them before slipping away, evading capture once more. Retreating to the eerie confines of Twinspire Keep, Gatrol rallied his forces, maintaining his grip on power. However, his reign would soon be challenged. Inside the keep's walls, a fierce battle unfolded amidst the very demonic portals Gatrol had conjured. As the tide turned against him, consumed by fury and desperation, Gatrol underwent a haunting transformation, morphing into a malevolent Shaw beast. He fought ferociously until his reign met its final, inevitable end. Perched on Jade Forest's northeastern horizon, the Windward Isle, sometimes whispered as Windcloud Serpent Island, rises from the Mistvale Sea. This secluded haven is a rare sanctuary where wild cloud serpents gracefully nest and nurture their eggs. For generations, the devoted members of the Order of the Cloud Serpent have stood as guardians of this sacred isle. For generations, the devoted members of the Order of the Cloud Serpent have stood as guardians of this sacred isle, safeguarding these majestic creatures since the dawn of their order. Yet, a shadow has crept over this idyllic haven. The marauding Slitherscale Saruk have begun to invade, plundering nests and ruthlessly preying upon the island's serpentine inhabitants. Yet a shadow has crept over this idyllic haven. The marauding Slitherscale Saruk have begun to invade, plundering nests and ruthlessly preying upon the island's serpentine inhabitants, threatening the delicate balance of this once peaceful sanctuary. On Windward Isle, a natural harmony once prevailed, dividing the island's beauty into distinct realms. In the southern reaches, the sky is dominated by the graceful arcs of cloud serpents, their presence imbuing the air with a sense of timeless wonder. Venture northward and you'll find yourself amidst the playful dance of nature sprites and the majestic presence of tigers, guardians of the forest's edge. But a stark contrast unfolds on the eastern shores. Here, the cunning Slitherscale Saruk have staked their claim, sharing the coastline with the tranquil turtles, creating a juxtaposition of tension and tranquility on this enchanting isle. After the Dragon Isle stirred from their slumber, Lily and Chen Stormstout, along with Caitlin the Blade, felt drawn to the mysterious allure of Windward Isle. Seeking the wisdom and protection of the Order of the Cloud Serpent, they sought protection from the monks of the Arboretum to explore this unique sanctuary. With the monks' blessing, they discovered a heartening sight. The Saruk, once menacing, had been decisively repelled by the combined might of the Order and valiant adventurers. Nestled in the tranquil embrace of the eastern Jade Forest lies a sanctuary revered by all who tread upon the soil of Pandaria. Here, amidst the whispering bamboo and the gentle caress of the coastal breeze, the Temple of the Jade Serpent stands as a testament to the enduring spirit of wisdom that permeates the land. From the towering heights of its spires, you can gaze upon the vast expanse of Pandaria's coast, a vista that stretches beyond the horizon, teeming with life and possibility. Within the halls of the temple's library, the past comes alive in vibrant hues. its stories woven into the very fabric of existence. Here, history is not merely recorded but experienced, as the living archives pulsate with the heartbeat of generations long gone. Amidst the tumultuous era of the War of the Ancients, a pivotal event unfolded within the sacred confines of the Temple of the Jade Serpent. It was here that Emperor Xiaohao, freshly adorned with the mantle of leadership, took a stand against the encroaching darkness, imprisoning the malevolent Shah of Doubt within the temple's halls. In the wake of this historic confrontation, as the echoes of battle faded into memory, and the world struggled to find its footing amidst the chaos, the Temple of the Jade Serpent stood as a beacon of solace and sanctuary. Its doors swung wide open, welcoming all who sought respite from the tempest of conflict, regardless of race or creed. For Lily, Chen, and Caitlin the Blade, the temple offered a moment of reprieve amidst their journey through the ever-shifting tapestry of Azeroth. As they traversed its sacred grounds, Lily marveled at the sight of individuals from every corner of the world, united in their quest for enlightenment and the pursuit of knowledge. In the tranquil embrace of the temple, amidst the whispers of ancient wisdom and the gentle sway of bamboo, the boundaries that divided the race of Azeroth melted away, replaced by the shared reverence for mysteries of the cosmos. Here, amidst the serenity of Pandaria's eastern heart, the seeds of unity were sown, casting a ray of hope upon a world shrouded in darkness. Among those who hold vigil over this sacred domain are the Jinyu, their fish-like forms moving with a grace that mirrors the ebb and flow of the tides. For them, the scrying pool nested within the temple's embrace is more than a mere conduit. It is a portal to the very essence of Pandaria itself, a lens through which they may perceive the world and safeguard its fragile balance. As you descend from the Valley of the Four Winds, the rolling hills gradually give way to a lush jungle that covers most of the inland region. Everywhere you turn, you'll find thick trees adorned with vines, and the landscape is dotted with moss-covered ruins and meandering rivers. To the north, the Cliffs of Despair mark the border of the wilds, while the south boasts sparkling beaches and waters dotted with islands. In the heart of Krasarang, the jungle takes on a new name, the Deep Wild. On the western side lies the Forbidden Jungle, known for its heightened danger compared to the Deep Wild. The close proximity to the treacherous Dreadwaste in the west adds an extra layer of peril to traveling through this part of the jungle. As you venture into this dense jungle, you'll immediately feel the weight of the air, heavy with humidity. In the era when the mighty Mogu ruled over ancient Pandaria, this vibrant rainforest stood as a boundary to their notorious empire. Within its depths, the Sarok rebels found solace in waged a relentless battle against their former masters, determined to wipe out these reptilian creatures once and for all. Despite countless years of struggle, the Mogu's attempts were in vain, and Emperor Dojan II met his demise at the hands of Sarok assassins, plunging the empire into chaos. Meanwhile, the Sarok vanished into the untamed wilderness, making this region their permanent dwelling. Once upon a time, this very place thrived as a sprawling Mogu port, bustling with activity and grandeur. After the Great Sundering, Lu Lang, an intrepid explorer, braved the mist left behind by the sacrifice of Pandaria's last emperor, Xiaohao. Despite ridicule for his itch to travel, he embarked on the giant turtle named Shenzhen Zhu from Turtle Beach. Upon his return, he shattered the belief of a destroyed world, gaining followers with each journey. When he ceased his travels, a statue was erected in his honor on the beach. Today, the wilds remain perilous, with Sarok ambushers, wildlife, and the encroaching Shah posing a grave danger to any who dare to venture through this enchanting yet hazardous land. While the Temple of the Red Crane is known as the heart of Chi-Ji's power, the Cradle of Chi-Ji serves as his resting place. Monks from the Crane Wing Order embark on their initiation journey here, believing that even as Chi-Ji roams Pandaria spreading hope, a part of him always remains on the island, in its sands and trees, silently observing and testing the monks. The Angahal Pavilion, Pedestal of Hope, and Dome Belrisra are key landmarks on the island, where monks engage in rigorous training and friendly combat to hone their skills. During Lei Shen's brutal conquest of Pandaria, he and his Mogu legions managed to subdue the 4 August Celestials. In a display of dominance and cruelty, Chi-Ji was shackled in chains and paraded before the discouraged Pandaran slaves, a symbol of their subjugation and hopelessness. However, legend holds that after the Pandaren Revolution and their hard-won freedom, Chi-Ji marked the skies with a radiant rainbow. This brilliant arc of color served as a lasting reminder to the Pandaren that they need not fear the storms any longer, symbolizing hope and resilience in the face of adversity. During Xiaohao's epic journey across Pandaria, there came a moment where the Emperor found himself trapped in a treacherous marsh, sinking deeper and losing hope. It was then that Chi-Ji soared gracefully above him. With wings outstretched and a heart full of compassion, Chi-Ji inspired Xiaohao to rekindle his hope. The newfound hope gave Xiaohao the strength and resolve he needed to lift himself from the mire and continue his quest to save Pandaria. Shortly before the emergence of the Shah, Anduin Rin trained with Chi-Ji for a brief period. Thanks to the combined efforts of Anduin and the champions of both the Horde and the Alliance, Chi-Ji and the Temple of the Red Crane were liberated from the corrupting influence of the Shah of Despair. Together with the other 3 August Celestials, Chi-Ji opened the gates to the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, marking a significant victory for the forces of good. Chi-Ji also aids adventurers atop the pedestal of hope in a crucial battle against Elia Ravenmane, who, having forsaken Chi-Ji's teachings, has fallen under the sway of the Shah. After the fight, Chi-Ji expresses gratitude to the adventurer, acknowledging their embodiment of the Way of the Crane. Additionally, Chi-Ji grants his power to an adventurer preparing to confront Shao Jin the Bloodletter, ensuring that hope and righteousness prevail in the face of darkness. At a pivotal moment, new members of the Golden Lotus were about to be chosen. Chi-Ji appeared in the Shrine of Two Moons and revealed to Dezco that one of his children would become a defender of the valley. Unwilling to part with his kids, Dezco decided to leave the valley. During their escape, Redhorn was abducted by the Shao Tian mogu. Dezco rushed off in a desperate attempt to save him. Despite Mokimo the Strong's plea to leave Cloudhoof behind for safety, Dezco brought the infant along. Amid the chaos of battle, tragedy struck. Cloudhoof was crushed, losing his life, and his brother Redhorn got poisoned as well. Desperate to save his child, Dezco lowered Redhorn into a pool, where Chi-Ji miraculously appeared and healed him. However, Chi-Ji departed before Dezco could call for help for Cloudhoof, leaving Dezco to face the aftermath alone. Grief-stricken, Dezco built a funeral pyre, sending Cloudhoof to join Ansha, which is the sun god in the afterlife. The revered Temple of the Red Crane, ancestral home of Chi-Ji, the celestial embodiment of hope, stands as a beacon against the encroaching despair that plagues the murky Krasarang wilds. From its ornate walls, Chi-Ji soars forth, battling the spread of darkness. However, with the recent arrival of Horde occupation forces, the sanctuary has been transformed into a fortified stronghold, with the Crane's loyal followers held hostage. Alliance leaders, including Varian Rin, find themselves at an impasse, divided on how to claim the temple without incurring heavy casualties. To expel the Horde from this hallowed ground and protect Alliance lives, you must craft a strategic plan to lure them out and eliminate them with meticulously placed traps. Chi-Ji observed King Rin closely, as if evaluating him in a crucial test. Chi-Ji pondered, will the wolf act as a warrior or a king? By the end of the conflict, Chi-Ji appears pleased with Varian's performance, but hinted at future challenges, suggesting that more trials awaited the king. Found on the Timeless Isle, the trial of Chi-Ji is a profound test of hope. Faced with uncertainty about his people's future, Emperor Xiaohao sought the wisdom of the Red Crane. Chi-Ji challenged Xiaohao to discover the hope within himself and dispel his doubts. Upon vanquishing the Shah of Doubt, the Emperor transformed into a beacon of hope for his people. To pass the trial of the Crane, warriors must embrace hope, even in the darkest times, and let it guide them through their trials. Chi-Ji, along with the other Celestials, decided to hold a trial involving members of both the Alliance and Horde instead of passing judgment on Garrosh Hellscream themselves. In a gesture of respect to the assembled races, Chi-Ji assumed the form of a Blood Elf during the proceedings. The Anglers, a group of skilled fishermen who established and maintain it, take great pride in their long history at this location, the Angler's Wharf, dating back 8 centuries before the First War. The sturdy bamboo houses on stilts that form the wharf are designed to withstand the whims of the sea and be reconstructed as needed. Lu Lang initially considered seeking a boat at Angler's Wharf to depart Pandaria for exploration, but the anglers cautioned him that no vessel could navigate back through the mist to return to Pandaria. If he wished to return, he would have to discover an alternative route. After the Dragon Isles stirred from their slumber, Caitlin the Blade's freshly crafted vessel, Shirvala's Laughter, found itself moored at the docks for some much-needed repairs. The ship had endured considerable damage during its treacherous journey across the sea. Caitlin wasted no time in reaching out to Chen Stormstout and Lily Stormstout, informing them of her predicament. To her delight, they promptly extended an invitation for her to explore their entire homeland. The Stormstouts believed that by introducing someone new to Pandaria, they themselves would gain a fresh perspective on their cherished land. After enduring constant attacks from both Mogu and Sarok, Dawn Chaser Retreat, the second torn outpost in Krasserang Wilds, met a tragic fate. Located in the southwest part of the wilds, between the Temple of the Red Crane and the ruins of Korja, the camp eventually succumbed to the relentless assault and was ultimately abandoned and reduced to ashes by the Sarok. Fast forward to the awakening of the Dragon Isles, roughly 40 years after the Dark Portal's opening, and we find Chen and Lily Stormstout along with Caitlin the Blade exploring the remnants of what once was Dawn Chaser Retreat. The landscape remained barren, devoid of trees and grass, but amidst the desolation, Caitlin's keen eye caught a glimmer of hope. She spotted a patch of grass and two delicate shoots emerging from the earth, hinting at the possibility of new life taking root. Lily, ever the optimist, remarked that given time, even the deepest wounds can heal. The Night Elf stumbled upon ancient information regarding the pools of youth predating Queen Ajara's reign, leading Lorekeeper Veldrin to seek High Priestess Tyrande Whisperwind's approval for an expedition to the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Despite their efforts, the Vale was heavily guarded by the Mogu Magisters of Emperor Dojan II, who had set up magical traps in the dungeons of Dojani and Krasserang Wilds to deter any direct attacks. When the expedition's mage attempted to open a portal, they were redirected to one of these traps, where the prisoner's life force was drained to keep the trap active. Fortunately, Veldrin managed to reach out to a passing Alliance adventurer in the vicinity, who swiftly came to their aid and demolished the nearby traps, liberating them from their predicament. After the Dragon Isles awoke, Chen and Lily Stormstout along with Caitlin the Blade ventured into the incursion near Turtle Beach. Lily immediately likened it to a sparkling purple bubble in the distance, but reassured everyone that all Alliance troops had been saved. They also observed that the portal to Darnassus had been fixed, granting the Night Elves easy access to Pandaria for aid, instead of having to take a lengthy journey by sea. Beneath the unassuming veil of Sea Spittle Nook, a minuscule cave nestled in the far reaches of Krasserang Cove's northern expanse, lies the secret of profound historical significance: the mysterious ruins of Ogudai. Forgotten by time and obscured from the prying eyes of the world above, these ancient remnants were brought to light through the relentless pursuit of Mogu relics by two opposing factions: the illustrious Explorers League and the Cunning Reliquary. As their fervent excavation efforts penetrated the earth, unwittingly delving deeper into the mysteries of the past, they uncovered not merely artifacts, but a dormant darkness. When the arrival of Alliance and Horde forces drawn to Krasserang's shores by the promise of conquest and resources, the delicate equilibrium of the cavernous depths was disrupted. The clash of steel and magic awakened specters long confined to the shadows, ghosts of Mogu and Pandaren alike, stirring from their slumber with vengeance burning in their spectral eyes. In the wake of chaos, a somber realization dawned upon the explorers and miners alike. Their pursuit of knowledge had unwittingly disrupted forces best left undisturbed. 40 years after the Dark Portal opened, a tentative peace settled over the ruins of Ogudai, the ghosts pacified and the minds abandoned. Yet a silent warning echoes through the corridors of time, cautioning against the folly of trespassing upon realms haunted by the sins of the past. After the Dragon Isles came alive, the Stormstouts and Caitlin the Blade embarked on a journey to explore the remnants of Ogudai following the incursion. To their relief, they discovered that the majority of the restless spirits had finally found peace, and the mining activities had come to a halt. Lily expressed her wish that these tranquil surroundings would remain undisturbed. Meanwhile, Caitlin delved into the tunnels, hoping to stumble upon some forgotten treasures that didn't require extensive excavation. Much to her delight, she just stumbled upon fragments of depleted crystal shards, which seem to have once been a part of a mogu spirit trap. Located on the southeastern coast of the Krasarang Wilds is Bilgewater Beach. It has been commandeered by the Bilgewater Goblins of the Horde. Amidst the picturesque setting, an industrious oil rig pumps crude oil into a nearby refinery, a testament to the Goblins' relentless pursuit of resources. Adding a touch of culinary flair, the Goblins have established a beachside restaurant known as the Boiling Crustacean. Renowned for its stunning buffet of expertly spiced seafood, this eatery is considered a true gem and a must-visit destination for anyone traveling to Bilgewater Beach. The Field of Koria. Sprawling near the ruins of Koria in western Krasarang Wilds is a place steeped in history and strife. Here, the Koyan mogu relentlessly excavate ancient relics, forcing Alliance and Horde slaves to toil under their watchful eyes. This vast field is a stark reminder of the mogu's enduring quest for power and the ongoing struggle within the wilds. An ancient set of mogu ruins named the Ruins of Koria have almost been reclaimed by nature. Nestled in southwestern Krasarang Wilds, they lie between Dawnchaser Retreat and Sentinel Base Camp. Here, the Koyan mogu force Alliance and Horde slaves to dig their ancient relics, much like at their nearby Field of Koria to the northeast. According to the Dungeons of Dojon, these ruins once served as a bustling port city where teleportation magics were commonplace. Within these overgrown remnants, Groundbreaker Bojai holds the Horde member Kor Bloodtusk and Alliance member Lyalia captive, adding to the site's dark history. The ruins, once a thriving city, are believed to be the site of the notorious Dojani dungeons, constructed by the ruthless Emperor Dojon II during his genocidal campaign against the Sarok. Overseeing his grim handiwork from a cliff in the Valley of the Four Winds, Emperor Dojon II met his end when the Sarok scaled the heights and hurled him to his death. In the wake of his demise, the city swiftly fell into disrepair. These ancient ruins now stand as silent sentinels over the nearby pools of youth. These mystical pools, used by the mogu to prolong their lives, possess a dark enchantment. Drinking from them steals one life to extend another. After the awakening of the Dragon Isles, the Stormstouts and Caitlyn the Blade made their way to the ruins of Dojon, following their stop at the Sentinel Base Camp. As they surveyed the desolate remains, Lily remarked that the ruins harbored dark memories for Krasarang, suggesting it was a blessing that the nearby pools had largely faded from collective memory. The Southern Isles is a collection of tiny land masses in the southwestern Krasarang Wilds. They lie west of the Cradle of Chi-Ji. Many of the isles are so diminutive that calling them islands might be an overstatement, which explains why they are often grouped together as one entity. When the Horde's invasion fleet arrived on Pandaria, they established their base in this archipelago, constructing a formidable stronghold named Domination Point. This fortress, teeming with soldiers and cannons, stands as a testament to the Horde's presence and strategic ambition in the region. East of the main southern isle lies an intriguing unnamed island teeming with a unique population of frogs. This island is home to 3 distinct species found nowhere else: the Krasarang croaker, the Krasarang frog, and the Krasarang tide skirter. These frogs predominantly inhabit the southern and eastern parts of the island, where they lend an air of enchantment to the area. The island is dotted with several signs, each adorned with images of frogs. However, it's the frogs' fascinating behaviors that truly captivate visitors. Each species boasts not only unique appearance, but also distinctive behaviors that set them apart. The Krasarang croakers, the largest of the trio, stand out with their striking red bodies and blue limbs. Typically found in pairs, these frogs face each other a few yards apart, engaging in a mesmerizing ritual. Every few seconds, their hands glow green as if casting a spell, accompanied by a sound effect reminiscent of a Hearthstone cast. This magical display lasts for about 2 seconds, culminating in the frogs leaping into the air, croaking loudly and flicking out their tongues. The spell appears to complete at this point, marked by a sound effect and the end of the green glow around their hands. After a brief second leap, they pause momentarily before beginning the spell again. While most croakers engage in this paired ritual, a few solitary ones can be seen hopping freely around the island, devoid of the enchanting spellcasting behavior of their paired counterparts. The Krasarang frogs, smaller and yellow, are always found in groups of 4. Most groups remain stationary, occasionally jumping and flicking out their tongues, forming rough circles or diamonds facing inward. Each set of these frogs typically surrounds a pair of Krasarang croakers. However, some groups are mobile, traveling around the island in erratic patterns, including leaping from high places, adding to the island's dynamic and vibrant ecosystem. The frogs on this island are incredibly prolific, boasting a rapid respawn rate. This abundance might tempt players to slaughter them in a way to earn the achievement Critter Kill Squad. However, these frogs are not entirely defenseless. Killing a significant number of frogs triggers the appearance of Croakan, a large elite frog NPC. He emerges in the center of the island, beneath the largest tree, showcasing a variety of colorations. Enraged by the senseless slaughter of his fellow amphibians, Croakan swiftly deals with players using his instant death frog justice ability. To make matters worse for would-be frog hunters, Croakan is immune to all attacks, ensuring that the island's amphibian residents are not so easily vanquished. An Alliance warship named Valor's Edge played a crucial role in Operation Shieldwall during the Pandaria campaign. Alongside 2 other battleships, including the Defiant and the Skyfire gunship, Valor's Edge participated in the bombardment and assault on the Horde's domination point in Krasarang Wilds. Under the command of Captain Mulkey, Valor's Edge and its fleet relentlessly pressured the Horde dominance offensive throughout the battle, undeterred by the threat of nearby mines. Recognizing the ship's strategic importance, Horde forces targeted Captain Mulkey in a bid to undermine the Alliance's leadership and weaken their efforts in the region. During the invasion of the Shah, which had infested the temple from its basement, many members of the Crane Wing Order were forced to flee. Those who escaped established the Crane Wing Refuge, a temporary camp north across the river, where they regrouped and kept their hopes alive. In this sanctuary, they sought the aid of adventurers to help cleanse their sacred temple. The temple was eventually purified by Prince Anduin Wrynn and heroic adventurers, who successfully banished the Shah. However, the peace was short-lived. With the arrival of Horde occupation forces, the temple became a fortified stronghold, and the remaining Crane Wing members were imprisoned. King Varian Wrynn led the Alliance forces in a bold mission to expel the Horde and liberate the sacred site, restoring it to its former glory. After the awakening of the Isles, Chen and Lily Stormstout, along with Caitlin the Blade, made their way to the temple, having picked up Caitlin from Angler's Wharf where her boat was under repair. The monks of the Crane Wing Order warmly welcomed them, offering a simple dinner of rice, fish, and vegetables. Caitlin was taken aback by the palpable joy that filled the temple. Chi-Ji, the embodiment of hope, had used his power to combat the Shah of Despair until its defeat. One of the monks, Quona Quilpaw, explained that while joy and levity are not synonymous with hope, they are both causes and effects of it. They represent reaching for light in the darkness and act as a form of defiance against despair. Quona then recounted the temple's history, describing the hardships they had endured. He emphasized that in memory of those grim times, they now strive to live even more fully and joyously. Thundercleft is a Tauren encampment situated along the Dojani River in the eastern Krasarang Wilds. Established by the Dawnchaser tribe, it is led by Sunwalker Desco. The tribe paddled upstream by canoe until they were halted by the cliffs of Wind's Edge, compelling them to set up camp. The strategic location of Thundercleft offers a rich tapestry of history and diverse inhabitants, making it a hub of activity and cultural exchange in the region. 40 years after the Dark Portal had opened, the tribe had remained in Thundercleft, driven by their deep commitment to healing the land. After the awakening of the Dragon Isles, Chen, Lily, and Caitlin the Blade made their way to Thundercleft, traveling further along the Dojani River after visiting the ruins of Dojan. The Tauren welcomed them warmly, eager to exchange stories and share their experiences with the trio. Zhu Province, located in the northeastern Krasarang Wilds, is a Pandaren-claimed territory often regarded as the gateway to the wilds of Pandaria. At its center stands Zhu Watch, a vigilant outpost that prevents wild creatures from venturing from the jungles into the Valley of the Four Winds. The town diligently maintains 3 memorial fires near the border, which help keep the beasts at bay. The province is also home to 2 ponds, now drained by Sha energies, giving rise to elemental creatures formed from the remaining water and salt. To the north lies a small, unnamed cave occupied by the wild-scale Sarok, adding to the province's diverse and dynamic landscape. Following the awakening of the Dragon Isles, Chen, Lili, and Caitlin the Blade traveled to Zhu province following their exploration of the ruins of Ogudai. At Caitlin's request, the villagers guided them to a potential dig site. Despite their hopes, the trio discovered nothing more than an old pile of rubbish filled with rusty apothecary tins. The ancient designs and writing on the tins were indecipherable to both Chen and Lili, with Lili remarking that archaeology was not her passion. Nestled northwest of Kunlai's summit and Townlong Steppes lies the mysterious Isle of Thunder. This once mythical island is now the battleground for the newly formed Kirin Tor Offensive and the Sunreaver Onslaught, each vying for dominance. United in purpose, the Shadowpan Assault is on a relentless mission to dethrone Lei Shen at his formidable stronghold, the Throne of Thunder. Long ago, the Isle of Thunder was renowned as the Thundering Mountain, the seat of power for the mighty Mogu's master. History took a dramatic turn when Lei Shen, the Thunder King, overthrew his master and declared himself the supreme ruler of the Mogu. From this mighty throne, he governed Pandaria until his death. His successors relocated the capital to the Mogushan Palace in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, leaving the Thundering Mountain to fade into obscurity. During the Great Sundering, the mountain succumbed to the ocean's depths, with only its peak remaining visible above the waves, transforming into the island we know today. Before Lei Shen's resurrection, the Isle of Thunder was shrouded in mystery, believed by many to be nothing more than a legend. Now, the island stands as a testament to ancient power and present-day conflict, a place where legends come to life and history is made anew. Located on the northwest side of the Isle of Thunder is the Beast Pens. They serve as a formidable Zandalari troll camp. Here, the Zandalari meticulously raise and train a menagerie of fierce creatures, including raptors, direhorns, devilsaurs, and even saurid, all primed for battle. Perched on the eastern side of the Isle of Thunder is a formidable Zandalari troll camp named Conqueror's Terrace. This is where the Zandalari harness their powerful magic to create golems and other mystical constructs. The Thunder Forges are situated northwest of the Bloodied Crossing, at the northern tip of the Isle of Thunder. This ancient site lies near the entrance to the Lightning Vein Mine to the northwest and the Beast Pens to the southwest. Built atop ancient Titan machinery, the forge is powered for millennia by the legendary artifacts, the Fist of Ra-Den and the High Keeper's Ward. These relics were eventually recovered by Master Snowdrift and the Shadowpan, who entrusted them to Zhuan. When young Lei Shen reached maturity and took command of his own legions, he boldly declared his intention to awaken the gods. Only his most devoted followers dared accompany him into the heart of the Thundering Mountain, the sacred home of the Mogu's revered master. There, he made a startling discovery. Ra-Den, the Titanic Watcher, stood guard over the engine of Nalak Shah, a powerful Titan device. Lei Shen asserted dominion over both, an act that would forever change his destiny. It is said that Lei Shen tore out the very heart of the Mogu god, an act of sheer defiance and ambition. From this brutal deed, he gained control over the wind and storm, transforming himself into the Thunder King. Lei Shen declared the Thundering Mountain as his seat of power and constructed a majestic and forbidden city atop its summit. After the Thunder King's death, the new emperor Dojan Firecrown relocated the empire's capital from the desolate Throne of Thunder to the fertile Vale of Eternal Blossoms, establishing the grand Mogushan Palace as the new center of power. Jinrock, a stalwart figure from the Zandalar tribe, once embarked on a perilous mission deep into the heart of Stranglethorn Vale. His purpose was to thwart the sinister Hakar the Soulflare from unleashing chaos upon the world by escaping from the ancient city of Zul'Gurub. Known to adventurers as a level 60 quest giver, Jinrock held a pivotal role within his tribe. Warriors and paladins who sought to prove their might could bring him paragons of power, and in return, he bestowed upon them exquisite armor, crafted with the tribe's ancient knowledge and skill. His presence was a beacon of hope in a land teetering on the brink of darkness. Following the defeat of Hakar, Jinrock and his fellow trolls departed Yojamba Isle, returning to their homeland of Zandalar. However, their respite was short-lived, as the cataclysm ravaged their lands, forcing them to once again venture into the world. Driven by a desire to reunite the scattered tribes and restore their people's former glory, Jinrock and those devoted to the Zol cause journeyed across the mainlands, eventually finding their way to the mysterious continent of Pandaria. When the Thunder King rose from his ancient slumber, he bestowed unimaginable power upon the most loyal and ambitious of the Zandalari trolls. Jinrock was among the first to receive the Thunder King's potent blessings. Though the overwhelming surge of Lei Shen's gifts nearly shattered his body, Jinrock emerged as a formidable force, now able to harness the very fury of the storm itself in battle. His transformation marked him a living embodiment of the storm's wrath, forever changed by the power he sought. The Zandalari arrived on the Isle of Thunder with a fearsome arsenal of powerful creatures, ready to unleash them as engines of war. Under the command of the formidable war god Jalak, the Dinomancers of the Zandalari Beastward wielded ancient tribal magics, imbuing these mighty beasts with enhanced strength and unwavering loyalty. Among these legendary creatures was Horadon, Jalak's own fabled mount, whose massive horns could rend stone fortifications with the effortless precision of a blade slicing through silk. With such creatures at their command, the Zandalari were a force to be reckoned with, their ancient powers and primal beasts making them nearly unstoppable in battle. The long and tumultuous history of the troll tribes, the Drakari, Faraki, Amani, and Gurubashi, has been marked by countless betrayals and ceaseless conflict. Yet in the shadow of these ancient rivalries, the Zandalari have emerged with a bold vision: the creation of an unstoppable empire. This promise of a powerful new order has finally succeeded where centuries of bloodshed could not, uniting the once separate troll leaders under a single banner. The tribes, long divided by strife, now stand together, driven by the shared dream of reclaiming their lost glory. Over the millennia, traces of the mogu's flesh-shaping magic slowly seeped into the depths beneath the Thunder King's citadel. These dark energies twisted the natural order, warping one of the native dragon turtles within the cavern, fusing it with the crystalline walls surrounding it. This formidable creature, now known as Tortos, became an extraordinary fusion of flesh and stone. Sustained by the cave's abundant mineral deposits, Tortos has grown to a colossal size, a living testament to the power of the ancient magic that transformed it. Even the most hardened mogu tremble at the mere mention of the dark experiments carried out under the Thunder King's command. Ages ago, a young cloud serpent was subjected to a gruesome transformation, twisted into a fearsome multi-headed hydra and abandoned beneath Lei Shen's throne. This tortured creature now dwells in the shadows of the forgotten depths, biding its time, eager to unleash the torment it has endured upon any who dare cross its path. Its very existence is a haunting reminder of the horrors woven into the Thunder King's legacy. In the dark depths beneath Lei Shen's keep, the mogu flesh shapers cast aside their failed experiments, discarding them into an abyssal shaft where decay reigned. The stench of death drew countless scavengers to this forsaken pit, but none proved as merciless or cunning as the mighty Jakun. This monstrous bird, driven by primal instincts, systematically hunted down her rivals, devouring them one by one until she alone claimed dominion over the shadowy tunnel. Now, Jakun rules the abyss, a fearsome predator born of the mogu's cruel abandon. At Lei Shen's command, his sorcerers crafted an abomination with a singular purpose: to gaze into the hearts of his followers and unearth any trace of betrayal. From this dark decree, Darumu was born. This cunning entity served its masters with unwavering loyalty until the Thunder King's fall. In the wake of Lei Shen's death, Darumu vanished into the maze-like corridors of the citadel, becoming little more than a ghost in the shadows. For years, the mogu all but forgot the existence of their creation, until now. Darumu has re-emerged from its hidden lair, a lurking specter from a bygone era, ready to fulfill its sinister purpose once more. In the shadowy depths of Lei Shen's island citadel, the mogu flesh shapers crafted the Sarok. Born from a mysterious and arcane substance of unknown origin, these creatures, forged in secrecy, were intended as instruments of power. Yet, when the citadel was eventually abandoned, not all of these experiments were reclaimed. Some were left to fester in the dark, forgotten pools where they languished for far too long, their fate intertwined with the lingering magic that had once brought them to life. Under the directive of the Thunder King, Arch-Ritualist Kelada crafted the Dark Animus, a masterpiece designed to be the ultimate vessel for harnessing the immense power of anima. This construct is not only magnificent in its design, but also sentient, embodying a lethal intelligence that makes it as dangerous as it is awe-inspiring. The Dark Animus stands as a testament to the terrifying ambition of its creators, a perfect fusion of power and purpose. Legends tell of the ruthless prowess of Quan and his formidable Quillen champions. Known for his unwavering determination and unmatched ferocity, Quan earned the title Iron Quan from the Thunder King himself. This fearless mogu commander became a symbol of relentless conquest, driven by an unyielding resolve to secure victory after victory for the Empire, no matter the price. The Twin Empyreans stand as two of the Thunder King's most formidable champions, fiercely loyal and unmatched in power. They are entrusted with the protection of Lei Shen's reign. Ever vigilant, the Thunder King keeps these loyal guardians by his side, their combined might ready to crush any who dare challenge his rule. In the chaotic era known as the Age of 100 Kings, Lei Shen, the young son of a formidable warlord, came into the world. Growing up within the same tribe, he formed a bond with Sparkmancer Vu that was as deep as brotherhood. Together, they engaged in playful skirmishes, fierce quarrels, and endless challenges, each encounter sharpening Lei Shen's insatiable hunger for power. Witnessing the internal strife and endless bickering among the mogu, Lei Shen saw it as a waste of their grand potential. Yet he remained steadfastly loyal to his father. This loyalty was shattered when a trusted advisor betrayed and murdered his father, leading to the disintegration of their clan. Most members fled to seek protection under other warlords, leaving Lei Shen with only a small group of faithful guards. Instead of continuing the relentless battles, the young mogu chose a path of solitude and reflection. He wandered the land in exile, meditating deeply on his experiences. His introspective journey was largely dismissed by other mogu, who saw his withdrawal as a sign of madness and believed he would never again pose a threat to their kind. Like his brethren, Lei Shen possessed formidable strength and mastery of warfare. However, unlike his contemporaries, his ambitions extended beyond mere conquest. The legends of his ancestors were indelibly inscribed upon his heart. Upon reaching adulthood and commanding his own legions, Lei Shen declared his audacious intent to awaken the gods. Years of relentless searching finally led the warlord to the concealed vaults beneath the northern reaches of the Veil of Eternal Blossoms. Within those hidden depths, Lei Shen discovered a revelation: the Titanic Watcher Ra, standing sentinel over an immensely powerful Titan device known as the Engine of Nalak Shah. The High Keeper remained impassive as Lei Shen stood before him, bombarding him with questions about the purpose of the mogu. Weeks turned into months, and Lei Shen's frustrations mounted. Yet Ra remained silent. It dawned on Lei Shen that the High Keeper wasn't mulling over a grand scheme, but had simply abandoned hope. Enraged, Lei Shen confronted Ra, accusing him of forsaking the Titan's work. These harsh accusations jolted Ra from his stupor, prompting him to lead Lei Shen to the nearby Thundering Mountain. There, Ra invoked the lingering spirit of Aman'Thul, High Father of the Pantheon. The revelation of the Pantheon's demise did not plunge Lei Shen into despair as it had Ra. Instead, it ignited a fierce determination within him. If the Pantheon was truly dead, and their servant refused to continue their work, Lei Shen resolved to take on their mantle himself. Without warning, Lei Shen incapacitated Ra, bound him in formidable chains, and seized not only the Keeper's power, but also the essence of Aman'Thul. It is said that Lei Shen tore out the very heart of the mogu god, and from this act of sheer defiance, he gained dominion over wind and storm. His followers fell to their knees before him, overwhelmed by his newfound might. "We will call you the Lightning King," they proclaimed. Lei Shen shook his head. Lightning strikes in an instant and vanishes just as quickly, he replied. But thunder announces the storm's arrival. Thunder shakes the skies long before the lightning flashes, and its echoes linger in the hills long after the lightning's power fades. It is thunder that drives animals to their dens and fills peasants' hearts with dread. Let thunder be my herald, so that my true power reverberates across the land. I will be the Thunder King. With this declaration, he claimed the Thundering Mountain as his throne, and atop its peak, he constructed a majestic and forbidden city, a testament to his enduring power. Armed with the power of storms, Lei Shen, now revered as the Thunder King, rallied his followers and ascended to power in true mogu fashion, eliminating his rivals one by one. Few submitted to his authority willingly. The fortunate ones met swift deaths, either vaporized by lightning or crushed beneath his ever-growing legions. The less fortunate ones were dragged away in chains, broken only when he decreed it so. Yet amidst the carnage, many mogu saw in Lei Shen a long-lost unity of purpose that had been absent since their masters fell silent. Drawn to this vision, they flocked to the Thunder King's banner, eagerly serving him as he enslaved the other races. Lei Shen and those who followed him believed that the lesser races were destined to serve the mogu, just as the mogu had once served their ancient masters. With unwavering conviction and the power to back it, Lei Shen crowned himself Emperor of all mogu, and all who lived within his domain, solidifying his reign as the Thunder King. The Thunder King regarded all living beings within his domain as his servants and set his sights on conquering the two great empires of the Jinyu and Hosen, who had settled around the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Despite the valiant efforts of the Jinyu, they ultimately fell before Lei Shen's overwhelming might. In one decisive battle, the mogu warrior Hakin secured victory by turning the Jinyu water speaker's own spears against them. Impressed by this feat, the Thunder King rewarded Hakin with 100 finely crafted golden spears, forged by the skilled hands of mogu forge masters. This act elevated Hakin to the rank of one of Lei Shen's most trusted lieutenants. On the eve of the Jinyu's final stand against Lei Shen, their supposed allies, the Hosen, betrayed them. The Hosen had pledged their loyalty to the Thunder King, misguidedly believing that they would receive special treatment under his rule, a promise that Lei Shen and his successors never intended to keep. With this betrayal, Lei Shen easily conquered both races, solidifying his domain over the region. When the Thunder King sought slaves to construct the grand cities and impregnable fortresses of his empire, he sought his sights on Kunlai's summit. Confronted by a defiant populace, Lei Shen issued a bold proclamation. If any warrior could defeat him in single combat, he would leave their lands in peace. However, if he emerged victorious, the people would submit to his rule. The challenge was taken up by Zhuan, the White Tiger, who could no longer bear to witness the suffering of the free peoples. For 30 days and 30 nights, these legendary figures clashed, their battles shaking the very earth and splitting the skies with lightning. In the end, Zhuan succumbed to Lei Shen's otherworldly power. "Your peasant magic is no match for my sorcery, fool of a tiger," Lei Shen bellowed. "I commend your tenacity, but your defiance must be punished." Turning to the people of Kunlai, the Thunder King declared, "Know this, those who defy me shall witness the full extent of my wrath. This creature shall not know the mercy of death. In these mountains we shall construct a prison for him to stand upon for all of time. From this pinnacle he shall watch and bask in his failure, as you and your children serve my empire as slaves." With this decree, Lei Shen solidified his domain over Kunlai's summit, ensuring the subjugation of its people and the eternal imprisonment of their champion. Sparkmancer Vu was the Thunder King's most trusted advisor. Despite their early rivalry, Vu fought fiercely alongside Lei Shen, helping him seize the throne of Pandaria. However, soon after Lei Shen's rise to power, the Sparkmancer was captured by enemy assassins who cruelly cut out his tongue. Popular opinion whispered that the Thunder King himself orchestrated this plot, a calculated move to silence the one mogu who knew his deepest secrets. Their bond, shrouded in both truth and myth, became the stuff of legends. Peasant storytellers spun tales of their supposed feud over a woman, adding drama to their storied relationship. Despite the swirling rumors, history reveals that Sparkmaster Vu's loyalty never faltered. He remained steadfastly committed to his emperor, serving his friend and brother with unwavering dedication until the end of his days. After his ascension, the Thunder King constructed the Mogu Vaults, a fortress designed to safeguard his secrets and serve as a shrine to the Mogu Empire. This grand complex became a repository for the Empire's lost artifacts and the final resting place for the spirits of ancient Mogu kings. Emperor Lei Shen achieved unprecedented unification, standardizing the language, establishing a single currency, and creating uniform weights and measures. He also introduced Azeroth's first written legal code, inscribed in the unified language. These brutal laws enshrined the Mogu supremacy over all other beings, with the first rule decreeing that rebellion would be punished by public evisceration. Recognizing the potential threat posed by the Pandaren, the Thunder King implemented severe restrictions upon them. He forbade the Pandaren from learning to read or write, executed their leaders and philosophers, and ordered the destruction of all Pandaren art and literature. Through these harsh measures, Lei Shen sought to consolidate his dominion and suppress any potential challenge to his rule. As Lei Shen embarked on his mission to unite his people under a single banner and subjugate the other races of Pandaria, he recognized that the formidable Mantid would never submit to his rule. To protect his empire from the relentless threat, he ordered the construction of the Serpent's Spine, a colossal wall spanning the entire length of his realm. The project took many generations to complete, but Lei Shen understood that fear was a powerful motivator. The dread of the Mantid compelled his subjects to move mountains, raise armies, secure the empire, and build the imposing wall. Each soldier in Lei Shen's army wore a jade badge adorned with a crown and crossed with lightning bolts, a symbol of their loyalty and power. Among them, the elite warriors were known as the Emperor's Shield, a testament to their dedication and prowess in protecting the Thunder King's dominion. 170 years into Lei Shen's reign, the Karun Spellweavers presented Lei Shen with their magnum opus, a bell forged from the flesh of its creators, shaped by the fire of stars and bound by the breath of the darkest shadows. This bell, when rung, had the power to shake the world and call to the heavens. Brought to the battlefield, its thunderous tones ignited the hearts of Lei Shen's warriors, fueling their hatred and anger, and granting them unparalleled strength. The bell's piercing voice instilled fear and doubt in the Emperor's enemies, driving them to flee before his might. Captivated by its immense power, the Thunder King declared the instrument the voice of the gods, and named it Shen Qing, the Divine Bell. At one point, Lei Shen stumbled upon a rare clutch of thundering cloud serpents and set out to subjugate them. Among the hatchlings, the largest resisted fiercely. When Lei Shen visited the handling pens, he laughed heartedly at the sight of the charred mogu strewn about. Amused and impressed, he claimed the defiant hatchling as his own. In recognition of its obedience, he bestowed upon it dominion over storms and the sky. For thousands of years after the Thunder King's death, this formidable serpent Nalak has guarded the walls of his hidden citadel, awaiting the return of its master. During his reign, Lei Shen endeavored to create a mechanical guardian that would protect his citadel without fear. When his initial attempt failed, he channeled his fury into his next and most successful creation, the Dark Animus. Fueled by his rage, this construct became a formidable defender of his domain. Under Lei Shen's command, a young cloud serpent was twisted into the fearsome Hydra, Megara. He also tasked his sorcerers with crafting an aberration capable of peering into the hearts of his followers to detect betrayal, thus giving life to Durumu. Additionally, Lei Shen recognized the relentless resolve of the Mogu Commander Khan, bestowing upon him the title Iron Khan, for his unwavering determination to secure victory for the Empire, regardless of the cost. Lei Shen forged a lasting alliance between the Mogu and the Zandalar tribe of trolls, led by Zalathra. This pact endured for millennia, long after Lei Shen's death. He promised the trolls a vast plot of land near the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Distrustful of his own Mogu underlings to resurrect him if slain, Lei Shen confided the secret of his resurrection to the Zandalari trolls, ensuring their loyalty and the continuation of his legacy. Despite all his might, Lei Shen never managed to harness two artifacts he had taken from Ra, the Fist of Ra Den and the High Keeper's Ward. These powerful relics were beyond even the Thunder King's control. Each time he attempted to wield them, Elemental energies lashed out, overwhelming him. His repeated failures infuriated him, yet he refused to give up. Determined to unlock their power, Lei Shen eventually entrusted the artifacts to a skilled blacksmith named Forgemaster Dang. He ordered Dang to uncover their secrets but warned him not to harness their power for himself, threatening severe consequences if he disobeyed. Dang promised to follow Lei Shen's command, but secretly plotted to use the weapons for his own gain, reasoning that if he could master them, he could seize control of the Empire. However, while tampering with the fist, Dang was struck by a bolt of lightning, leaving him permanently disfigured. Realizing the danger, he redirected his efforts, using the artifacts to power the Thunder Forge. This immense engine churned day and night, producing exponential armaments for the Mogu military. Lei Shen was pleased with Dang's work and commanded him to personally craft weapons and armor that would surpass all others. Just before his death, the Forge Master created his three greatest masterpieces: a massive spear, a battle axe, and a mighty helm, all gifted to the Thunder King. During Forge Master Dang's burial ceremony, Lei Shen honored him with these words: "Today, a star leaves the earth and ascends to the heavens." According to a Pandaren legend recounted by Loki, Lei Shen met his end after a fierce battle in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, where the Mogu armies were ultimately defeated by courageous monks. As his life waned, Lei Shen conjured an otherworldly storm that enveloped the Vale for several days. This tempest washed the blood of the fallen into White Petal Lake, turning its waters a burning crimson. From this blood-soaked lake emerged Alani, the Stormborn, a testament to the Thunder King's final act of defiance and power. In truth, Lei Shen set his sights on Uldum, determined to claim its titan machinery for his empire. Leading a formidable army of Mogu and Zandalari trolls, he marched to conquer the land. The Tol'vir, aware they couldn't defeat him in open combat, resorted to a desperate measure. They activated the Forge of Origination, unleashing a cataclysmic force that scoured the surrounding land, annihilating Lei Shen, his entire army, Zalathra, and most of the Zandalari leadership, a blow from which the trolls never fully recovered. Though the Thunder King was dead, his fall came at a tremendous cost. The devastating power of the Forge snuffed out all life in the area, including many Tol'vir, transforming Uldum into a cracked, lifeless desert. The loyalists who survived recovered Lei Shen's body and entombed him in the Tomb of Conquerors, sealing the legacy of the Thunder King with a desolate reminder of his final ambitious conquest. Years after the Thunder King's death, as the Zandalari Troll Wars neared their end, the leader of the invading Zandalari armies, Mengazi, a descendant of Zalathra, realized the trolls were losing to the Pandaren and their formidable Cloud Serpent riders. Desperate to turn the tide, Mengazi sought to fulfill an ancient prophecy by resurrecting Lei Shen. A fierce battle erupted at the Tomb of Conquerors. The trolls' efforts to bring Lei Shen back to life were thwarted when Jiang heroically sacrificed herself to kill Mengazi. With their leader gone and their plan in ruins, the Zandalari retreated back to Zandalar, their hopes of revival dashed. The Zandalari, along with their allied troll tribes, rekindled their ancient alliance with the Mogu and discovered Emperor Lei Shen's body entombed within the Valley of Emperors, resting alongside his loyal army in the Tomb of Conquerors. The trolls transported his remains to the Isle of Reckoning, where Prophet Karzul successfully resurrected the Thunder King. Upon his arrival, the Thunder King returned to his island stronghold. He swiftly united the majority of the Mogu clans and the Zandalari under his rule, assembling a formidable army poised to conquer Pandaria. However, his resurgence was met with fierce resistance from the Shadowpan Assault, the Kirin Tor Offensive, and the Sunreaver Onslaught, setting the stage for an epic conflict. Lei Shen bestowed power beyond their wildest dreams upon the most loyal and ambitious Zandalari trolls. Among the first to receive the king's blessing was the berserker, Jinrock, who was transformed by the Thunder King's favor. Following his resurrection by the Zandalari, Warlord Cao, one of Lei Shen's old lieutenants, journeyed to the Throne of Thunder to meet with the Emperor. The Thunder King assured Cao that he could slaughter as many Pandaren as he wished, declaring them flawed beings that needed to be eradicated. In their place, the Mogu would create new, superior servants, paving the way for an even more formidable empire. The Thunder King's allies and legions were eventually defeated. and adventurers from both the Alliance and Horde laid siege to his stronghold. As they approached the gate to his palace, Lei Shen appeared, summoning a storm that collapsed the entrance bridge, sending the adventurers plunging into the depths below. Undeterred, they fought their way through the caves and the citadel, ultimately confronting Lei Shen at the pinnacle of storms. There, the adventurers vanquished the Thunder King. In the aftermath, Jaina Proudmoore channeled the remnants of Lei Shen's power into the Staff of Antonidas, transforming it into the Storm Stave of Antonidas. The heart of the Thunder King was delivered to Wrathion, who sought to uncover the origins and purpose of the mogu. To ensure Lei Shen could never rise again, Wrathion consumed the heart, preventing any chance of resurrection. With their central leader gone, the surviving mogu scattered. The Zandalari prophet Zol later applied the knowledge he gained from Lei Shen's revival to resurrect Dazar, the first king of the Zandalari, continuing the legacy of resurrection and power. Among the ranks of the Titan Forged, Ra stood as a formidable creation, crafted by the Titans themselves to combat the insidious threat of the old gods plaguing Azeroth. Highkeeper Ra, akin to Odin, was one such empowered being, bestowed with his might by Aman'Thul, the High Father of the Pantheon. Aman'Thul also entrusted Ra with a powerful artifact known as the Fist of Ra-Den. This artifact not only breathed life into the Titan-forged mogu race, but also served as a formidable weapon in the relentless battle against the Black Empire of the Old Gods, a conflict that spanned countless ages. Following the defeat and imprisonment of the Old Gods beneath Azeroth's surface, the Titan Forge embarked on a crucial mission to foster the growth of Azeroth's world soul. Central to this endeavor were two mighty machines, the Forge of Wills and the Forge of Origination. Ra was entrusted with installing the Forge of Origination. He then embarked on a journey to the southern reaches of Azeroth. However, his path led him to a startling discovery: the remains of the vanquished old god Yasha-Ra, including its immense and malevolent heart. Recognizing the danger these remnants posed, Ra made a fateful decision to contain them. He established a secure underground vault to house these remains, naming it the Vault of Yasha-Ra. To safeguard this vault and the surrounding lands, Ra assigned his loyal mogu servants to stand as its guardians, ensuring that the remnants of Yasha-Ra remained sealed and dormant for eternity. After a challenging journey, Ra and his followers finally reached their destination. They installed the Forge of Origination, a monumental task that marked the birth of the great fortress of Uldum. This fortress became the southern bastion of the Titan Forged, a testament to their strength and determination. Assigning some of his Tol'vir and Anub'aseth servants to protect this newly established area, Ra continued his quest further west. There he created the formidable fortress of Ahn'Qiraj, intended to serve as a prison for the malevolent old god Cthulhu. With this monumental task completed, Ra turned his attention to overseeing the southern regions of Azeroth, a duty he would faithfully fulfill for ages to come. On a stormy day, Ra and his mogu companions ascended a towering mountain to bid farewell to the celestial creators. The legends speak of Ra's awe-inspiring display as he struck his weapon against his shield, commanding the storm to cease and the clouds to part. Underneath their feet, the mountain itself seemed to rise higher, while lightning and fire danced across the sky, illuminating the departing titans. The winds themselves seemed to join in a sorrowful yet majestic farewell. The mogu who directly answered to Ra became known as the Rajani, a group of loyal and powerful beings dedicated to maintaining order and protecting the lands under Ra's watchful gaze. Sometime after his monumental tasks, Ra witnessed a pivotal moment in Azeroth's history: the empowering of the primitive proto-dragons and the creation of the 5 dragonflights. Drawing upon the potent energies of his creator, Aman'Thul, the Highkeeper bestowed upon the bronze dragon Nozdormu the powers to control time itself, a gift that would shape the course of history. As the Keepers diligently tended to their duties on Azeroth, a sudden and overwhelming surge of power washed over them, accompanied by a flood of fragmented memories. Perplexed by this strange occurrence, the Keepers reached out to the Pantheon for answers, seeking to understand the source and purpose of this mysterious influx. However, their inquiries were met with silence, leaving them to ponder this strange event in solitude. After an extended period of contemplation, Ra came to a startling realization. This surge of power was the final echo of the Pantheon's spirits, lingering after their demise at the hands of the traitorous Sargeras. Determined to preserve this last vestige of his creators, Ra carefully extracted the lingering power of Aman'Thul and safeguarded it in a hidden mountain vault near the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Overwhelmed by grief and the weight of this revelation, Ra made a solemn decision. He retreated into the depths of the catacombs beneath the land, relinquishing his role as the protector of the planet. With a heavy heart, he left his Titan-forged servants to carry on their work without him, as he sought solace and understanding in solitude. For ages, the loyal mogu served their master, Ra Den, faithfully. Ra Den means Master Ra in the mogu tongue, even as his voice fell strangely silent. However, their steadfast allegiance was tested when the curse of flesh struck, transforming their once stony beings into flesh and blood. As the mogu grappled with their newfound forms, internal strife began to plague their ranks, yet Ra Den remained silent, offering no guidance. In the tumultuous era known as the Age of 100 Kings, a charismatic mogu warlord named Lei Shen emerged, declaring his intention to awaken the gods. Lei Shen rallied his most loyal followers and ventured into the heart of the Thundering Mountain, where Ra Den dwelt in seclusion. Deep within the mountain's caverns, Lei Shen made a profound discovery: the towering figure of Ra Den, guarding a powerful Titan artifact known as the Engine of Nalak Shah. This encounter would set into motion a series of events that would forever change the fate of the mogu and Azeroth itself. The arrival of Lei Shen, the Thunder King, brought no visible reaction from the silent Highkeeper Ra Den, even as the mogu bombarded him with questions about their purpose. Days turned into weeks, and Lei Shen's frustration mounted as Ra remained unresponsive. It became apparent to the mogu that Ra's silence was not a sign of contemplation, but rather a reflection of his despondence, his hope lost. In a fit of rage, Lei Shen accused Ra for forsaking the Titan's mission, hurling accusations of abandonment. These words jolted Ra from his desolate state, prompting him to reveal to the mogu the repository where he had safeguarded the last remains of Aman'Thul's essence. The revelation that the Titans were no more did not crush Lei Shen's spirit as it had Ra's. Instead, the ambitious warlord resolved to take matters into his own hands, seeing an opportunity to seize power and continue the work of the Titans himself. Without warning, Lei Shen subdued Ra, binding the Highkeeper in chains and stealing both his power and the essence of Aman'Thul, though he was unable to harness Ra's two artifacts. With his newfound might, Lei Shen declared himself the Thunder King, and imposed his tyrannical rule over Pandaria until his eventual demise. Meanwhile, Ra Den was imprisoned in a hidden cell beneath the Throne of Thunder, forced to witness the consequence of his silence and the rise of a new era of tyranny. After eons of imprisonment beneath the Throne of Thunder, Ra Den was discovered by daring adventurers. Millennia of confinement and torment had shattered his spirit, leading him to a grim realization. Azeroth had become irreversibly tainted, its corruption beyond redemption. In his despair, Ra Den concluded the only solution was annihilation. However, the adventurers intervened, offering Ra Den a glimmer of hope for the world's future. Though he harbored doubts about mortals' ability to thwart the encroaching darkness, he acknowledged their tenacity and resolve. They had, in his eyes, earned the right to stand against the looming threat. With a final flash of lightning, Ra Den disappeared, his whereabouts unknown for years to come. After emerging from the confines of the Throne of Thunder, Ra Den sought solace in the silent sanctuary nestled within the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Accompanied by his loyal mogu servants, the Rajani, the Highkeeper remained secluded, contemplating the world's fate. As the awakening of the old god N'Zoth sent tremors through Azeroth, adventurers and speaker Magni sought Ra Den's aid. They hoped to wield the power of the Engine of Nalak Shah, housed within the Forge of Origination, as a weapon against the encroaching darkness. However, Ra Den grimly asserted that the looming threat surpassed even the might of Azeroth's champions. He recalled the ancient conflict against the Black Empire, where all the Keepers had united to emerge victorious. In an effort to sway Ra Den, Stormkeeper Quion of the Rajani dispatched adventurers to secure a trophy from one of the Vale's besieged generals. This act was intended to demonstrate the urgency of the situation. Ra Den, though acknowledging the valor displayed, remained cynical, noting the sheer number of Azeroth's foes and the inevitable tipping of the world's balance against it. Yet recognizing his past errors, he conceded that mortals had surprised him before. Deciding to offer the champions a chance to defy his expectations once more, Ra-Den revealed that the engine of Nalak Shah lay within the Mogushan vaults. This revelation opened the path for the champions to reactivate the ancient structure, a beacon of hope amidst encroaching darkness. With newfound hope ignited within him, Ra-Den entrusted the defense of the engine of Nalak Shah to the Rajani, and joined the adventurers on a journey to the Chamber of Heart. There, he aided in their quest to restore the Forge of Origination, a crucial step in preparing Azeroth for the looming threat of N'Zoth. As the adventurers ventured into the twisted realms of N'Zoth's horrific visions, they returned to find the Chamber of Heart under siege. N'Zoth's forces had launched a direct assault, seeking to corrupt the facility and its powerful artifacts. Ra-Den valiantly fought alongside the defenders, but as the tide turned in N'Zoth's favor, he turned to the adventurers, urging them to protect Azeroth at any cost. With a steadfast determination, Ra-Den unleashed a devastating lightning attack, aimed at sealing the portal to Ny'alotha. His sacrifice was swift and selfless as he hurled himself into the portal, ensuring its destruction even as he was pulled into the realm of the Old God. Magni later reflected that without Ra-Den's sacrifice, N'Zoth would have seized control of the Chamber of Heart and potentially all of Azeroth. Ra-Den's sacrifice stood as a testament to his unwavering dedication to safeguarding the world. Immersed in the nightmarish depths of Ny'alotha, Ra-Den's lingering despair consumed the flicker of hope that had sustained him. The insidious whispers of N'Zoth twisted his noble spirit, transforming him into a malevolent servant of the Old God. As his corruption deepened, Ra-Den's once virtuous essence became unrecognizable. His eventual confrontation and defeat atop the Terrace of Desolation by Azeroth's champions marked a tragic end to his noble legacy, leaving Magni and others mourning the loss of a once great defender of the world. Kunlai Summit stands as one of the coldest regions in all of Pandaria. While the southern areas are vibrant and warm with a dry autumn-like air, the northern lands are starkly barren, blanketed in snow. This dramatic climate difference is due to Kunlai's towering mountains, reputably the highest in all of Azeroth. The only accessible entry not blocked by the formidable Serpent Spine is through the Hidden Pass. The Burlap Trail, a crucial trade route managed by the industrious Grummels, threads through Kunlai. However, this trail is frequently threatened by Yongle warmongers. Driven from the town-long steppes by the relentless Mantid, these fierce warriors are desperately seeking new territories to call home. Scattered throughout the mountains are ancient mogu ruins and crypts, now being explored by the mogu themselves, and newly arrived Zandalari trolls, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within. Amidst this turmoil, the Pandaren maintain two major strongholds in the region, the Temple of the White Tiger and the Shadowpan Monastery. The latter, however, is under threat from the rampaging Shah, entities unleashed by the surge of negative emotions from the ongoing conflict between the Alliance and the Horde. On the northern shores, local villagers face danger from the Zandalari, who have established a base on a small island and along the coastal ruins. Now let's talk about the history of Kunlai Summit. It is a majestic land sculpted by the hands of titans, initially took form under the craftsmanship of mogu before they fell to the curse of flesh. The region soon became a battlefield, as various mogu clans vied for control. During the chaos, diverse inhabitants of Pandaria, including the agile mountain Hosen, the wise Jinyu, and the diligent early Pandaren farmers began to call Kunlai their home. Overseeing this diverse and vibrant land was Yuen, the revered White Tiger. He vowed to shield the inhabitants of Kunlai from external threats. However, tranquility was shattered when Lei Shen, the formidable Thunder King, and his mogu legions advanced upon the land. Lei Shen offered a dire proposition. If a single challenger could defeat him, Kunlai would remain free. Failure, however, meant submission to his rule. Jiwen, embodying the spirit of his people, stepped forward to accept the challenge. For 30 days and nights, a fierce battle ensued between the mighty White Tiger and the relentless Thunder King. Despite Jiwen's valiant efforts, Lei Shen emerged victorious. The once free lands of Kunlai Summit fell under his dominion, their spirits subdued. In the aftermath, Jiwen was bound atop Mount Everest, forced to witness the ascendancy of the Mogu Empire and the subjugation of his beloved land. The Pandaren sage, Kang, perceived the Mogu Empire's reliance on slave labor as a fundamental weakness. Determined to counter their tyranny, he mastered the art of weaponless combat, transforming his opponent's strength into their downfall. Kang shared this knowledge with many, cultivating a group of adept followers. Together, they fled to the secluded heights of Kunlai, where they refined their techniques and philosophies away from prying eyes. One fateful day, Kang ascended Mount Everest, seeking solitude for meditation. Instead, he encountered Jiwen. Despite years of isolation, Jiwen remained neither embittered nor wrathful. Rather, he was filled with a fervent desire to aid. He imparted to Kang and his nascent monks the essence of true strength, not just the brute force of power, but the resilience of endurance. He encouraged them to draw strength from the land itself. Observing the scattered, solitary trees clinging to the Kunlai ridgelines, Kang found inspiration. These trees, twisted and gnarled, had adapted to survive biting winds and relentless sleet. Their trunks were robust, their roots deep and tenacious. It was from these enduring trees that the monks constructed their monastery's walls and fashioned their first weapons. Not sharp blades like their enemies wielded, but sturdy staves. Kang presented his staff to Jiwen, who blessed it with his enduring spirit. In honor of his son who had fallen victim to mogu cruelty, Kang named the staff Shaelun. This weapon symbolized their collective resilience and the hope that one day they would break free from oppression and restore peace to their land. After the Pandaren Revolution and the fierce Zandalari Troll Wars, Kunlai Summit emerged as a free state under the governance of the Pandaren Empire, which ruled from their capital in the Jade Forest. Jiwen cautioned the monks of their newfound freedom. He reminded them that with liberation came the grave responsibility of safeguarding Pandaria from malevolent forces. Among these threats were the Mantid, formidable insectoid creatures that swarmed across the land every century. The only barrier against their devastating onslaught was the Serpent Spine, a colossal wall standing as Pandaria's last line of defense. In Kunlai, the monks devoted themselves to preparing for this recurring menace. For generations, they trained rigorously, honing their skills and fortifying their spirits. Every 100 years, when the Mantid swarms descended, the courageous Pandaren monks ascended the Serpent Spine. There, they faced relentless waves of Mantid, risking their lives in fierce battles to protect their homeland. The monks' valor and sacrifice became legendary, a testament to their unwavering dedication to preserve the peace and safety of Pandaria. For 10,000 years, Pandaria basked in tranquility, until the arrival of outsiders shattered its peace. The ongoing war between the Horde and the Alliance brought with a surge of negative emotions, awakening the malevolent Shah. This turmoil exacerbated an already dire situation. To the east, the Mantid forced the Yongle from their homes in Town Long Steps, driving them to breach the Serpent Spine and invade Kunlai. The Yongle invasion wrought havoc on the Pandaren farmlands, leaving them ravaged and occupied. This chaos further fueled the Shah, intensifying their power. The Shadowpan Monastery, a bastion of peace and discipline, found itself under siege from within by the Shah of Hatred. Simultaneously, the Shah of Anger surged in the south, its strength amplified by the heightened negative emotions swirling around the land. Once a serene haven, Pandaria now faced multifaceted threats, both external and internal. The Pandaren, caught in the crossfire of clashing armies and rising darkness, struggled to protect their sacred lands and restore the fragile peace that had endured for millennia. In the north, the coastal Zauchin province of Kunlai enjoyed several years of tranquility. This peace was abruptly shattered by the arrival of a formidable Zandalari army, led by Prophet Karzul and Garajal the Spirit Binder. They launched a brutal assault on the Pandaren villages, resulting in a devastating massacre of the province's inhabitants. The situation grew even more dire as the Zandalari rekindled their ancient alliance with the Mogu, who resided in the mountains above the Zauchin province. The Mogu began to animate terracotta and stone warriors, bolstering their growing army with the intention of reclaiming Pandaria. The Zandalari also seized the body of Lei Shen, the fallen first emperor, with plans to resurrect him. Transporting Lei Shen's body to the Isle of Reckoning, Prophet Karzul successfully revived the Thunder King. Emboldened by this dark resurrection, the Zandalari and their Mogu allies launched a full-scale assault on Zauchin village. In a desperate struggle, the Pandaren villagers, aided by the Horde and Alliance, managed to achieve a costly victory against the invaders. Despite this fleeting triumph, most of the Mogu and Zandalari retreated with the resurrected Lei Shen to his island citadel. There, they are consolidating their forces into a single formidable army under Lei Shen's command, poised to conquer Pandaria and restore the Thunder King's dominion. Nestled between Eastwind and Westwind Rest in the Yongle Advance of south-central Kunlai Summit, Moguja is a place teeming with ancient activity. Here, the mysterious Moguja Soulcaller is busy animating terracotta warriors and guardians, breathing life into these stone sentinels of old. Meanwhile, Bao Jian, a resourceful relic hunter, seeks adventures to acquire valuable antiquities for his clandestine trade. After amassing a trove of these ancient treasures, Bao Jian intends to delve even deeper into Moguja's secrets, eager to uncover and claim more relics hidden within its storied ruins. Moguja, roughly translating to home of the mogu, although it was not their only home. According to Bao Jian's research, this area was originally known as Chao Keep. The story goes that Mogu of Moguja weren't always terracotta warriors, they were once living beings, entombed alive with their lord after his death in a glorious battle. In more recent times, the ruins attracted the Horde's reliquary, eager to unearth its secrets. However, their excavation efforts were thwarted by the Karun Mogu. Not to be outdone, the Alliance's Explorers League also launched an expedition to Moguja, leading to clashes not only with the Karun Mogu but also with the Horde's Blood Elves. This turbulent history has left Moguja a contested and mysterious site, rich with relics and rife with conflict. 2,000 years after Kang had found Zhuan atop the mountain, as the War of the Ancients loomed and the Great Sundering approached, the newly crowned Emperor Xiaohao ascended Mount Everest. He sought counsel from Yulon, the Jade Serpent, on how to defend his kingdom against the impending invasion of the Burning Legion. Yulon manifested before him, her presence serene and wise. She advised Xiaohao to seek the heart of Pandaria, where he would find the answers he needed. She also urged him to rid himself of his negative burdens. With this cryptic guidance, Yulon vanished, leaving Xiaohao to embark on a profound journey across Pandaria, searching for wisdom and purification to save his realm. A tale often recounted as true describes how the last emperor of the Mogu Empire once climbed with a Pandaren servant to the Peak of Serenity to survey the expanse of Pandaria. Gazing over the land, the emperor expressed a desire to bring happiness to all its inhabitants. The Pandaren servant, with a touch of boldness, replied, "Then you'll jump, won't you?" The story does not reveal the servant's fate, but it is said that the emperor, deeply affected by the exchange, declared that part of the mountain tainted. From that moment on, he forbade any Mogu from ever setting foot on the Peak of Serenity again. Soon after Kang began imparting his monk teachings to fellow Pandaren slaves, he and his fellow followers moved to the secluded Kunlai summit. There, hidden among the wind-lashed peaks, they constructed a secret monastery to further their training. It was at the Peak of Serenity that the first monks honed their skills in secrecy, laying the groundwork for their plan to overthrow the oppressive Mogu regime. During the third invasion of the Burning Legion, the monastery faced destruction at the hands of the demon army led by Lady Kael'Tress, an Eridar whose personal vendetta targeted the monks of Azeroth. Viewing their pursuit of balance and order as direct challenge to the Burning Legion's chaos, she unleashed her forces upon them. The surviving monks, resilient and determined, relocated to their sanctuary, Shenzhen Zu, also known as the Wandering Isle, where they continued their quest for harmony and peace. As Lei Shen, the first emperor of the Mogu, embarked on his mission to unify his people and dominate the other races of Pandaria, he recognized that the Mantid would never submit to his rule. To protect his empire, he commanded his slaves to construct the Serpent's Spine, a magnificent wall spanning the length of his realm. Though it took many generations to complete, Lei Shen relied on fear to drive his subjects. Despite the wall's construction being delayed for decades due to the relentless massacres of Kairaz the Locust, the looming threat of the Mantid galvanized the empire. The fear moved mountains, raised armies, secured Lei Shen's dominion, and ultimately saw the Serpent's Spine to completion. Warlord Girthin oversaw the Mogu defenses along the Serpent's Spine, while Nisus of Sarok stood among its defenders, ensuring the wall remained a formidable barrier against the Mantid menace. In the dark reign of Emperor Lao Fei, cruelty knew no bounds within the Mogu Empire. Among his favored punishments for Pandaren slaves was the cruel act of tearing families apart. Displeased slaves faced the heart-wrenching fate of having their children sent to the treacherous Serpent's Spine, where they were doomed to become fodder for the merciless Mantid swarms. One such victim of Lao Fei's tyranny was Kang, a Pandaren brewmaster whose life was shattered by the Emperor's wrath. Sentenced to this grim fate, Kang's son Shay Lun was torn from him and sent to the Serpent's Spine. In a desperate attempt to intervene, Shay Lun's mother perished, her sacrifice sealing the family's tragic fate. This harrowing event marked the genesis of the Pandaren monks' rise and ignited the flame of rebellion that would culminate in the Pandaren Revolution. In the face of unspeakable cruelty, the Pandaren found strength in unity and resolve, determined to overthrow the oppressors and reclaim their freedom. In the aftermath of the rebellion, Zhuan, the White Tiger, delivered a solemn warning to the fledgling Pandaren monks. Though they had gained their freedom, they now bore the weighty responsibility of safeguarding Pandaria from those who sought to enslave it once more. Every century, like clockwork, the Mantid would descend upon the land in a relentless swarm, threatening to overrun everything in their path. Against this relentless tide, only the courageous monks who dared to stand atop the formidable Serpent's Spine stood as Pandaria's last line of defense. In Kun Lai, these monks dedicated themselves to relentless training and preparation for the inevitable onslaught. And when the time came, every century without fail, they ascended the spine of the land to confront the monstrous Mantid, risking their lives to protect their cherished homeland. In this solemn tradition, one Mistweaver was always entrusted with the sacred staff of Kang, named Shay Lun, a symbol of hope and resilience passed down through generations. Though many brave souls perished in the line of duty, their sacrifices were not in vain. For as long as the wall stood, Pandaria endured, a testament to the unwavering courage and selflessness of those who stood guard atop the Serpent's Spine. Years after the rebellion, the tranquility of Pandaria was shattered by the invasion of the Zandalari trolls, who seized control of Kun Lai and the Jade Forest. With the Pandaren Empire's military might waning, it fell upon a dedicated order of monks to safeguard their homeland. Charged by the Pandaren Emperor himself, these monks patrolled the formidable Serpent's Spine, prepared to confront any threat, including the dreaded Mantid swarm. When the Zandalari onslaught began, the monks swiftly mobilized, racing from the Serpent's Spine to repel the invaders. However, they soon realized they were facing a formidable adversary. Outnumbered and outmaneuvered by the Zandalari's agile terror wings and bats, the monks fought valiantly but struggled to stem the tide of the troll invasion. In the years that followed, as Pandaria sought to rebuild and fortify its defenses, the mantle of protecting the realm and the Serpent's Wall passed to a new order, the Shadowpan. With their unwavering resolve and martial prowess, the Shadowpan stood as the last bastion against any who dared threaten the peace of Pandaria. In the idyllic expanse of the Valley of the Four Winds, the once impenetrable wall faltered as the Mantid launched a daring breach. Yet in a surprising turn of events, the arrival of both Horde and Alliance forces provided a glimmer of hope, as they joined forces with the Pandaren to repel the insectoid invaders. However, recent days have brought renewed chaos to the region. The Mantid, in a relentless bid to overrun the lands beyond the wall, have intensified their assault, targeting strategic points along its border. Their relentless attacks have inflicted considerable damage, particularly at Stoneplow, where the peaceful tranquility has been shattered by the horrors of war. Meanwhile, the Yongle, emboldened by the Mantid's advance, have breached the Oxgate and began to establish a foothold in the unforgiving terrain of Kun Lai Summit. In the neighboring Taolong Steppes, the emergence of the Dusklight Bridge has emboldened the Mantid, granting them swift access to strategic locations while bypassing traditional barriers. With the widening deep no longer a hindrance, the insectoid menace spreads its wings, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the once peaceful lands of Pandaria. Amidst the tumultuous Alliance-Horde conflict that engulfed Pandaria, the serene halls of the Temple of the White Tiger welcomed a procession of notable figures. Prince Anduin Rin, bearing the weight of diplomacy upon his young shoulders, sought an audience with Zhuan. He requested that the White Tiger grant both factions passage into the sacred Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Yet before granting such a monumental boon, Zhuan subjected the visitors to a trial of character, demanding they prove their mettle and worthiness. In the wake of these diplomatic overtures, the temple became a crucible of martial prowess. Here, the warriors of the Alliance and Horde converged to participate in grueling trials of combat, facing off against formidable adversaries hailing from every corner of Pandaria. It was a spectacle that drew spectators from far and wide, eager to witness the clash of champions in the sacred arena. Among the temple's honored guests was Wrathion, the enigmatic Black Prince, who sought the blessing of Zhuan. His motives veiled in secrecy, Wrathion's presence added an air of intrigue to the temple's serene surroundings, hinting at deeper plans to play amidst the chaos of war. Within the temple's tranquil sanctum, the Monkey King made a triumphant return, drawn by whispers of a worthy challenger from the ranks of the Alliance. Eager to test their mettle, he engaged in a spirited duel, the clash of steel echoing through the hollowed halls as both combatants sought to prove their strength. As the siege of Orgrimmar raged beyond Pandaria's borders, the fabric of time itself seemed to ripple within the temple's serene confines. Karaz Dormuth, the time-twisting dragon, uncovered the subtle convergence of timeways hidden amidst the temple's ancient grounds. His discovery hinted at the temple's pivotal role as a nexus of temporal energies, a revelation with far-reaching implications for the unfolding events of the siege. Surrounded by the temple's peaceful serenity, a brief interlude unfolded as Shin Whispercloud, a humble fishmonger, embarked on a delivery from the Angler's Wharf in the distant Krasarang Wilds. Accompanied by the spirited Lili Stormstout, the duo briefly graced the temple's threshold before continuing on their journey. Following the events of the Siege of Orgrimmar, the solemn halls of the temple bore witness to a trial of unprecedented magnitude. Gathered within its sacred confines were representatives from the Alliance, Horde, August Celestials, and the Vigilant Shadowpan, all convened to judge the fate of Garrosh Hellscream, the fallen war chief. Garrosh, once the epitome of orcish might, now stood as a captive within the temple's confines, his destiny hanging in the balance as the trial unfolded. To ensure a semblance of impartiality, strict protocols were enforced. No weapons were permitted within the temple's walls. Designated pavilions housed the representatives of both factions, and the temple's monks and merchants were respectfully asked to refrain from traversing its grounds during the trial's proceedings. Chaos loomed on the horizon as the trial reached its crescendo. Garrosh's loyalists, led by the indomitable Zayla, launched a brazen assault on the temple, intent on creating a diversion that would enable the enigmatic Karos to whisk Garrosh away to an alternate Draenor. In a whirlwind of treachery and defiance, the tranquility of the temple was shattered, leaving a lingering sense of uncertainty in its wake. A new chapter unfolded within the sacred halls of the temple when the esteemed Farseer of the Earthen Ring, accompanied by the venerable Rhaegar Earthfury, sought audience with Yuen. Their quest was to unravel the mysteries surrounding the legendary Fist of Ra-Den, a potent relic steeped in elemental power. Eager to test the worthiness of those who sought to claim the storm-forged weapons, Yuen devised a series of formidable challenges. Among the valiant challengers were Sigurd the Giant Slayer, renowned for his prowess in battle, and the spirited duo of Chen Stormstout and his niece Lili. As trials unfolded and adversaries were vanquished, the Farseer emerged triumphant, grasping the coveted Fist of Ra-Den. Yet as the relic's elemental energy surged, the very foundations of the temple trembled, sending cascades of boulders raining down upon its ancient halls. Yet as the relic's elemental energy surged, the very foundations of the temple trembled, sending cascades of boulders raining down upon its ancient walls. However, before the Farseer could fully attune to the storm-wrought artifacts, the tranquility was shattered by the arrival of the Legion forces led by sinister Lord Kravos. In a flurry of chaos and combat, Rhaegar, Lili, and Shen found themselves ensnared by the Inquisitor's malevolent grasp. Undeterred, the shaman hero rose to the challenge, bravely confronting the demonic invaders and securing victory. As Yuen extended his congratulations to the triumphant heroes, a sense of solemn ceremony descended upon the temple, as spectators and honor guards bore witness to the unfolding events. With their mission accomplished, Rhaegar and the hero departed, guided by the ethereal embrace of an astral gate, their journey leading them onwards to the fabled Maelstrom. Nestled amidst the rugged expanse of the Kunlai summit lies the Valley of Emperors, a hallowed ground steeped in the echoes of ancient majesty. Here, beneath the towering peaks and swirling mists, lie the final resting places of several mogu emperors, their storied legacies interwoven with the fabric of time. Access to this sacred valley is granted by two divergent paths. From the west, travelers embark on an unnamed mountain trail, winding its way from one keg to the lofty perch of Neverrest Base Camp. Alternatively, from the east, the winding course of the Howling Wind Trail leads adventurers on a journey above the depths of Howling Wind Cavern, unveiling the valley's mysteries from a different vantage point. Yet the tranquility of this revered site has been marred by the intrusion of Mogu and Zandalari alike, their nefarious schemes seeking to resurrect the Thunder King from his timeless slumber. As whispers of ancient power echo through the valley's depths, dark forces converge in a bid to reshape the course of history. At the valley's lower reaches, a series of crypts lay shrouded in mystery and shadow, each bearing witness to the grandeur and tyranny of emperors past. Among them stand the solemn monuments of the Tomb of Shadows, the Tomb of Secrets, the Tomb of Conquerors, the Shrine of the Merciless One, and the revered Emperor Rictic's Rest, each a testament to the enduring legacy of those who once ruled these lands with an iron fist. Nestled in the tranquil embrace of the southern foothills, Yin Village flourishes a humble Pandaren enclave, its serene existence cast in the shadow of the revered Temple of the White Tiger. Yet beneath its placid facade, tension simmered, waiting to erupt like a dormant volcano. After Jiwen denied their leader Shonuff training at the temple, the seeds of resentment took root, blossoming into a vengeful rage. In a calculated act of retribution, Shonuff summoned his ruthless Yangqi raiders from the nearby fire camp Yangqi, their fiery zeal matched only by their insatiable thirst for destruction. With torches aglow and hearts hardened, the Yangqi raiders descended upon Yin Village like a tempest unleashed, their savage cries piercing the tranquility of the night as flames engulfed homes and hearts alike. In the blink of an eye, the once thriving settlement was reduced to smoldering ruins, its legacy forever tainted by the specter of betrayal and revenge. Nestled in the northeastern reaches of the majestic Kunlai summit lies the serene expanse of Zhaoqin province, a land where the earth meets the sea in a harmonious embrace. Here, amidst the tranquil beauty of nature's bounty, the Pandaren of Zhaoqin Village and Zhaoqin Strand have long called this province their home, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the land. Yet amidst the beauty, a shadow looms on the horizon. From beyond the shrouded mists, two distinct threats emerge, casting a pall over the once peaceful province. The notorious Black Mane mercenaries, driven by greed and ambition, descend upon Zhaoqin Strand like a relentless storm, their blades thirsty for blood as they lay waste to all in their path. Meanwhile, the ominous specter of the Zandalari looms on the horizon, their presence signaling impending doom as they besiege the unsuspecting village with ruthless efficiency. Within the ancient echoes of Mogu ruins, the Zandalari have staked their claim, establishing the formidable Zandalari vanguard as a bastion of power and intrigue in the heart of Zhaoqin province. From this strategic foothold, they orchestrate their plans, their gaze fixed upon the Isle of Reckoning that looms ominously in the distant northeast. In a cruel twist of fate, the tranquility of the province was shattered by the thunderous drums of war, as the ominous shadow of the impending invasion on the Isle of Thunder looms ever closer. The Pandaren inhabitants of Zhaoqin province found themselves forcibly escorted from their ancestral lands, their homes and livelihoods left vulnerable to the whims of fate. In the commotion of conflict, amidst the clash of steel and the roar of battle, the Zandalari trolls descended upon the province like a relentless tempest, their onslaught overwhelming all in its path. Even amidst the chaos of war, whispers abound of Chen Stormstout's audacious ambition, as he sought to establish a brewery during the conflict, a testament to the Pandaren spirit of resilience in the face of adversity. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded into the ether, the fate of Zhaoqin province remained shrouded in uncertainty. Whether reclaimed by the indomitable spirit of the Pandaren, abandoned to the ravages of war, or still firmly gripped in the clutches of the Zandalari, only time would unveil the truth hidden amidst the whispers of the wind. Now let's talk about Zhaoqin Village, which is nestled at sea level in the northeastern expanse of the region. The peace of this idyllic village is shattered at the Zandalari launch a fierce siege, a calculated diversion to mask their true intentions on the distant Isle of Reckoning. With unwavering courage, the villagers, alongside valiant adventurers from both the Alliance and the Horde, rise to defend their home. Amidst the chaos of battle, their combined efforts repel the relentless assault, securing the village against the tide of invaders. In the aftermath, Zhaoqin Village stands resilient, a testament to the strength and unity of its defenders, who safeguarded their home from the shadows of impending doom. Months after the initial repulsion of the Zandalari invaders, the trolls returned with renewed vigor, compelling the villagers to evacuate. Zhaoqin Village was transformed into a bustling land site for Zandalari ships for ferrying between the Isle of Thunder and Pandaria. As the war between the Alliance and Horde erupted in Pandaria, the Shadowpan sought to bolster their ranks by recruiting young members, including a promising initiate named Ten, to impart their ancient ways and disciplines. Chen Stormstout brought a grievously wounded Vol'jin and Tirathane Court to the monastery for healing and training. Their respite, however, was short-lived as the Zandalari trolls and their mogu allies, led by the fearsome Kalak, launched a brutal invasion. During these turbulent times, members of the Alliance arrived at the monastery in search of the legendary Divine Bell, hoping to harness its power for their cause. Years later, during the third invasion of the Burning Legion, a tragic accident occurred. Fei Li, a young Shadowpan member, inadvertently set the monastery ablaze. This incident seemingly led to her falling from favor in the eyes of the revered Terran Zhu, casting a shadow over her once promising future. But who resides within the monastery? Let's talk about the bosses within the instance. Before the Shah were released, Gu Cloudstrike was known for his gentle demeanor and dedication to training the elite Shadowpan spellcasters. However, the once revered Pandaren has since embraced the thrill of wielding his immense powers, often with catastrophic results. Now, Cloudstrike commands the mystical Azure Serpent, and his lethal attacks leave his former students powerless and in awe of his newfound ferocity. Master Snowdrift is acutely aware that the relentless conflicts between the Horde and the Alliance have left the monastery in a precarious state. To earn the allegiance of this vigilant Pandaren, heroes must first overcome the challenge of his students. Only those who succeed will face Snowdrift himself, a martial arts paragon who has devoted his life to achieving the pinnacle of physical and mental perfection. Now we move on to the Shah of Violence. 10,000 years ago, Emperor Xiaohao, having cast off his doubt, despair, and fear, ventured into Kunlai Summit to rally the Shadowpan against the impending threat of the Burning Legion. Zhiwen, sensing a lingering darkness within the Emperor, set a challenge. Xiaohao must strike one of Zhiwen's warriors to prove his worthiness to lead the army. Frustration mounted as Xiaohao repeatedly failed to land a blow, and in his fury, the Shah of Anger erupted from him, swiftly followed by the Shah of Violence and Hatred. The three malevolent entities surged towards Xiaohao, but in a moment of selfless bravery, a Shadowpan warrior intervened, sacrificing their life to protect the Emperor. This profound act of sacrifice imparted to Xiaohao a crucial lesson in fellowship, love, and peace. Terran Zhu first appears at the outset of the Jade Forest questline, cautioning both the Alliance and the Horde about the perilous Shah. Following the defeat of Gatril or Doran, depending on whether you're Alliance or Horde, when Rel Nightwind or Nazgrim are unexpectedly confronted by the Shah. Terran explains the concept of the Shah as manifestations of negative emotions like doubt and hatred. He sternly advises them to avoid bringing their conflict Pandaria ashore before departing. Upon the adventurer's arrival to Podon Village or Honeydew Village, Terran finds himself powerless as Sun Kei Kang, or Mayor Honeydew, warmly welcomes both factions. Resigned, he leaves it up to the villagers to determine their course of action. In the Kunlai Summit storyline, Terran Zhu is seen at the Temple of the White Tiger, cautioning Zhuwen against allowing the wanderers from beyond the mist to enter the Vale. Despite Terran's warnings, Zhuwen decides to grant them access, prompting Terran to leave, declaring it a grave mistake. The Shadowpan soon become alarmed by the lack of reinforcements in their battle zones and discover that Terran has been possessed by the Shah of Hatred. After being cleansed of the Shah's influence, Terran leads a search for the Shah of Hatred in Townlong Steppes. With the aid of Shadowpan warriors and adventurers, he ultimately succeeds in vanquishing the Shah. However, Terran remains burdened with shame for allowing his emotions to overwhelm him in Kunlai, which enabled the Shah's escape. His story continues in the book Shadows of the Horde. Despite his wariness of the Alliance-Horde conflict, Terran Zhu permitted Chen Stormstout to bring both Tirathan Court, a human hunter who befriended Vol'jin on his adventure to Pandaria, and Vol'jin to the Shadowpan Monastery for healing. However, he sternly told Chen that no more soldiers from either faction would be allowed, to maintain the temple's balance. To observe the dynamics between the two factions, Terran placed Vol'jin in Court's care, suspecting that their interactions would reveal the true nature of their relationship without external bias. While at the monastery, Vol'jin was allowed to undergo monk training. Terran offered guidance as both Vol'jin and Court wrestled with their identities, subtly evaluating their actions and camaraderie. Through this period, Terran's keen observations helped shape his understanding of the complex relationship between the Horde and Alliance. After Vol'jin received a vision of the Zandalari attacking Zhaochen village, Terran Zu promptly dispatched a contingent of Shadowpan monks to assist in this defense. Recognizing the looming threat, Terran later asked a small force including Vol'jin, Terethan Court, and Chen Stormstout with infiltrating the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Their mission was to prevent the Zandalari from resurrecting Warlord Kao, a formidable general of the Thunder King. Despite their efforts, Vol'jin and his companions failed to stop the resurrection. Warlord Kao was brought back to life, and the surviving members of the team were captured and taken to the Isle of Thunder. However, demonstrating remarkable resilience and resourcefulness, Vol'jin and his allies eventually escaped their imprisonment and made their way back to the Shadowpan Monastery. Their harrowing journey only strengthened their resolve to protect Pandaria from its enemies. Anticipating an assault by the Zandalari, Terran Zu rallied all available forces to defend the Shadowpan Monastery. The defenders comprised just 29 monks, bolstered by Zu himself and his 3 non-Shadowpan guests, Vol'jin, Chen Stormstout, and Terethan Court. Despite their small numbers, the 33 prepared an array of traps and showcased their exceptional combat skills within the Temple of the White Tiger. They managed to repel the attackers, but the battle was costly, resulting in significant casualties. As the surviving Zandalari forces faltered, unnerved by Vol'jin's fierce resistance, Terran Zu issued an ultimatum. He commanded the Zandalari to withdraw, granting them permission to take their wounded as they retreated from the monastery grounds. The valor and tenacity of the 33 had safeguarded the temple, demonstrating the indomitable spirit of the Shadowpan. Following Shadows of the Horde, Terran Zu is first seen in the cave just outside the Throne of Thunder, accompanied by Taushi, Yalia Sage Whisper, Leo Shin the Iron Belly, and Hawkmaster Nu Rang. He tasks adventurers with dealing with the Thunder King's champions and closely monitors Lor'themar Theron and Jaina Proudmoore as they prepare to assault the gates of the Throne of Thunder. When Lei Shen's powerful mogu minion Shan Bu attempts to resurrect the gatekeeper Nalok the Stormlord, Terran and the Shadowpan launch a raid on the outer courtyard to thwart his plans. Battling through Shan Bu's mogu and Zandalari forces, Terran boldly challenges Shan Bu to a duel. As the fight wears on, Shan Bu, in a desperate move, grabs him by the throat, attempting to strangle him. Before he can deliver the fatal blow, an adventurer strikes him down, saving Terran. Despite his grave injuries, Terran intervenes to prevent Lor'themar and Jaina from clashing, demanding that they break the cycle of violence between their factions. His words eventually persuade the two leaders to lower their weapons and leave peacefully. With the immediate threat averted, Yalia Sage Whisper ensures Terran is taken to safety, his bravery and wisdom having averted further bloodshed. Under War Chief Hellscream's orders, a Horde activation force ravaged sacred ground in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, seeking powerful artifacts to further Garrosh's ambitions. In retaliation, Terran Zu confronted Dezko at the Shrine of Two Moons, demanding that the Horde vacate the Vale immediately or face lethal consequences. Dezko managed to temper Zu's fury, explaining that the perpetrator of this desecration no longer represented the Horde, and that many within its ranks were rising against him. He vowed to bring Garrosh to justice and asked for time to accomplish this. Having dealt with tyrants before, Zu warily granted Dezko the opportunity to rectify the situation, giving the Dawn Chaser chieftain until the end of the season to fulfill his promise. After Garrosh Hellscream unearthed the heart of Yasharaj in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, Terran Zu confronted him, determined to stop the corruption. Despite Zu's valiant efforts, he was overpowered and wounded by Garrosh's axe, Gorehowl. As Zu lay injured, Garrosh reveled in showing him the Vale transforming into a Sha-infested wasteland. Lorewalker Cho and a group of adventurers later discovered the gravely injured Zu in the chamber of the Sha of Pride beneath the Vale. Zu, filled with bitterness, blamed both the Horde and the Alliance for Pantaria's destruction. He left the chamber with Cho, leaving the adventurers to face the Sha of Pride. Following Hellscream's eventual defeat, Zu intervened in a heated argument between Thrall and Varian, who were debating Garrosh's fate. Zu emphasized that Garrosh's crimes had affected countless lives, especially those of the Pandaren. He asserted the need for justice and arrested Garrosh, ensuring he would stand trial in Pandaria. When the Burning Legion assaulted the Peak of Serenity, Terran Zu was at the forefront of the defense. Subsequently, the Legion launched an attack on the Terrace of Endless Spring. Terran led a valiant patrol to protect it, but sustained injuries in the battle. A Mistweaver monk in pursuit of the legendary Shaylun Staff of the Mists arrives at the terrace and healed Terran. Grateful, the Shadowpan leader joined the monk in rescuing the patrol and securing the staff. However, Terran Zhu's patience with Fei Li had worn thin by this time, due to an incident where she accidentally set fire to the Shadowpan Monastery. Following these events, Terran Zhu participated in the defense against the Legion's attack on the Tian Monastery in the Jade Forest, led by the Felscorn Skola Greatsword, teaming up once more with the Grand Master. He tasked them with eliminating demons, destroying fell spikes and tainted ale barrels, and extinguishing fell fires. Once these objectives were achieved, Terran Zhu and the Monkey King launched an assault on Skola in the Clarion Bell, ultimately killing him. Terran then regrouped with the High Elder Cloudfall and the remaining survivors. Later, Terran Zhu allied with the Order of the Broken Temple and became one of their champions. He can now be found at the Temple of the Five Dawns in the Wandering Isle, lending his strength and wisdom to the cause. During the assault on the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, Magni Bronzebeard and an adventurer set out to find the engine of Nalak Shah. Upon reaching the entrance of the vaults in Kunlai, they were met with a grim sight: corpses of mogu and mantid littering the area, and the door sealed with impenetrable amber. One mogu warrior, barely clinging to life, informed them that the mantid had taken control of the vaults. A squad of deep hive mantids soon arrived, finishing off the wounded mogu, only to be slain themselves in the ensuing skirmish. Seeking answers in the origin of the warrior's sigil, the speaker of Azeroth Magni consulted Lorewalker Cho. Delving into ancient texts, Cho discovered that the fallen mogu warrior belonged to the Rajani. Armed with this knowledge, Magni and the adventurer sought out the Rajani and encountered Ra-Den. After convincing Ra-Den, he directed Magni and the adventurer to Mogushan Palace, showing them a secret tunnel leading to the vaults. Navigating the long passage, they finally emerged to find the vaults overrun not only by mantid but also infested with void tentacles, eyes, and maws. Horrified by the sight, Magni instructed the adventurer to cleanse N'Zoth's corruption. Once the repository was cleared of its dark taint, the duo proceeded towards the engine. They battled through the remaining deep hive mantid and N'Zoth's fiends, including formidable foes like Swarmguard Kazaz and Yoxith. After vanquishing these enemies, they successfully linked the engine to the Chamber of Heart, using its power to bolster the Forge of Origination. Following this victory, Ra tasked Stormspeaker Qion with rallying the Rajani to defend the engine, ensuring its continued protection. The first line of defense for those daring enough to venture into the vault is an unyielding row of enchanted bestial statues. As hard as granite and tireless in their watch, the sentinels of the Stone Guard form an impenetrable barrier of flame, fangs, and claws. Next, we move on to Fang the Accursed. Long ago, Fang Shui served as a diligent caretaker of the Mogushan vaults, entrusted with safeguarding the treasures within its shadowy halls. Despite years of loyal service, he was accused of theft. Some say unfairly framed by a jealous subordinate. As punishment, the Mogu ruler cast a fatal curse upon him. Since then, the doomed spirit of Fang Shui has roamed the vaults, communing with the shadows of ancient Mogu heroes and warlords. Garajal, the formidable leader of the Zandalari Trolls' assault on the Mogushan vaults, is relentless in his quest to unlock its ancient mysteries. Driven by a thirst for arcane power and knowledge, he employs his dark talents and commands a loyal group of Zandalari mystics. Having already breached the outer walls, Garajal remains steadfast in his mission, vowing to claim the vaults and their secrets for his own. Following Garajal, we have the Spirit Kings. Ancient records recount the tales of legendary rulers, powerful Mogu who carved an empire from the very stone of Pandaria. Their names still echo through history, causing the land to shudder. Xian of the Endless Shadow, Mang the Demented, Qiang the Merciless, and Sebatai the Swift. It is whispered that the spirits linger in the vaults, lost in the ghostly reverie of their battles and bygone glory. Next up is Elegon. Driven by their ambition to elevate the Empire, the Mogu delved into the secrets of Titan technology, salvaging and repurposing its ancient marvels to harness unimaginable power within the confines of this ancient complex. Yet the enigma remains. Why have these potent energies been channeled into the icy, unrelenting will of a celestial dragon? This mystery lies at the very core of the vaults, waiting to be unraveled by those daring enough to seek its truth. And finally, we have the will of the Emperor. At the heart of the vaults lies the core chamber, guarded by an army of stone soldiers frozen in time for centuries. Row upon row, these silent sentinels stand ready for battle that never commenced. What secrets do they protect within their stony grasp? And what connection do they hold to the titanic power concealed amidst the shadows of this ancient domain? The answers lie shrouded in mystery, waiting to be unveiled by those bold enough to venture into the depths. The Dreadwastes, a grim and foreboding region, lie in the southern part of Townlong, cut off from the rest of Pandaria by the imposing Serpent Spine. While it shares some resemblance to its northern counterpart, the Dreadwastes are shrouded in a malevolent energy, casting a dark gloom over the land. Shaw-corrupted soil stretches across the landscape, even breaching the Great Wall to taint the Valley of the Four Winds and drive a warpath towards the Gate of the Setting Sun. Here, the Manted armies surge forth, relentless in their conquest, devouring all in their path. At the heart of this corrupted territory stands the Imperial Palace of the Manted, aptly named the Heart of Fear. This dark stronghold is a monument to the Shaw of Fear, which has ensnared the entire Manted race through their empress, Shexir. Under its malefic influence, the once mighty papyrus trees have been twisted by unstable energies, adding to the land's desolation. However, amidst the darkness, a glimmer of resistance remains. In the center of the wastes, one bastion of hope stands, the Vess, held by the Calaxi. These ancient keepers of Manted culture openly rebel against the madness of their corrupted empress, striving to preserve their heritage and resist the Shah's insidious grasp. The Dreadwastes thus become a battleground not only between the Manted and Pandaria, but also within the Manted society itself, as the Calaxi fight to reclaim their legacy from the brink of annihilation. In the heart of the Dreadwastes lies the homeland of the Manted, a fierce and relentless race commanded by the formidable Grand Empress Shexir. From her throne, she directs an unending tide of Manted warriors. Their numbers so vast they threaten to overwhelm the Shadowpan defenders stationed at the Serpent Spine. Traditionally, the Manted have launched their swarms in regular, predictable cycles. However, this latest onslaught has arrived a decade earlier than expected, catching the Pandaren off guard. The cause of this premature swarm is not a newfound strategic brilliance from Shexir, but rather a catastrophic upheaval within the Manted society. The Empress has fallen under the dark influence of the Shaw of Fear, her once ordered realm descending into chaos. Under her corrupted rule, the Manted have embraced the Shah's malevolent essence, willfully tainting their sacred trees and the entire ecology of their homeland. Driven by a blind, consuming fear, Shexir has plunged her entire empire into a ruinous warpath, endangering the very survival of her civilization. Yet not all Manted have succumbed to this madness. The Calaxi, a group of elder Manted, see the peril in Shexir's reckless course. They understand that ravaging Pandaria is futile if it means surrendering their entire race to Shaw corruption. The struggle within the Dreadwastes thus centers on the conflict between the mindless swarms loyal to Shexir and the Calaxi, who strive to save their people from self-destruction. The turmoil is vividly illustrated in the region, highlighting both the overwhelming power of a full-scale Manted swarm and the devastating effects of unchecked Shaw influence. Amidst this chaos, the Stormstout family has arrived, determined to confront the Manted threat head-on. They have allied themselves with the brewmasters of the Sunset Brew Garden, experts in crafting brews from the sap of native Kipari trees. Meanwhile, on the southern coast, the survivors of a shipwreck have established Soggy's Gamble, a makeshift village of huts. As the only anglers beyond the Serpent Spine, they are reaping the rewards of their unique position, adding yet another layer of complexity to the ongoing struggle in the Dreadwastes. Now, who are the Manted? The Manted are an ancient and highly evolved race of insect-like beings that have threatened the inhabitants of Pandaria since prehistoric times. Unlike a typical hive mind, their society, ruled by a queen, showcases individual sentience. This intelligence allows them to construct towering structures and master sophisticated weaponry, making them a formidable force. What sets the Manted apart is their blend of individual cunning and collective ferocity. In single combat, a Manted warrior is a deadly adversary, but when they swarm, they become an unstoppable tide of destruction. Each generation, mantid young hatch in staggering numbers and surge across Pandaria, consuming everything in their path. The brutal cycle ensures that only the strongest return to their homeland. To defend against these relentless swarms, the ancient mogu built a massive wall, the Serpent's Spine, requiring every ounce of strength from Pandaria's defenders to keep the mantid at bay. The mantid's arsenal includes a lethal poison that gnaws through flesh and taints the blood, causing a slow and agonizing death if left untreated. Upon hatching, mantid larvae are driven by two primal instincts, to kill and to feed. They turn on each other in a savage culling, ensuring only the strongest survive to maturity. Those who hatch during a swarm, known as the Swarmborn, are unleashed upon Pandaria, transforming the land into a battlefield of survival and devastation. Amber is the lifeblood of mantid society, intricately woven into their architecture, art, and technology. Harvested from the magnificent Kapari amber trees, this precious material is shaped by skilled ambersmiths into razor-sharp blades and formidable weapons. In times of great need, revered mantid heroes were preserved within amber, awaiting the moment to rise again. The Empress and her Calaxi Council vigilantly protect the Kapari trees of the Townlong Steppes, the sole source of this invaluable amber. According to legend, these majestic trees once flourished east of the wall, but the relentless mogu cut them down in their perpetual war against the mantid. The mantid, however, have preserved the ancient custom of aging Kapari sap before using it, employing specialized devices that have remained unchanged through the ages. To the mantid, the Kapari trees are sacred, revered as living shrines steeped in their culture. These trees form the very foundation of their society. Each Kapari tree is endowed with a unique name by the mantid, and those who dwell within its roots, branches, and hidden nooks share this name, creating a profound bond between the mantid and their wooded homes. Experiencing a mantid assault on the Serpent's Spine is harrowing for both defenders and attackers. The clash is a brutal test of survival, where only the smartest, strongest, and most agile mantid make it through, while countless Pandaren defenders fall in battle. The mantid who survive these ordeals return to the great trees, often carrying trophies of their victories. They are hailed as heroes and reintegrated into mantid society, their status elevated by the valor and achievements displayed. With each assault, the mantid warriors grow stronger and more formidable. Travelers venturing beyond the wall are warned. Any mantid encountered there is a battle-hardened veteran, worthy of both fear and respect. Mantid are born with an insatiable thirst for battle. Participation in a swarm is not merely a cultural rite of passage, but a critical phase in their physical development. Only those who survive and return from battle can evolve from swarmborn into fully aware and independent citizens. As part of their transition, most mantids shed their wings, symbolizing their readiness to bear heavy armor and weapons. Viewing other races such as the Pandaren as lesser creatures, the mantid take grim pleasure in slaughtering them by the thousands. However, they do not see these creatures as entirely purposeless. Their true aim is not the mere defeat of their enemies, but to use the challenges posed by these adversaries to cool the weak and sharpen the skills of the strong. In the mantid's eyes, battle is an efficient mentor, and the cycle of the conflict serves not to bring death but to impart knowledge. While the mantid occasionally use materials like wind wool and imperial silk, their preferred fabric is a unique material crafted from the wings of various insectoid creatures, including their own. This practice underscores their resilience and the integration of their environment into their way of life. The Mantid Empress is a formidable and terrifying presence in Pandaria. From her, the nearly endless legions of mantid are born. She sings to her swarm, infusing their minds with purpose. Her desires become their own, and they obey her without hesitation. From afar, the Empress directs her swarm, communicating through an enigmatic form of sound, one that other races cannot hear. Their mysterious form of communication allows her to speak directly into their minds. However, it is possible to block her commands with enough disruption of this sound, providing a rare vulnerability in her otherwise unyielding control. Though Mantid Empresses boast impressive longevity, they are not immortal. A council of Mantid elders known as the Calaxi meticulously oversees the transition of power from one empress to the next. This transfer is shrouded in secrecy, involving a trial by combat where aging empresses are traditionally replaced by a carefully chosen successor. The successor then consumes the remains of the former empress, ensuring an unbroken line of power throughout Mantid history. Despite their limited numbers, the Calaxi play a crucial role in shaping and safeguarding Mantid culture. However, their ability to override the Empress's will remains uncertain. Young Mantid known as Swarmborn are highly dependent on the Empress's voice. Without her constant mental communication, they fall into a fugue state, wandering aimlessly and unable to act in self-defense or even recognize their Empress. Her voice is the anchor of their existence, driving their actions and ensuring their loyalty. As Imperial Vizier Zorlok says, "We are the extension of our Empress's will. Ours is but to serve in her divine name, never to question nor to contemplate, we simply act. We fight, toil, and serve so that her vision for us is made reality. Her happiness is our reward, her sorrow our failure. We will give our lives to the Empress without hesitation. She is the light, and without her, our lives will be lost to darkness." The chaff of the world tumbles across our doorstep, driven by fear. Her royal swarm will whisk them away. They are but the waves crashing upon the mountain of her divine will. They may rise again and again, but will accomplish nothing. We are unfazed. We will stand firm. The divine challenges us to face these intruders, and so it falls to us, her chosen voice. Imperial Vizier Zorlok serves as the voice of the Empress, his words alone stirring the Mantid warriors to lay down their lives without hesitation. His powerful eloquence and unwavering command embody the will of the Empress, inspiring unwavering loyalty and fearless devotion among the insectoid soldiers. The cycle of Mantid birthing and building centers around the Kushong, a colossal insect capable of threatening entire towns on its own. The Mantid revere this massive creature, and when its instincts drive it to rampage across the continent, consuming earth, trees, and lakes, they follow in its wake. They collect the amber-colored resin it secretes, using it to birth their young and construct their homes. The destruction of other races' homes by the Kushong is of little concern to the Mantid. Wherever the Kushong's shadow falls, they follow, transforming the land as they go. Many of the seemingly mundane pieces of Mantid furniture, despite their amber hue, are crafted from this creature's secretions. This remarkable material, both resilient and versatile, is a testament to the deep bond between the Mantid and the mighty Kushong, shaping their society and their environment. Calaxi Ves, the central stronghold of the Calaxi in the heart of the Dreadwaste, stands as a bastion of resistance. This base is strategically situated amid constant danger. The Calaxi Ves is fortified with a protective field that eradicates lesser Mantids still loyal to the Queen. This formidable defense mechanism is likely the only barrier preventing the Calaxi from being overwhelmed by the relentless swarm. The shield shows how fragile the balance of power is and highlights the Calaxi determination to resist the Queen's corrupted forces. Corvus is a prominent Mantid settlement nestled within Kapari Core, a colossal Kapari tree located on the northern border of the Dreadwaste, adjacent to Townlong Steppes. This vital settlement supplies the Mantid swarm with the majority of its precious amber. Inside the northeastern entrance of Kapari Core lies the Heartroot. After Azeroth was released from its ancient prison and the Mantid swore allegiance to it, Corvus and his precious amber became tainted with a dark infection. This corruption fueled the Mantid, granting them newfound power as they launched a ferocious assault on the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. The once pure amber of Corvus now pulsed with the malevolent influence of Azeroth, transforming the Mantid into even more formidable adversaries. In the early days of the world, the first Kapari trees blossomed, their amber flowing freely and nurturing the Mantid. Known as Kyperite, this amber was regarded as the lifeblood of the earth. It healed their wounds and emboldened their spirits. Amber quickly became the cornerstone of Mantid society, integral to their architecture, art, and technology. The Empress and her council of Calaxi vigilantly protected the great trees of the Townlong Steppes, the sole source of this precious substance. According to legend, the Kapari once flourished east of the wall, but the relentless mogu cut them all down in their endless war against the Mantid swarm. Recently, however, the Kapari trees have begun to die. Kapari Vor and Kapari Ik, now barely recognizable as trees, have already fallen victim to the Shah. Kapari Zar, indirectly corrupted by the Shah, is beyond saving. The few remaining amber-producing trees are either being over-harvested by the Mantid, or at risk of succumbing to the Shah's influence. In Rikatun village, The sprites, protected by a pact with the Mantid, maintain a mysterious connection to the Kapari reproductive cycle, offering a glimmer of hope for the future of these ancient trees. There are multiple named Kapari trees, including Vor, Crevis, and Zar. Kapari Vor, located in the northeastern Dreadwastes, has succumbed to the corrupting Shah energies along the Horrid March. This once majestic Kapari tree lies southeast of the tree housing the Amber Vault and the Sunset Brew Garden. Kapari Vor was once a sight to behold, brimming with amber and surrounded by prime hunting grounds. Now its former beauty is marred by the dark taint of the Shah. The first Calaxi Paragon, Corvin the Prime, was honored with the task of planting the seed that would grow into Kapari Zar before he volunteered to be placed into stasis. Now the tree is plagued by the Shah, with the Kolbite matriarch, a Shah-infested menace, making her den beneath its roots. This ancient tree's legacy is overshadowed by corruption, its grandeur fading under the relentless grip of darkness. The Lake of Stars, located just south of the southern fork of the Horrid March, this lake is a contested battleground between a Sarok tribe and a group of crocolisks. The Sarok dominate the southern shores while the crocolisks hold the northern waters. Soggy's Gamble is nestled on the southeastern coast of the Dreadwastes, was founded by the shipwrecked crew of the Misthopper, an angler's vessel captained by Soggy Sudao. This resilient town is bordered by the Chittering Coast to the northeast, the Lonesome Cove to the southeast, and Mezu's Overlook, a high bluff to the west. The anglers here primarily earn their livelihood by fishing for emperor crabs, but they also trade a variety of sea goods, including oils, plants, shark teeth, and rare minerals, which are transported back around the Serpent Spine. San the Sea Calmer operates an inn known as the Chum Bucket, providing a warm and welcoming refuge for travelers and locals alike. The Shah of Fear has insidiously corrupted the Grand Empress of the Mantid, leading to increasingly erratic and paranoid commands. This descent into madness has forced the Calaxi, the revered keepers of the Mantid culture, to take drastic measures. Recognizing their limited numbers, the Calaxi have reluctantly opened their ranks to outside assistance in their mission to overthrow the Empress and cleanse their race of the Shah's malevolent influence. Zorlok's proclamations echo through the vast halls of the Mantid Palace, his voice resonating with authority. As the voice of the Empress, his words alone are enough to inspire the Mantid warriors to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. His unwavering loyalty to the Empress drives him to defend her fiercely, oblivious to the corruption that has taken hold of her. Zorlok's devotion is absolute, and he will stop at nothing to protect his beloved matriarch. Tayak is renowned for his patient and keen intellect. In combat, he excels at identifying his opponent's weakness and biding his time until the perfect moment to strike. His unparalleled skill with a blade makes him a formidable warrior, and he takes great pride in passing on his martial experience to the next generation of Mantid fighters. Windlord Meljarak, the commanding force behind the Mantid's formidable aerial legions, is as arrogant as he is cunning. Despite his arrogant demeanor, he is fiercely protective of his soldiers and relishes joining them in battle. Meljarak holds an unwavering belief in the superiority of the Mantid, convinced that no other race can best them in combat. Ambershaper Unsock is driven by an intense desire to please his Empress. The young and brilliant alchemist has crafted numerous innovative concoctions. However, his close proximity to the Mantid Queen has left him vulnerable to the corrupting influence of the Shah's dark energies. Plagued by an overwhelming fear of failure, Unsock is now consumed with creating ever deadlier weapons, his genius twisted by the shadow that haunts his mind. The ancient Calaxi Order has reached a sorrowful decision. The tainted Grand Empress Shexir must be deposed. Traditionally, Mantid rulers are replaced in their old age by a carefully chosen successor. However, Shexir's designated heir is still too young and weak to challenge her, forcing the Calaxi to consider a drastic alternative. They must kill the current Empress. If they do not act swiftly, all of Pandaria may fall before the relentless onslaught of the Mantid swarms driven by Shexir's corrupted commands. Upon her death, her soul ventured into the Shadowlands, where it was subsequently harvested for its essence by the Death Knights of the Ebon Blade. The Timeless Isle, known for its eternal sunset, was once a sacred place for the Pandaren. It was where tests of wisdom, hope, strength, and courage were held in front of the mighty Celestials. where warriors and future leaders proved their dedication to following in the footsteps of the great emperor Xiao. The Pandaren monks, in their pursuit of balance, coexisted peacefully with the nearby Yongle, followers of the fiery demigod Ordos. Suddenly, the island disappeared. Some ancient texts suggest that the Timeless Isle has appeared and vanished throughout history, sometimes a mere shimmer in the distance, occasionally reappearing in different spots. Unlucky adventurers who set foot on the island during these fleeting moments were swiftly lost to the timeways, never to return. But now, the island has reappeared. The isle is a lush paradise, covered in dense forests that resemble those found in the Jade Forest. The waters of Ruby Lake have a peculiar reddish tint, possibly due to the presence of ruby crystals deep within the island's mountains. On the other hand, the lowlands are mostly deserted, except for the Celestial Court, where Pandaria's inhabitants gather to witness the trials of the August Celestials. The Hojin and Tushi Pandaren have set up camps on the western shore, but they have been advised by the Celestials not to venture further inland. With Emperor Xiao being a big part of Pandaria, I wanted to cover his backstory here. Legend has it that Xiao received his education at Tian Monastery. As a prince, he formed a close friendship with the Monkey King. When he was crowned emperor 10,000 years ago, Xiao was a young and inexperienced Pandaren, oblivious to the challenges that lie ahead. During his coronation, a monk from Kunlai gifted him Shay Lun. It's the monk mistweaver staff that you get in Legion. But Xiao failed to grasp its significance or recognize the monk as an emissary of Zhuan, the White Tiger. Mistaking the staff for a mere decoration, Xiao assumed he would lead a life of luxury and tranquility, unaware of the impending changes in Pandaria's fate. In accordance with custom, he consulted the wise water speaker of the Jinyu for guidance. However, instead of bringing good tidings, the water speaker revealed a grim prophecy. A powerful kingdom of sorcerers was summoning demons from a deep well. Green fire was falling from the heavens, and the continents of the world were on the brink of destruction. Lost in despair, the emperor made his way up the unforgiving slope of Mount Everest, his spirit heavy with despair. The icy wind tore through his elegant attire, mocking his journey. It was only when he reached the summit that he found peace and solitude, where he communed with the Jade Serpent, embodiment of wisdom. The Jade Serpent advised Xiao to release his burdens, cleanse his soul, and unite with the land. Confused by this guidance, the emperor descended the mountain, seeking answers from his ally the Monkey King, clutching Zhuan's gift. And so he returned to the Jade Forest, still searching for clarity. Xiao sat in meditation for 3 days and 3 nights, seeking guidance from the Jade Serpent. Frustrated by the lack of clarity, his mischievous companion, the Monkey King, crafted a mask of doubt out of bamboo. Despite the Monkey King's playful intention, the mask proved to be effective. As Xiao removed the mask, his doubts materialized into the Shah of Doubt. After a grueling battle lasting 7 hours, the Shah was defeated and buried at the Temple of the Jade Serpent. With newfound clarity, Xiao embarked on a journey to cleanse himself of negative emotions, visiting each temple of the August Celestials. In Krasarang Wilds, he encountered the Shah of Despair, but with the help of Chi-Ji, he was able to free himself from its grasp. Xiao pressed forward towards the Serpent's Spine and the Dread Wastes. As he gazed at the mantid lands beyond the towering wall, a wave of fear washed over him, freezing him in place. The Shah of Fear gripped his mind, rendering him motionless. However, Niazao, the Black Ox, appeared to show him that fear was just a mental barrier. With newfound determination, Xiao broke free from the shackles of fear and continued his journey. He even managed to rescue the Monkey King from the Mantid's grip by using sap to trap them, bringing his Hosen companion to safety. Though the Monkey King was initially angry, Xiao reminded him that the true enemy was the Burning Legion. With unwavering resolve, Xiao felt prepared to confront the might of the Burning Legion, free from fear, despair, or doubt. But he didn't want to face it alone. He desired to have an army under his command. So he ascended Kunlai and continued his journey to the Temple of the White Tiger, where the most dedicated fighters in the land trained. These warriors were skilled in combat against the Mantid and all Pandaria's adversaries. Xiao approached them confidently, demanding their submission to his authority. Zhuan, the White Tiger, noticed that Xiao carried his coronation gift, Shay Lun. But it seemed to be nothing more than a mere walking stick to him. The White Tiger also observed that the Emperor had let go of many dangerous emotions, except for his anger towards the Legion that had made him impulsive and reckless. Yuan presented a simple challenge. If Xiao Hao could strike even a single one of the monks, he would have complete command over the soldiers. Xiao Hao accepted the challenge and swung Shay Lun repeatedly, but he failed to hit any of them. The monks were too skilled and easily evaded his strikes. Xiao Hao's humiliation and anger grew until they exploded. Darkness surged from within him, and in his rage, Xiao Hao snapped Shay Lun over his knee and unleashed the power of the Sha of anger, as well as the Sha of hatred and violence. When he regained his senses, he discovered that one of the monks lay dead, a victim of his unchecked aggression. Witnessing the Emperor's heartbreak over the life he had taken, Yuan watched as Xiao Hao humbly knelt, accepting his failure and vowing to rid himself of anger forever. He realized that he fought for the sake of his people. Now, he was prepared to fulfill his destiny. He took one half of the broken staff with him and embarked on his journey to the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, ready to save Pandaria. As he ventured into the Vale, he took the initiative to establish the Shadowpan, a vigilant force dedicated to safeguarding against the Sha threat. The experience transformed the Emperor, shaping him into a being of unwavering faith, bravery, patience, love, and serenity, a radiant embodiment of pure light. As the final day drew to a close, the sky ignited with an eerie green blaze, causing the very ground to tremble in fear. Yet the Emperor remained undaunted. His heart was devoid of uncertainty or desolation. Amidst the sky's violent rupture, he revealed and sang joyously, witnessing trepidation and uncertainty in the eyes of his subjects. Xiao Hao imparted the wisdom of cherishing each day to the fullest and finding solace in unburdened sleep each night. Legend has it that as he entered the Vale, every tree burst into bloom, a sight that continues to amaze to this day. Xiao Hao, the great Emperor, sought to ascend to the Terrace of Eternal Spring, a place that would separate Pandaria from the rest of the world. However, despite his efforts, the ground refused to budge, leaving him filled with doubt. From the east, the Sha of Doubt emerged, while from the west, the Sha of Fear broke free from its restraints. In his desperation, Xiao Hao called upon the Jade Serpent Yulon for assistance. Yulon revealed that Pandaria was more than just the Pandaren Empire. It was then that Xiao Hao realized the interconnectedness of all things and the true nature of his beloved land. Though he couldn't separate Pandaria, he could protect it. With his staff, Shay Lun, in hand, Xiao Hao merged his spirit with the land, surrounding it in a mystical mist. As the world tore itself apart, Pandaria quietly drifted into the ocean, hidden from the rest of the world. Xiao Hao's pride, however, remained, cloaking Pandaria in the mist as he believed his people were superior. The Emperor's staff was eventually discovered by the monks of Tian Monastery and safeguarded in the Terrace of Endless Spring. In the transformed Pandaria, the role of an emperor remained a relic of the past. The Pandaren people had learned to rely on themselves and their communities, embracing a more fair-minded society. The absence of a central authority figure allowed for a greater diversity of voices and perspectives, fostering a spirit of innovation and collaboration. While Emperor Xiao Hao's disappearance initially caused upheaval and uncertainty, it ultimately led to a stronger and more resilient Pandaria. As the conflict between the Horde and the Alliance intensified, the Dark Spirit Trolls initiated an uprising against War Chief Garrosh Hellscream. The renowned brewmaster, Chen Stormstout, played a key role in this rebellion. In the midst of the chaos, Chen made a decision to uncover the mystery behind how the Mists of Pandaria had cleared, allowing Hellscream to exploit the continent's resources. He enlisted the help of adventurers to locate an old seer named Ho Fam Ru, whom he had encountered during his journeys and who was knowledgeable about Emperor Xiao Hao. In the snowy peaks of Kunlai Summit, the adventurers stumbled upon Seer Hao, who was struggling to keep up with the trail of the last emperor on the treacherous slopes of Mount Everest. Recognizing his need for assistance, Seer Hao humbly implored the adventurers to aid him in reaching the pinnacle, where the path continued. With kindness and patience, the adventurers supported the elderly Pandaren, who shared his wisdom and tales from the past along the way. Finally, they arrived at Seeker's Point, only to discover that Seer Hao was none other than the spirit of Emperor Xiao Hao himself. The arduous journey served as a profound lesson, revealing that even the most formidable foe, pride, could consume and corrupt if left unchecked. It was a reminder that old adversaries must unite, and proud races must acknowledge their need for help. As the lesson concluded, Xiao Hao gracefully vanished, bidding farewell with a respectful bow. In the depths of the ocean, nestled off the shores of the mystical Timeless Isle, lies a forgotten relic of the seas, the Barnacle. Once a proud frigate, now sunken and shrouded in mystery, but the story doesn't end there. Every so often, the waters around the Barnacle come alive with the spectral echoes of a bygone era. It's the Battle of the Barnacle, a haunting spectacle where the ghostly crew, led by Captain Zvezdan, clashes with the relentless onslaught of skeletal warriors commanded by the notorious Rattleskew. The clash unfolds in 3 tumultuous waves, each more intense than the last. Amidst the chaos, brave adventurers dare to join the fray, seeking glory and treasure. For those who emerge victorious, the spoils are legendary. Perhaps the fabled Captain Zvezdan's lost leg, a relic steeped in history, and a timeless armor piece imbued with the essence of the isle itself. Perched atop a solitary peak far above the swirling mists of the Timeless Isle lies the fabled Ordon Sanctuary, realm of Ordos, a formidable Yongle demigod of fire. Once reachable by the fiery path of the Firewalker's Bridge, now fractured and lost to the ravages of time, this sacred abode remains a beacon of mystery and danger. In a tale ripe with discovery, the intrepid trio of Chen and Lili Stormstout, along with Caitlin the Blade, soared above the sanctuary's peaks, their eyes alight with wonder. It was there, amidst the billowing clouds, that they beheld the awe-inspiring figure of Ordos himself. Yet even from their lofty vantage point, they witnessed a constant stream of adventurers flocking to the sanctuary's precipice, drawn by the allure of battle and the promise of glory. Lili's keen observation captured the essence of this relentless pursuit, as warriors from far and wide braved the perilous ascent to challenge the mighty demigod. Generations ago, when the shadow of the Ordon Yongle loomed over the large tranquil village of Paiju, its inhabitants faced a dire threat unlike any before. In a stroke of bold creativity, the villagers rallied, erecting a towering keg at the heart of their village. When the first light of dawn, the village square lay silent, save for the gentle sway of the lanterns and the faint echoes of revelry now past. And in the midst of the aftermath, amidst the dregs of celebration, a curious sight befell the weary eyes of the Yongle invaders. For there, beneath the morning sun, stood the village's bold testament to resilience, the towering keg. A symbol of Pandaren unity and unwavering resolve. And as the still drunken Yongles stirred from their stupor, their gaze fell upon this unlikely monument, stirring something deep within their hardened hearts. In a moment of unexpected clarity, fueled by the lingering spirit of the night before, the Yongle begrudgingly agreed to a peace treaty, their animosity tempered by the shared revelry of the hours prior. In the wake of chaos and calamity, the tranquil village of Paiju found itself besieged by an unexpected menace, the mischievous Brew Elementals, whose frothy rampage left Pandaren homes in ruins and its inhabitants fleeing for safety. Years later, when Chen, Lili, and Caitlin the Blade pressed forward along the ancient Firewalker's path, their journey fraught with peril and discovery. As they traversed the worn cobblestones, Chen regaled his companions with tales of Paiju's storied past, revealing how its once vibrant streets had fallen silent, not at the hands of the fearsome Ordon Yongle, but at the whims of the skunky Brew Elementals. Now, the way it's talked about in the wiki is basically the village was under attack by the Yongle, and instead of fighting or anything, they yelled, "Get the keg!" And then everyone got drunk, including the Yongle, and the next morning just agreed to peace while still hungover. That's how I understood it. That's how I understand it. And that's one of the funniest things to me, that during the battle, someone's first thought is to build a keg in the middle of the village and hope that the enemy will get drunk with them and not kill them while they're drinking or afterwards. But I don't see any other way of how they would explain that, and they don't have any extra explanations for that, so that's what I'm going with. They all got drunk and they agreed to peace. But let's move on. Nestled along the southeastern shores lies the mysterious enclave known as the Croaking Hollow. It is within the depths of the hollow itself that true peril lies, for here dwell the venomous guardians of the marshlands, the poisonous frogs. With gleaming eyes and lethal tongues, they watch over the coveted sturdy chests scattered across the isle. Offshore, a pirate ship awaits, its timbers weathered by time and tide, yet still harboring secrets untold. From its mast hangs a gleaming treasure satchel, a tantalizing prize tempting fate's daring souls to brave its decks and claim their reward. But perhaps most intriguing of all lies beneath the waves, hidden from prying eyes, yet waiting to be discovered. An unnamed cave, its entrance obscured by the ebb and flow of the tides. Within its darkened depths flickers the eerie glow of a grim campfire, its flames whispering secrets of distant lands and realms unknown. For those bold enough to venture forth, sit down next to the campfire and you can be taken to Gorgrond. In the wake of the Dragon Isle's awakening, Chen, Lily, and Caitlin the Blade continued their quest across Pandaria. As they reached the murky depths of the Croaking Hollow, Caitlin's keen gaze caught sight of a distant ship, its hull laden with untold riches, shimmering like a beacon in the fading light. Yet as excitement bubbled within Lily's spirited heart, Caitlin's voice rang out with a caution born of experience. With a flick of her pocket spyglass, she revealed the ship's true colors. The dreaded ensign of the South Sea freebooters, notorious plunderers of the high seas. In a moment of impulsive daring, Lily's laughter danced upon the wind, teasing Caitlin for her reluctance to seize the tantalizing prize. But Caitlin's steely gaze held firm, her words a stark reminder of the harsh realities of the pirate's life. For in the treacherous waters of the Croaking Hollow, where shadows lurk and danger lies in wait, every glimmer of treasure is but a siren's song, luring unwary souls to their doom. 40 years after the dark portal dawned upon the world, amidst the hallowed grounds where challenges awaited, the air crackled with an electric energy, infusing the very atmosphere with a sense of vibrant anticipation. As the challenges commenced, the once quiet arena transformed into a bustling hub of activity, alive with the hustle and bustle of eager participants and curious spectators alike. From every corner, the intoxicating aromas of exotic brews and sizzling street fare wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses and beckoning weary travelers to partake in their delights. Above, the heavens danced with a kaleidoscope of color and sound, as fireworks erupted in a dazzling display of pyrotechnic prowess, casting their radiant glow upon the jubilant crowds below. And amidst the tumult, colorful kites soared majestically against the azure backdrop, their graceful movements a testament to the boundless imagination of those who dared to dream. So since I've mentioned Ordos a couple of times, I wanted to quickly go over him, but there really isn't much more to him than what's in the adventure guide. The only thing extra is presented in the Exploring Pandaria book, where Lily, Chen, and Caitlin the Blade go around Pandaria and explore it and talk about various things that have happened and are currently going on within Pandaria at the time that they're exploring. And with Ordos, the only thing of note is that Lily spots adventurers continuing to come and fight him, but they don't mention that the adventurers actually kill him, so within lore, he's still alive. Now, the adventure guide states that Ordos was once a shaman of the Yongle who sacrificed himself to the flame, following the promises of the Fire Lords, in order to become a demigod. His flesh is eternally seared with fires, putting him in endless agony. Yongle firekeepers ritualistically set themselves ablaze to emulate the ascension of Ordos, and cast enchantments and prayers to ease his pain. The vast expanses of town-long steppes are a breathtaking sight, featuring rolling hills blanketed in lush grass and dotted with vibrant red-leaf trees. As you journey northeast, the landscape transforms into a more rugged terrain, dominated by towering rocky crags where the Yongle tribes have made their home. A dramatic chasm divides the steppes from the eerie dreadwastes, with a winding river and a sprawling marsh nestled within, eventually flowing out to the sea. To the east, south of the Longying outpost, lies a secluded bog, adding a touch of mystery to the region. In the western part of the steppes, a series of islands emerges from the waters. The southwestern and western islands are claimed by the Mantid, recognizable by their towering central trees and pod-like structures. The island housing the Niazao Temple mirrors the grassy hills of the main steppes, though it is plagued by mantid incursions and the sinister presence of Sha in the temple's catacombs. The northernmost island is a labyrinth of caves, home to enchanting sprites and majestic cloud serpents, and scattered with ancient ruins. This island's steep hills and significant mogu presence add to its formidable allure. The mantid, a ferocious insectoid race, are isolated from the rest of Pandaria by the formidable serpent spine. Nestled in the town-long steppes, they consume everything in their path to construct their crystalline empire, ruled by ruthless warriors and cunning feudal lords. Pandaria is thrown into chaos when the mantid's century-long cycle of aggression begins a decade early, shattering the Great Wall and unleashing their greatest warriors. The beleaguered Pandaren must now confront the most devastating swarm in history, while unraveling the mystery behind the mantid's sudden change of behavior. The turmoil in town-long steppes is a direct continuation of the events in Kunlai Summit. There, Terran Zu, the leader of the Shadowpan, succumbed to the Sha of Hatred. His rescue from the Shadowpan Monastery is a pivotal moment, revealing the true worth of the Alliance and Horde to Pandaria. Through their bravery, players earn Terran Zu's unwavering allegiance, forging a powerful new alliance. The tale continues in the tumultuous town-long steppes, where Terran Zu pursues his arch-nemesis, the elusive Sha of Hatred, which has wreaked havoc across the region. You'll join the Shadowpan Vanguard, riding alongside them as they navigate a landscape teeming with danger. The steppes are not only home to the warlike Yongle, but also face an encroaching threat from the Mantid to the south. The sacred Niazao Temple is under siege, and a rogue sect of Mogu is plotting to create their own dark demigod on a coastal island. The Mantid's relentless assault on Niazao Temple in Townlong comes to an abrupt halt with the death of Grand Empress Shek'Zir. However, the respite is short-lived as the Shanzi Mogu, led by the fearsome Shanbu, lay siege to Niazao Temple. Mogu's siege engines breach the Pandaren defenses, bringing them to the brink of annihilation. Shanbu himself storms the temple, casting a spell on Niazao. Despite Shanbu's threats, Niazao refuses to surrender, prompting a final, desperate assault by the Mogu and their cloud serpents. Against all odds, the Pandaren defenders repel the attackers, driving the Mogu from Niazao Island. Shanbu and his forces retreat to the Isle of Thunder, regrouping with Lei Shen's vast legions. Though defeated, Shanbu leaves a contingent of Mogu to secure Shanzi Dao for the Thunder King, setting the stage for future conflicts. I figured it would be a good idea to talk about Niazao. There really isn't a bunch of lore on him, but since he is so prominent in the region, I felt I should cover him here. During Lei Shen's relentless conquest of Pandaria, he and his Mogu forces overpowered the almighty August Celestials. In a moment of deception and fear, Niazao the Black Ox was surrounded by an army of lifelike clay Mogu, which he mistook for real warriors. This clever ruse allowed the Mogu to subdue the powerful Celestial, marking a significant victory in their campaign. As Emperor Xiaohao approached the Serpent Spine, he was paralyzed by fear of the nearby Mantid. Niazao called out to him from across the steppes, offering wise counsel. If you are afraid, simply follow your own feet. They will lead you where you need to go. This advice was precisely what the Emperor needed, as the Sha of Fear's insidious power made one afraid to act, even when success was assured. Emperor Xiaohao ultimately discovered his courage when his friend the Monkey King was in danger. In that moment, he broke free from the paralyzing fear, ready to take decisive action. Niazao, along with the other three Celestials, opened the gate of the Veil of Eternal Blossoms, unveiling its hidden beauty to the world. In the climax of the Shadowpan rep quests, Niazao faces a dire threat when the Shanzi clan of Mogu, led by Shanbu, launch an assault during the quest's surprise attack. However, the valiant Shadowpan forces, commanded by Ban Bearheart, rise to the challenge and defeat the Mogu attackers, liberating Niazao from their clutches. In a time of great need, Niazao bestowed his powers upon the Golden Lotus warriors, empowering them to defend the Veil after the tragic death of Ji the Harmonious, when the Mogu once again sought to conquer this sacred land. Also, it is confirmed that like the Aspects, the August Celestials can take on mortal forms. Niazao took on the form of a glowing torrent during the trial of Garrosh in the novel War Crimes. Ambermarsh lies just west of the Gaoran battlefront, nestled along the southern edge of Townlong Steppes, bordering the Dreadwaste. Here, initiates Chao and Fang stand vigilant, guarding the path from the marsh to prevent the troublesome agitated Nettleskin and Seed Stealer sprites from causing havoc. However, Chao faces a dire predicament. His Shadowpan weapon has been stolen by the mischievous Needlebottom, an offense severe enough to risk his expulsion from the Shadowpan. Dead Talker's Plateau lies just west of Crevis, on the westernmost edge of the Townlong Steppes mainland. Here, the sinister Dead Talker corpse defilers of the Yongle are busy raiding defiled spirits, their dark rituals filling the air with an eerie chill. Overseeing these nefarious activities from a bluff to the west is the formidable Uruk, his gaze ever watchful. Dusklight Hollow is nestled between the Dusklight Bridge and the Gaoran battlefront in southern Townlong Steppes, perched high above Ambermarsh to the south. This base of Lao Chin's Shadowpan is uniquely situated within the hollowed-out interior of a great fallen tree, which now forms the Dusklight Bridge to Townlong Steppes. The sinister Jaw of Hatred once swept through this area on its way from Hatred's Vice to Sickfest, driving the local scorpions into a frenzy. The Dusklight initiates, unprepared for the onslaught of this seething flesh rippers, were quickly overwhelmed. Only Initiate Pao Mi survived the massacre, as the main forces under Lao Chin's command were stationed at the Dusklight Bridge during the attack. Farwatch Overlook is strategically positioned between Renze's Watchpost, the Widening Deep, and Sickfest in southwestern Townlong Steppes. Here, Hawkmaster Neurong commands the Farwatch Marksmen and Hawkmasters, tirelessly defending the steppes against the relentless Korthik Fleetwings that soar over the Widening Deep from the Dreadwaste. Their vigilance and skill keep the skies above Townlong Steppes safe from these aerial invaders. The fields of Niazao span the remainder of the island just off the western coast of the mainland Townlong Steppes, beyond the Niazao Temple and the Srathik Incursion. These fields, lying northwest of the temple and southwest of the Great Tree, are home to friendly wild Townlong yaks and hostile Osul Farstalkers. Following the quest, Bad Yak, Blue Saddle, and Cousin Bag of Rocks can be found relocated to just south of the pond. The entrance to the Niazao Catacombs is located just southwest of the pond, marked by a couple of banners. Nearby to the north is the broken bridge leading to Stravis. When the daily catch is the red belly mandarin, the lake overflows with fish, attracting the appearance of salty L, creating a vibrant and bustling scene. The Gaoran battlefront spans the eastern half of the southern border of Townlong Steppes, adjacent to the Dreadwaste. Gaoran the Tempered has established his camp beneath the protective canopy of a great tree, creating two natural choke points to fend off the mantid swarming north from the Dreadwaste, the battlefront itself and Shallow Steppe Pass to the east. However, the relentless onslaught of mantid is exhausting the Pandaren defenders, who desperately need adventurers' help to push back the invaders. Prick-thick limb pincers relentlessly swarm the battlefront, only to be obliterated by the defenders. Dragon cannons unleash fiery destruction, marksmen pick off targets with precision, magi freeze the invaders in their tracks, and blackguards cut down any that breach the lines. The battlefront is a dynamic and perilous place, where every moment counts in the struggle to keep the mantid at bay. Hatred's Vice. Once the dominion of the Pale Wind tribe of Yongle, now stands as a grim reminder of the Shah of Hatred's devastation. The Shah's influence drove the tribe members to turn on each other, resulting in the complete massacre of the village. Now, Ashfang hyenas scavenge among the remnants, and several Yongle oil derricks remain as silent witnesses to the tragedy. In the center of the camp, near where the Shadowpan caravan sets up for a few quests, stands the totem, marking this sorrowful place. In these marshy lands, the Osul Mist Shaman wield their torches to enslave or kill sump rush lurkers, a stark contrast to earlier times when the Yongle used totems to peacefully communicate with these mist lurkers. Leading the shaman are Demong Naruk and Jahesh of Osul, who reside in the upper sump rushes. The lower sump brushes are also home to numerous swamp rodents, adding to the area's diverse and treacherous ecosystem. The Niazao catacombs lie beneath the Niazao Temple on the large island off the western coast of Townlong Steppes. You can access the catacombs via a path along the island's western edge, situated between the temple and the pond in the fields of Niazao. Originally, the temple wardens were tasked with containing the Shaw of Fear, but they failed, allowing it to escape to the Dread Wastes. There, it infested the Mantid, inciting the Thrathic incursion northeast of the temple. In its wake, the Shaw left behind dreadlings that have slain the fear-stricken sentinels. Deep within the catacombs lies the ghastly confines, home to the ominous Dread Shadow, awaiting any who dare to venture into its lair. Shanzi Dao, the northernmost island in the Western Sea off the north coast of Townlong Steppes, stands as a strategic outpost. The Shadowpan, hailing from their garrison, have established a small camp on the island's southeastern corner, complete with a portal for quick travel back to their base. With the resurgence of the Thunder King, most of the Shanzi mogu stationed on the island have departed for the Throne of Thunder, preparing for the final assault on Pandaria. Despite this, Lei Shen's influence remained strong, keeping Shanzi Dao firmly under mogu control. With the resurgence of the Thunder King, most of the Shanzi mogu stationed on the island have departed for the Throne of Thunder, preparing for the final assault on Pandaria. Despite this, Lei Shen's influence remained strong, keeping Shanzi Dao firmly under mogu control. By completing the quest through the portal, players gain the ability to teleport between Shanzi Dao and the Shadowpan garrison, enhancing their strategic mobility. Although the Isle of Thunder lies just north of Shanzi Dao, it exists in a separate instance, making it inaccessible by flying or swimming. Those who attempt to journey northward will find their path obstructed by an impenetrable fog. The Widening Deep, a vast chasm carved by waters flowing from Ambermarsh to the Western Sea in the southwest, forms the western half of the border between Townlong Steppes and the Dread Wastes. This dramatic landscape is strewn with the corpses of Korthik Fleetwings, shot down by the vigilant Shadowpan defenders stationed at Farwatch Overlook. Their relentless efforts keep the skies clear, making the Widening Deep both a natural marvel and a testament to the Shadowpan's unwavering defense. Between 12,200 and 12,000 years before the opening of the Dark Portal, the robust race known as the Yongle roamed central Kalimdor. They lived in harmony with nature under the guidance of the demigod Cenarius. However, the Yongle eventually grew tired of sharing their hunting grounds with the nearby trolls. Ignoring Cenarius' counsel, they ventured south in search of new territory, leading them to the borders of the Mogu Empire. The reigning Mogu Emperor, Qiyang the Merciless, enslaved the Yongle and commanded his flesh shapers to enhance their strength, savagery, and intelligence. For generations, the Yongle endured brutal subjugation until they, along with other slave races, rose in rebellion and succeeded in toppling the mighty Mogu Empire. Although the Yongle regained their freedom, much of their culture was lost due to the strict Mogu laws that had forbidden the preservation of their oral storytelling traditions. Some Yongle clung to fragmented myths of their benevolent Cenarius, while others sought to abandon their past and forge a new destiny through force. Disagreements grew intense, prompting many Yongle to head north, yearning to return to a life in harmony with nature. Nomadic tribes traversed the continent, eventually settling in the frozen lands near the Storm Peaks. There, the influence of nearby Titan-forged machinery gradually transformed them into the Tonka. Another group returned to central Kalimdor where they reunited with Cenarius. Those who studied with Cenarius learned the druidic magic of the natural world, while others mastered shamanic powers. The energies of the Well of Eternity warped these central Yongle into a new subspecies known as the Tauren. The final group remained near the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. However, due to repeated conflicts with the other liberated slave races, these Yongle eventually settled west of the Serpent Spine Wall. In this harsh environment, the constant threat of the ruthless Mantid and widespread internal conflicts caused their culture to become more warlike and savage than that of their northern cousins. For many years, the Tonka, Tauren, and Yongle maintained some contact with one another. However, the Great Sundering ultimately shattered the connections between these tribes, leaving them isolated in their respective lands. Recent Mantid attacks have driven many Yongle warlords to conclude that their best hope lies in breaching the wall and finding new homes in the safer regions of the Kunlai summit. The Shadowpan, already overwhelmed by Mantid assaults and a Shah uprising, were unable to prevent the Yongle incursion. As the Yongle horde stormed into Kunlai, they brought war in their wake. Some Yongle even fell under the influence of the Shah, becoming more violent and brutal than ever. Despite the chaos, the Pandaren eventually managed to fend off the Yongle invasions. Yet, as Min notes, the Yongle are resilient survivors. Despite their setbacks, they will learn from these events, and their culture will survive. In Yongle society, only the strongest, most courageous, and most resilient individuals may lead the tribes. These traits are held in the highest regard, and are essential for all Yongle leaders. However, with the ever-present threat from the Mantid to the south, the Yongle cannot afford to lose a single warrior in internal power struggles. To address this, they have implemented a surprisingly civilized solution. When disputes arise, they settle them by fighting with blunted weapons until one yields or passes out. Similarly, new leaders are chosen through ritual combat. A Yongle seeking to become chief must place his family banner and face any challengers to his authority. Yongle firekeepers, in a display of devotion, ritualistically set themselves ablaze to emulate the ascension of Ordos. They cast enchantments and prayers to ease his pain, honoring the shaman who sacrificed himself to the flame and ascended to demigod status, following the promises of the Fire Lords. Traditionally, Yongle bury their dead in sacred burial grounds. Dead Talkers once held the responsibility of maintaining these sites. However, they betrayed their duties, defiling the corpses of their former clanmates and raising them with dark magic, thus tarnishing the sanctity of these sacred grounds. Dwelling in the perilous town-long steppes, the resilient Yongle have adapted to the harsh terrain since the Sundering, transforming local supplies of oil into deadly weapons and forging an aggressive culture. Burning oil is the cornerstone of Yongle warfare. In the era of their greatest warriors, this weapon surpassed even magic in its lethality. The scorching substance could scar foes, torch landscapes, and destroy the cover provided by trees, effectively routing even the most fearsome Mantid assaults. A long-standing tactic among the Yongle is to light more campfires than their actual numbers at night, deceiving enemy spies into overestimating their strength and masking their true positions. The Yongle are a nomadic race, constantly on the move. They establish temporary fire camps in areas rich in natural resources, particularly oil and game, collected through mobile derricks. Decisions on where to set up camp, how long to stay, and when to move are solely at the discretion of the chieftain. In combat, the Yongle strike hard and fast, employing cavalry to flank and harass the enemy while their powerful infantry targets the weakest points of the enemy line. This initial assault is supported by fiery sorcery and flaming siege weapons. The Yongle are known for their tactical flexibility, retreating as swiftly as they charge, always gauging the enemy and committing their forces only when victory is assured. Niazao Temple spans 2 fortified islands beyond the towering Serpent Spine wall. For years, dedicated Pandaren defenders have protected the narrow bridges connecting these isles, fending off countless invaders. However, the relentless Mantid have recently constructed their own bridge, a massive tree root, and captured one of the islands in a surprise attack. Now, these fierce insectoids stand ready to launch an assault on Niazao's remaining guardians, threatening the very heart of the temple's defenses. Vizier Jinbok prowls just beyond the Mantid's natural bridge, meticulously harvesting the precious sap from the massive tree root. With his extensive alchemic expertise, this formidable figure is transforming the sap into potent weapons and tools, all designed to further the siege on Niazao Temple. His efforts promise to enhance the Mantid's already formidable arsenal, posing an even greater threat to the temple's defenders. What Commander Vojak lacks in strategic brilliance, he more than compensates for with sheer ferocity. His devastating strikes were pivotal in the Mantid's exploitation of their insidious bridge, enabling their infiltration of the island. While crafting battle plans is left to the Mantid general, Vojak's singular desire is for bloodshed, driving him relentlessly in combat. General Pavelok, a pragmatic and unyielding leader, harbors no fear of the Pandaren or their allies. he seamlessly combines his formidable personal strength with the might of his manted armies to crush his enemies. For Pavlok, victory is the ultimate honor, and he tolerates no failure. His minions must achieve their objectives or face his wrath. Wing Leader Neuronic's decisive strikes have turned the tide in countless battles. He views the incremental gains made by General Pavlok as insignificant compared to the sweeping victories he believes he could achieve if he held command. Despite his devastating aerial assaults against the Temple's guardians, Neuronic harbors an insatiable desire to prove his superiority over the general and sees true glory for himself. During the era when the Titans graced Azeroth, the Veil of Eternal Blossom stood as a testament to Freya's creativity and experimentation with lifeforms. Much like Ungoro Crater and Sholazar Basin, the Veil was a nexus where the potent energies of the Well of Eternity had gathered. It was within these life cradles that the Wild Gods first emerged. In the heart of the Veil, Freya nurtured the sapling Fuzan. This tree, nurtured by the Veil's profound energy, flourished into a mighty giant. Around it, an entire forest sprang up, thriving both in the mystical Emerald Dream and the tangible world. These verdant expanses soon spread throughout the region, transforming the landscape into a lush paradise. As the Veil blossomed, the Wild Gods, revered by Pandaria citizens as the August Celestials, convened near this sacred place. Freya, recognizing their strength and potential, entrusted them with her staff, charging them with its protection. With this duty bestowed, she departed northward to confront a looming darkness, leaving the Veil and its guardians to flourish in her absence. Simultaneously battling the old gods with their insectoid minions, the Mantid, the Titans devised a formidable solution, the creation of the Mogu, guardians of the Veil of Eternal Blossoms. Tasked with repelling the relentless Mantid, the Mogu served diligently even after the Titans' victory over the old gods and their subsequent silence. However, the curse of flesh soon spread across the land, transforming the mighty Mogu. Confusion and chaos ensued as the once unified guardians splintered into warring clans. Amidst the turmoil, a powerful leader emerged, Lei Shen, the Thunder King. Uniting the fractured Mogu under his command, Lei Shen embarked on a grand vision of dominion. With ruthless determination, Lei Shen and his Mogu subjugated the denizens of Pandaria, compelling them to construct the Great Wall. This monumental barrier served a dual purpose: to shield Lei Shen's burgeoning empire from the persistent threat of the Mantid, and to fortify the protection of the cherished Veil. Through sheer force and iron will, Lei Shen transformed the chaotic lands into a formidable bastion, securing both his rule and the sanctity of the Veil of Eternal Blossoms. Now we have to mention the Jinyu. The origins of the Jinyu trace back to the Veil of Eternal Blossoms, where their ancestors, the humble Murlocs, thrived near the Veil's enchanted pools. The magical waters transformed these Murlocs, enhancing their intellect and enlarging their bodies, eventually rising to one of Pandaria's great ancient cultures. In the era following the Titans' departure, but before the ascendancy of Lei Shen, the Jinyu established a mighty empire, ruling over Pandaria from their stronghold in the Veil. This golden age, however, was not to last. When Lei Shen came to power, he launched a brutal campaign against the Jinyu. The Mogu invaded their kingdoms, mercilessly slaughtering those who resisted. Through this fierce conquest, Lei Shen seized control of the Veil of Eternal Blossoms, marking the end of the Jinyu's dominance and the beginning of a new era under Mogu rule. After the Pandaren successfully overthrew the Mogu, the capital shifted eastward to the Jade Forest. The gates of the Veil of Eternal Blossoms were sealed, granting entry only to a select few, the Golden Lotus, a dedicated group of caretakers. These guardians, with occasional assistance from the Shadowpan, preserved the Veil's pristine beauty and safeguarded its secrets. With its gates closed, the Veil became a near mythical place in Pandaren culture. Its majestic waterfalls, the snow-capped peaks, and exquisite architecture inspired countless legends, myths, and poems, including the renowned Song of the Veil. There is a valley where dreamers sleep, where flowers bloom and willows weep, where loamy earth springs life anew, and waters sparkle clear and blue, where every hearth brings peaceful ease and beauty sings on every breeze. Here the sacred pools spring pure, here seek any who desire cure. Holy nature powers divine, turn death to life, death to life. In the days leading up to the Great Sundering, Emperor Xiaohao journeyed to the Vale, having shed his burdens. It was here that he merged with the land to protect Pandaria from the Cataclysm. According to legend, the moment Xiaohao entered the Vale, every tree burst into bloom, a spectacle that continued to enchant the Vale for millennia. In recent days, the Golden Lotus have grown increasingly alarmed, having spotted mogu scouts infiltrating the Vale despite the sealed gates. Desperate for reinforcements, they once again call upon the Shadowpan for aid, and perhaps welcome new adventurers, should they prove worthy of such a privilege. Adventurers who lend their support to the Golden Lotus will soon uncover that the mogu's presence is far more sinister than mere scouting. Sin the Weapon Master has rallied several mogu clans under his banner at Mokushan Palace, while the Shao Tian to the west have launched a full-scale assault on the Vale. Their plans are part of a grander scheme tied to the resurrection of the dreaded Thunder King, the ancient master of all mogu. The Golden Lotus received a prophecy that a child within the Vale was destined to join their order. However, despite testing numerous Pandaren children at the shrine, they were unable to identify the chosen one. It was then that Chi-Ji appeared and revealed that one of Dezko's sons was destined to serve the Vale. Unwilling to part with either of his children, Dezko decided to leave the Vale and secretly return to Mulgore. As he prepared to depart, he was intercepted by Mokimo the Strong, Wang the Merciful, and Rook, who chose to protect him until he was safely away. However, their group was ambushed by the Shao Tian mogu. In the ensuing battle, only one of Dezko's sons survived. Though Dezko is now free to return to Mulgore, he made the heart-wrenching decision to entrust his surviving son Redhorn to Mokimo. Redhorn would fulfill the prophecy and serve the Vale and the Golden Lotus, honoring the destiny foretold by Chi-Ji. After the resurrection of the Thunder King, Lei Shen commanded the Zandalari to begin reviving his ancient generals. Upon learning of this, Vol'jin, Tirathane Court, and their Shadowpan allies launched a mission to prevent the revival of Warlord Cao. Despite their efforts, they were captured. Brother Dao and Brother Shan were used as sacrifices, leading to the rebirth of Warlord Cao. In the ensuing chaos, the quick actions of Vol'jin and Kalak saved the lives of Chen Stormstout and Brother Kyo from the wrath of the mogu. Frustrated but undeterred, Warlord Cao ordered the Zandalari to escort him back to his master. The group departed for the Isle of Thunder, leaving their would-be rescuers to plot their next move. The desecration of the Vale by the Horde's excavation, culminating in Garrosh unearthing the heart of Yasharaj, awakened the final Shah Prime, the Shah of Pride. This unleashed a devastating wave of corruption, ravaging the once pristine landscape and setting loose the Lesser Shah. Mogushan Palace and its guardian statues were also severely damaged. The eternal blossoms, which once symbolized the Vale's enduring beauty, began to wither and die, despite legends claiming they would never wilt. The Shah energies twisted the sacred water pools into a monstrous elemental horror known as Immersius. In response to this devastation, the August Celestials vowed to unite in restoring the Vale. A purified tree, a gift from Emperor Xiaohao, was planted as a symbol of renewal. By the time of the Iron Horde's invasion of Azeroth, the Vale had been cleansed, thanks to the tireless efforts of the Golden Lotus. This rejuvenation marked a new chapter for the Vale, as it slowly regained its former splendor. Now visibly restored, the Vale of Eternal Blossoms has become the stronghold of Keeper Ra and his loyal mogu faction, the Rajani. With the release of N'Zoth from his ancient prison, the Vale faced new threats as the forces of the Old God launched relentless attacks. Amidst the ensuing chaos, opportunistic mogu sought to seize the Vale for themselves. In this time of turmoil, Ra and the Rajani joined forces with the Golden Lotus, working tirelessly to defend the sacred land from these converging threats. Their combined efforts aimed to preserve the Vale's newfound beauty and ensure its safety against those who would see it corrupted once more. Now we head over to Big Blossom Excavation, which is a bustling mining operation run by the Bilgewater Cartel, nestled in the southern half of the Summer Fields, strategically positioned between the Golden Pagoda and the Shrine of Seven Stars. Initiated under the command of Garrosh Hellscream, this excavation grants direct access to the extensive Big Blossom mine. In their fervor to establish the dig site, the goblins inadvertently destroyed the sacred pool that once graced this location, leaving a scar on the land's revered heritage. When the mogu invaded the Vale, the Golden Pagoda became a crucial gathering point for the Golden Lotus, where they enlisted members from both the Horde and the Alliance to aid their cause. Key members such as Levin Dawnblade, Rook Stonetoe, Sun Tenderheart, and Kun and Anji Autumnlight were stationed there. However, the awakening of the Shah Pride by Garrosh Hellscream unleashed a destructive feedback that obliterated the Golden Pagoda and its surroundings, claiming the lives of many residents. In the aftermath, all Golden Lotus quests were relocated to the Setting Sun Garrison on the western side of the zone. The once sacred area became a desecrated crater, now haunted by the lingering Shah. Following the restoration of the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, the Golden Pagoda was also rebuilt, symbolizing a new beginning amidst the rejuvenated landscape. The ruins of Go'ulai are the remnants of an ancient mogu city located in the northwest of the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Among these ruins lie the well-preserved Go'ulai Halls, a labyrinth filled with countless secrets. The ruins are overrun by spiders and animated mogu statues, some of which still possess a semblance of life. At the edge of these ruins, the Golden Lotus has established a camp that serves as a resting spot and quest hub. Golden Lotus defenders vigilantly protect this small outpost. Following their expulsion from the Golden Stair, the mogu have reclaimed these ruins, fortifying them against the encroaching Shah. Most of the spiders have been eradicated, and the pandaren presence has diminished, leaving the ruins a contested ground between the mogu and the lingering Shah. The ruins rise as a prominent bluff overlooking the ruins of Go'ulai in the northwest Vale of Eternal Blossoms. The mogu have been utilizing a hidden passage emerging at this rise as their clandestine entry point into the Vale. However, this cavern is swiftly sealed whenever it is discovered by others. In the interim, mischievous sprites have taken over the area, commandeering any supplies left behind and pilfering more from the nearby Golden Lotus camp. Recently, the mogu have managed to reopen the cavern, driving out the sprites and re-establishing their control over the bluff. The Seat of Knowledge, perched over the entrance to Mogushan Palace in the northeast corner of the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, serves as the headquarters for the Lorewalkers faction, including the esteemed Lorewalker Cho. It comes as no surprise that Bran Bronzebeard found his way to this repository of ancient wisdom and decided to establish himself as an archaeology trainer, collaborating closely with the Lorewalkers to share his wealth of knowledge. On the right side of the Seat of Knowledge, various tables and display stands are meticulously arranged. Archaeologist adventurers might occasionally stumble upon pristine specimens of pandaren, mogu, or manted artifacts, which make ideal donations for permanent display. Additionally, scrolls related to exploration achievements have their tome counterparts housed here. During the assault on the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, Aki the Chosen relocates to the Seat of Knowledge, seeking refuge and contributing to the preservation and study of the region's rich history. The Shrine of Seven Stars and the Shrine of Two Moons, which are the Horde and Alliance bases within Pandaria, are each an ancient mogu structure. The Alliance base, the Shrine of the Seven Stars, is nestled south of Mogushan Palace in the eastern part of the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, a departure from previous expansions where sanctuary cities served both factions. The Horde's equivalent stronghold is the Shrine of Two Moons, situated on the opposite side of Mogushan Palace. In the twisted reality of the Vale of Eternal Night, which is a dark manifestation of N'Zoth's corrupted vision for the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, the Shrine of Seven Stars stands as the last unconquered bastion. Meanwhile, the Shrine of Two Moons has succumbed to the might of the Black Empire. White Petal Lake stands as one of the region's largest lakes. Fed by mountain springs from the south near Mistfall Village, its tranquil shores are graced by an ancient temple on the eastern bank. Originally teeming with diverse fish species like frenzies and crocolists, White Petal Lake fell victim to the destructive aftermath of the Shah Pride. The feedback from this malevolent force not only obliterated the lake's water source, but swiftly drained its once vibrant waters. The surrounding lands and creatures suffered under the shadow of corruption that spread throughout the area. The summer fields stretch across the east side of the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, nestled between the Golden Pagoda, Shrine of Two Moons, Mogushan Palace, and the Shrine of Seven Stars. Later on, the Bilgewater goblins, under orders from Garrosh Hellscream, began excavating the southwestern corner of the fields in search of greater power, resulting in the creation of the Big Blossom excavation. This action drew the ire of Terran Zoo of the Shadowpan, leaving Sunwalker Desco to mediate and explain the situation. The catastrophic feedback from the summoning of the Shah Pride obliterated the summer fields and its surroundings. Manifestations of pride surged through the area, corrupting any remaining wildlife. Quid, a displaced water spirit from Mistfall Village, found refuge in the remnants of the pond. However, by the time of the Fourth War, the Veil had healed, and the summer fields had been restored to their former glory. Amidst the chaos of the assault on the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, Magni Bronzebeard and a brave adventurer heeded the Council of Ra-Den adventured into the palace. Their mission is to activate the ancient engine of Nalak Shah. Inside, they found the halls eerily abandoned by the mogu, except for scattered terracotta warriors, cunning traps, and Sarok prisoners lurking in the labyrinth of tunnels below. Following one such tunnel, the duo discovered a passage that led deep into the heart of Mogushan vaults, where untold mysteries and dangers awaited. The first encounter at the dungeon is the Trial of the King, where Ming the Cunning, Kuai the Brute, and Haiyan the Unstoppable have led their respective clans to the palace, each determined to showcase their prowess and loyalty to their king. However, within the hollowed halls of the palace, old rivalries between these mogu factions simmer dangerously close to boiling over. The air crackles with tension as violence looms on the horizon, threatening to spill over unless these bickering clans can find a way to settle their disputes and prove their mettle without resorting to outright conflict. Following the Trial of the King, you run into Gekken. Amidst the power struggles of mogu clans vying for dominance, the cunning Gekken emerges as a formidable leader of his Sarok raiding party, daringly breaching the legendary treasure caches hidden within the place's network of corridors. Sarok are not known for their loyalty, yet Gekken's unwavering courage and strategic brilliance instill a rare sense of honor among his warriors. They follow him not just for plunder, but for the thrill of conquest under a leader who commands respect and admiration. Now the final challenge of the dungeon is Shin the Weapon Master. In Azeroth, the title of Weapon Master varies in meaning among its diverse inhabitants. For Shin, it signifies an unparalleled mastery over mogu weaponry, which responds to his every command. The king eagerly showcases his lethal prowess to anyone who dares to challenge his dominion over Pandaria, leaving no doubt about his rightful claim to rule. For generations, the formidable serpent spine has stood as a bulwark, shielding the people of Pandaria from the relentless assaults of rampaging insect-like mantid. This savage race, known for their recurring aggression, has launched their invasion earlier than anticipated, catching the wall's defenders unprepared. As the most fearsome mantid warriors storm the battle-worn gates, Pandaria faces the challenge of repelling the most devastating army in its recorded history. The Mantid are seasoned warriors, adept at using advanced technology to sway the tide of battle. The Pandaren, despite their resilience, find themselves outmatched by explosives experts like Kiptalak. These deadly tacticians strike deep behind enemy lines, posing a dire threat to the already crumbling fortifications from within. Kiptalak's expertise in sabotage and demolition leave the Pandaren defenses teetering on the brink of collapse, illustrating the Mantid's relentless and strategic prowess in warfare. The Strikers form the aerial elite of the Mantid Empire's formidable army. Among their ranks soars Gadok, a seasoned ace whose prowess in aerial combat is legendary. With the ability to unleash fiery devastation upon countless foes, Gadok and his minions rain death from above. Targeting the defenders at the gates, their relentless assaults from the skies leave the Pandaren forces in constant peril, showcasing the terrifying might of the Mantid's airborne warriors. Commander Rymok leads the Mantid ground forces with an iron fist, relentlessly assaulting the towering gates. Dismissive of the defenders' efforts, Rymok summons endless reinforcements to crush anyone daring enough to oppose him. His unwavering resolve and strategic brilliance make him a formidable adversary, determined to obliterate all who stand in his path. Now leading the charge against the gates is the colossal Mantid Raygon. Serving as a living battering ram, Raygon relentlessly pounds the Pandaren defenses, determined to obliterate any and all obstacles that stand in the way of the Mantids' ruthless invasion of Pandaria. His sheer force and unwavering assault leave destruction in his wake, embodying the merciless fury of the Mantid onslaught. Garrosh Hellscream's arrogance has ignited a firestorm of conflict, culminating in the devastation of the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Now, the leaders of both the Alliance and the Horde unite in a desperate siege against Hellscream's stronghold, determined to overthrow the ruthless war chief once and for all. The battle for justice and retribution has reached its zenith, as the combined forces strive to end Hellscream's tyrannical reign. The first boss you encounter is Immersius. The ancient citizens of Pandaria understood the critical importance of the life-giving pools of power. To protect these sacred waters and sustain life in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, they constructed an elaborate underground system of aqueducts. However, the touch of corruption has perverted these waters, giving rise to Immersius, an unnatural embodiment of the Vale's sorrow and despair. Following Immersius, we take on the Fallen Protectors. The Golden Lotus and Shadowpan Guardians of the Vale of Eternal Blossoms found themselves at ground zero of the catastrophic blast that ravaged the Vale. Shattered by the dark energies, their spirits now haunt the sacred grounds they once diligently protected. These restless souls, tormented by their perceived failure, linger in a state of confusion and sorrow, forever bound to the site of their ultimate sacrifice. A Titanic watcher named Narushan diligently guarded the heart of the old god Yasharaj beneath the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. When the containment around the heart was breached, Narushan aided adventurers by bestowing powerful buffs to assist them. After Garrosh Hellscream seized the heart and corrupted the Vale, Narushan set a new challenge for the adventurers: to purify their pride corruption before facing the Shaw of Pride in the depths of the Titan containment chamber. During the ensuing battle, Narushan was slain by the Shah, but in his final act, used his remaining strength to cleanse the corruption from all the adventurers present. It is whispered that the Mogu race was crafted in Narushan's image, a testament to his enduring legacy. When Emperor Xiaohao purged his negative emotions with the assistance of the Monkey King and the August Celestials, he imprisoned the Shah Primes beneath the ground. However, he retained one vice: the Shaw of Pride. Xiaohao's pride shrouded Pandaria in mists, believing they were superior to the rest of the world and capable of solving their own problems. For 10,000 years, this isolation led to stagnation, with buried doubts and fears occasionally surfacing to fester. Thus, the Shaw of Pride emerged as the most insidious and dangerous of all the Shah, more treacherous than any of its counterparts. The aftermath of the Shaw of Pride's wrath has left a deep, malignant scar of Shaw energy stretching from the Summer Fields to Mogushan Palace. This devastating force obliterated the Golden Pagoda and drained the waters of White Petal Lake. Even the Emperor's approach did not escape unscathed, bearing the marks of the Shah's destructive influence. Now we move on to Galacross. Warlord Zayla forged a strong alliance with Garrosh Hellscream during the tumultuous events in the Twilight Highlands. Alongside her Dragon Maw orcs, she has sworn unwavering loyalty to Garrosh's cause, commanding the fearsome Galacross, a direct descendant of the progenitor of all dragonkind, Galakrond. Zayla now oversees the naval defenses of Orgrimmar, a formidable presence ready to crush any opposition. The Iron Juggernaut is a mechanical monstrosity engineered as much for intimidation as for sheer destruction. It stands as the crowning jewel of Garrosh's siege arsenal. Modeled after the formidable Gorkron War Scorpion, the Iron Juggernaut fiercely guards the gates of Orgrimmar, obliterating any who dare to oppose Garrosh's true horde. Next we face the Dark Shamans. Haram and Kardris once trained thousands of shamans to respectfully commune with the elements, seeking their aid through reverent whispers. In stark contrast, Garrosh's army demands, taking what they desire by force in the name of the true horde. This dark shamanism enslaves the elements, corrupting them into burned-out ash, tainted waters, and poisonous air, perverting their natural essence into tools of destruction. Nazgrim's journey began as one of the many orcs imprisoned in Alliance internment camps, only to be liberated by the Horde. After his release, he enlisted in the army and rose through the ranks. By the time of the war against the Lich King, Nazgrim had achieved the rank of sergeant and was stationed at Conquest Hold. It was here that he first encountered an adventurer through their interactions with Conqueror Krenna. Nazgrim, wary of Krenna's volatile temper and aggressive focus on attacking the Alliance, instead dedicated himself to confronting local threats, primarily the Vrykul. He maintained his rank after Krenna was overthrown by her more moderate sister, Gorgana. During his time in Northrend, Nazgrim fought valiantly against the Scourge, slaying many of the undead. The sight in their empty, lifeless gazes before they fell left a lasting impression on him, a grim reminder of the horrors he faced in battle. After the Northrend campaign, Nazgrim was promoted to Legionnaire. Under the command of the new war chief, Garrosh Hellscream, Nazgrim led Hellscream's vanguard alongside an adventurer on a critical mission. Their goal was to seize a strategically vital island from which the Horde could launch an assault on Stormwind City. Nazgrim, eager to demonstrate the might of the Horde and to unite its people under a single banner, approached this mission with fervor. His determination to showcase the Horde's strength and his loyalty to Garrosh drove him to take on this pivotal task, marking another significant chapter in his storied military career. He embarked on a mercenary ship bound for distant seas, but the voyage was abruptly interrupted by a Naga attack. Despite his efforts to fend off the serpentine foes, he was thrown overboard, and the ship met its demise at the tentacles of the Great Kraken, Azumet. Nazgrim survived the ordeal thanks to the intervention of Aranak Stonespeaker, and quickly reunited with the adventurer and other survivors. The group found themselves in the treacherous waters of Vashir, a region besieged by Naga conflicts and oppression. As they tried to fend off a Naga assault, they were captured and taken to Nespera, a Naga stronghold, where they were enslaved. However, the adventurer and Aranak managed to escape and later freed Nazgrim from his grim predicament, allowing him to continue his relentless fight against the Naga threat. Nazgrim and the remaining Horde survivors regrouped in a cave known as Legion's Rest. With their original mission in tatters due to their current predicament, the Legionnaires set about devising an escape plan. Following further skirmishes with the Naga, Nazgrim managed to send up an escape flare, prompting Horde ships to come to their aid. He relocated aboard the Stygian Bounty, taking a brief respite before plunging back into action. The goblins from Bilgewater Harbor provided a submarine, the Vern, which Nazgrim used to return beneath the waves. His aim was clear, to locate and confront the beast that had derailed his mission, restoring his path to victory for the Horde. Nazgrim joined the adventurer, Aranak, and the crew of the Vern to confront the full might of the Naga beneath the ocean's surface. Recognizing the peril facing the entire realm, Nazgrim ordered the submarine to land and charge into battle against the Naga and their Enraki allies. After a fierce struggle, he witnessed Azumet the Kraken crash into Neptulin the Tidehunter before fleeing the scene. Mistaking this as a victory, the Naga retreated, taking a captured Aranak with them. Determined to rescue Aranak, Nazgrim remained behind, launching a daring mission to the Throne of the Tides. There, he and the adventurer confronted and defeated the Naga Sea Witch, Lady Nazjar. After their triumph, Nazgrim congratulated the adventurer, coming to see them as both a friend and a comrade. During the Alliance and Horde War in Pandaria, Nazgrim had risen to the rank of general and appeared in the initial Horde side cutscene. He reported significant naval victories off the coast of Tolbarad and Tanarus to Garrosh Hellscream. He also informed Garrosh of a strange uncharted land discovered during a skirmish with an Alliance vessel. Infuriated that the Alliance had arrived first, Garrosh scolded Nazgrim and promptly dispatched him, along with an elite forward party, including Shademaster Kieran, Rivet Clutchpop, Sergeant Gorok, Shokia, and an adventurer to secure this new continent and engage the Alliance forces there. As the Horde prepared to land in the Jade Forest, Nazgrim commanded their descent from an airship. However, the vessel was shot down, leaving the Horde forces to fend for themselves. Among the first to encounter the native Pandaren, Nazgrim was met with a frosty reception for bringing war to their peaceful homeland. Despite their initial wariness, the Pandaren provided the Horde with crucial information about the insidious nature of the Shah, and some even chose to ally with the Horde, offering sanctuary. During his stay, Nazgrim took the stranded Prince Anduin into custody, recognizing him as the Crown Prince of Stormwind and holding him as a prisoner of war. However, Anduin eventually managed to escape, slipping through Nazgrim's fingers. Nazgrim set about enlisting the local forest Hosen to aid the Horde war effort, though he met with mixed success. Despite their numbers, their volatile nature gave him cause for concern. With time and effort, he managed to shape them into a passable fighting force and soon found himself facing Admiral Taylor and his recruited Pearlfin Jinyu. As their forces clashed, the nearby Serpent's Heart erupted in a torrent of Sha energy, shattering both the Horde and Alliance contingents. Nazgrim and his entourage narrowly survived the violent outburst, suffering heavy wounds. Alongside Taylor and the surviving Alliance members, they retreated to Bainan village to recuperate from the ordeal. Nazgrim awoke to find himself sharing a room with Admiral Taylor, both heavily wounded from the recent battle. Tensions flared and the two nearly came to blows. With the adventurer's help, Nazgrim regained his strength and established a Horde camp named Eastwind Rest in Kumlai Summit. Frustrated by the unpredictable nature of the Hosen, Nazgrim became convinced that the Pandaren would be far superior allies. Determined to win them over, he set out to demonstrate the benefits of aligning with the Horde rather than the Alliance, seeking to sway the Pandaren to their cause. Nazgrim and the remnants of his vanguard rejoined the main Horde forces upon their arrival in Pandaria, taking up positions at the newly constructed Domination Point. During the Domination Point scenario, the base camp came under attack by the Alliance's formidable 7th Legion. Despite the intense assault, Nazgrim, his vanguard team, Warlord Bloodhilt, and Horde adventurers stood their ground and successfully repelled the Alliance invasion, securing their foothold in Pandaria. At Domination Point, Nazgrim served as the main quest giver, though he often found himself entangled in the web of Horde politics. As adventurers earned their reputation at the base, Nazgrim assigned them various missions from Horde High Command and Garrosh Hellscream himself. The storyline took a tense turn when Garrosh's blatant disregard for Blood Elven lives strained relations with Lorthamar Theron, the Regent Lord of Quel'Thalas. This tension escalated to the point where Lorthamar considered withdrawing his people from the Horde entirely, a prospect that left Nazgrim deeply and vocally concerned. Nazgrim was also privy to the Sunreaver plot to steal the Divine Bell. He instructed the adventurer to use a Sunreaver mage's portal to venture into Darnassus and retrieve the artifact. When Jaina Proudmoore discovered the Sunreaver's involvement in the theft, Nazgrim urgently dispatched the adventurer to rendezvous with Grand Magister Romoth. Together they orchestrated the evacuation of the Sunreavers from Darnassus, amid the chaos of the Purge of Dalaran. Nazgrim concluded the Domination Point saga by delivering a summons from Garrosh to the adventurer. However, he was notably absent for the critical events that followed. He did not witness Garrosh's use of the Divine Bell to infuse his soldiers with the dark power of the Shah, nor was he present for the Bell's ultimate destruction. The absence marked a significant turning point, as Nazgrim remained unaware of the depths of Garrosh's ambition and the catastrophic consequences that unfolded. Summoned by Garrosh to quell the growing Darkspear rebellion, Nazgrim was stationed at the Dranashar blockade. There, he commanded the Gorkron to fortify the defenses of Bladefist Bay in anticipation of a potential assault by Alliance naval forces. His presence and strategic oversight were critical in preparing for the looming threat as tensions continued to escalate on all fronts. As the siege loomed, Nazgrim was approached by former War Chief Thrall and High Overlord Sourfang on the outskirts of Orgrimmar. They sought an audience with Garrosh in a last-ditch effort to end the war. Although initially barred entry by the Gorkron, Nazgrim ordered his men to stand down and allowed the pair to enter the city, though he warned that Garrosh might not be receptive to their pleas at this critical juncture. Tasked with defending the main entrance to Orgrimmar, Nazgrim took his position on the battlements. There, he confronted Vol'jin and Bane Bloodhoof, urging them to abandon their rebellion. He warned them that their efforts were futile, and assured them that they couldn't prevail if they persisted in their fight against Garrosh's forces. In a desperate bid to quell the rebellion, Nazgrim dispatched his formidable Iron Juggernaut. However, the mechanical behemoth was ultimately defeated and destroyed. As Tyrande Whisperwind and her sentinels breached the city's gates, Nazgrim and his remaining Gorkron brigade retreated to defend the entrance to the Underhold. Fiercely loyal to the Horde and unwavering in his commitment to honor and duty, Nazgrim held the line for his war chief until his final breath. His steadfast defense epitomized his dedication, making his last stand a poignant testament to his unwavering resolve. Nazgrim's body was retrieved and laid to rest in a graveyard in Durotar, not far from the gates of Orgrimmar. However, at the behest of the Lich King, Nazgrim is resurrected as the first new member of the Four Horsemen of the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Upon his revival, Nazgrim became aware of the Iron Horde and the return of the Burning Legion. He saw these events as repercussions of Garrosh Hellscream's pride and his own unwavering loyalty. These thoughts nagged at him, though he tried to push them aside. Resolute in his new purpose, Nazgrim accompanied the Deathlord, defending them while they revived the remaining horsemen, thus embracing his role in the ongoing struggle against the looming threats in Azeroth. At Stromgarde Keep, when the fallen prince Galen Trollbane arrogantly called for their champion, Nazgrim curtly instructed him to watch his tone. After clearing the courtyard of Witherbark trolls, Galen expressed his thanks, but declared his kingdom was his alone. Nazgrim perceived this as treachery and responded by asphyxiating Stromgarde soldiers outside the keep while the Deathlord hunted down the prince. In the court of the Scarlet Monastery, Nazgrim once again used his strangulate ability, this time against the Scarlet Crusade. Following the failed attempt to retrieve the body of High Lord Tyrion Fordring from beneath Light's Hope Chapel in the Sanctum of Light, Darion Mograin's sacrifice was not in vain. Nazgrim urged the Deathlord to act quickly to save Mograine before it was too late. Under Bolvar's command, the Four Horsemen were tasked with acquiring fallen champions from both the Alliance and Horde. Nazgrim took on the grim duty of collecting bodies from the Battle of Dazar Alor and other Horde territories. He stood witness to the overthrow of Sylvanas Windrunner by the Horde, feeling a deep urge to assist but was forbidden by Bolvar. Believing that Bolvar had succumbed to the powers of the Lich King, Darion attempted to kill him. However, Bolvar took control of Darion's body, forcing him to return to Acheris, the Ebon Hold, while taunting him about needing the Four Horsemen. Though suspicious of a trap and sensing something amiss, Nazgrim agreed to join his fellow horsemen in their mission to kill the Lich King and decide who would wield the Helm of Domination after Bolvar's defeat. En route to Icecrown Citadel, the Four Horsemen used their connection to the Lich King and discovered him locked in combat with Sylvanas Windrunner. They realized that Bolvar's gambit was to have the horsemen arrive and kill the victor of the conflict. Nazgrim and the others were stunned when Sylvanas emerged victorious and destroyed the Helm of Domination instead of claiming it. With the Scourge now uncontrollable, Darion ordered Nazgrim and Sally Whitemane to rescue Bolvar, while he and Thoris Trollbane fought to maintain control over Acheris. After the Helm of Domination was shattered and the Scourge began their rampage across Azeroth, Nazgrim and Whitemane transported the wounded Bolvar Fordragon to Acheris the Ebon Hold. In the aftermath of the Scourge's return, Nazgrim assumed the role of the Ebon Blade's emissary to the Horde. During the assault on the Sanctum of Domination, Nazgrim alongside the other horsemen supported Bolvar and the heroes of Azeroth. They facilitated the attack by creating death gates throughout the fortress, enabling swift movement throughout its various levels and aiding in the fight against the forces within. He attended the first Koshark festival on Azeroth held in Razor Hill, Durotar, where he reflects on how long it had been since he last spoke to many of his fellow orcs. During the festival, he joined the Warsong clan and shared his uncertainty about whether he would be welcomed among the living. Chieftain Gorgana, however, reassured him, declaring that in her eyes, he had died with honor, and continued to serve with honor even in undeath. Once a staunch member of the Blackrock clan under Rend Blackhand, Malkarok renounced his former war chief to pledge unwavering allegiance to Garrosh Hellscream. He quickly proved to be as radical as Garrosh, if not more so, a trait likely retained from his days in the Dark Horde. He believed that anyone who questioned Garrosh's authority deserved execution. During a pivotal gathering of the Horde's leaders to discuss Garrosh's plans for Kalimdor, Malkarok took center stage, opening the meeting. When Bane Bloodhoof expressed his discontent with Garrosh's proposed attack on Theramore, Malkarok moved to confront him, only to be ordered to stand down by Garrosh himself. He was also present during a private meeting between Garrosh and Lorthamar Theron. Although Garrosh praised Lorthamar for his loyalty to the Horde's war chief, he grew suspicious when Lorthamar's declaration of loyalty seemed directed at the Horde rather than Garrosh personally. Garrosh instructed Malkarok to keep an eye on Lorthamar, to which Malkarok ominously replied that they should monitor everyone, not just the leaders, but the entire Horde. Sometime later, Malkarok and a group of Kor'kron soldiers stormed into Court Justice's shop. intent on punishing him for merely disagreeing with War Chief Hellscream's plans. When Korjas claimed his shop was closed, Malkaruk coldly replied that they weren't there for supplies, they were there for him. He was then taken into custody, brutally beaten, and eventually returned to his shop. Malkaruk's abductions became an unspoken truth in Orgrimmar, serving as a dark warning to those who dared to voice dissent. When the time came for the assault on Northwatch Hold, Malkaruk personally accompanied Garrosh to Ratchet and participated in the stronghold's destruction. While many were horrified by the Horde's use of molten giants, Malkaruk saw no issue with it. When Bane Bloodhoof, having learned from Khador Cloudsong that the molten giants were enslaved, confronted Garrosh about these tactics, Malkaruk immediately intervened, challenging Bane to a Mat Gara for constantly questioning Garrosh's actions and not showing the respect he believed was deserved. Privately, Malkaruk thought the Tauren were too soft and even considered Cairn Bloodhoof's death beneficial, regardless of the circumstances. He was disappointed when Bane refused his challenge, missing the chance to prove his loyalty and ruthlessness in the eyes of the Horde. Following the destruction of Northwatch, Garrosh chose to keep the Horde army in place rather than marching directly to Theramore, much to the frustration of many within the ranks. As members of the Horde gathered to discuss Garrosh's unexpected decision, one of them tipped off Hellscream about the meeting. When Bane clarified that they were merely questioning the reason behind Garrosh's choices and not plotting against him, Malkaruk coolly retorted that questioning the War Chief was tantamount to questioning the Horde itself. Irritated by the overt displays of discontentment among the ranks, Malkaruk later grumbled privately to Garrosh that he should have been allowed to kill or punish a few dissenters. Garrosh dismissed his concerns, stating that fear would keep the soldiers in check, as they were still valuable to the Horde. Vol'jin and Bane were granted an audience with Garrosh, noticing Malkaruk's presence during their meeting. The conversation remained polite until Bane voiced his concern and questioned why Garrosh seemed only to heed the advice of the Blackrock Orc. After instructing Malkaruk to stand down, Garrosh mentioned he had orders for the fleet. Bane and Vol'jin, feeling hopeful that Garrosh might finally be initiating an attack on Theramore or sharing his strategy, were stunned when Garrosh's order was for the fleet to withdraw. As they left to carry out his command, Bane expressed his hope that the Horde would survive this debacle. Their departure was accompanied by the sound of loud laughter from both Garrosh and Malkaruk, echoing through the hall. When Hellscream finally ordered the army to march upon Theramore, they were ambushed by the Blue Dragon Caligos before attacking the Alliance forces at Fort Triumph. After the fall of Fort Triumph, the Horde forces advanced to Theramore Isle itself. Malkaruk was tasked with leading the assault on the West Gate. However, as they marched towards their target, Malkaruk's forces were ambushed by Alliance troops led by Pain. Engaging in a fierce battle with Pain, Malkaruk was infuriated when the Alliance forces retreated, frustrated that he had been caught off guard and had failed to kill the Night Elf. Malkaruk was privy to Garrosh's secret weapon, a tailor-made mana bomb enhanced by the stolen focusing iris. He watched as the bomb was dropped over Theramore, cackling in triumph as the city and its defenders were obliterated in a single devastating blast. The sight of Theramore's annihilation brought him a twisted sense of elation, as the power of the Horde was brutally demonstrated. Following the successful campaign, the army journeyed back to Durotar, where it experienced a division. Those who approved of the mana bomb's use headed to Orgrimmar, while the dissenters made their way to Razor Hill. Malkaruk and his contingent were greeted at Orgrimmar's entrance by jubilant orcs chanting Garrosh's name. Garrosh then delivered a rousing speech about the Horde's past, present, and future dominion, culminating in a unified chant of death to the Alliance. While celebrations erupted in Orgrimmar, Malkaruk led Kor'kron forces to Razor Hill. There, he confronted Kelantur Bloodblade and Frandis Farley for speaking against Garrosh, casually murdering them with frag grenades after leaving. When the Alliance, led by King Varian Wrynn, launched an attack on Orgrimmar, Malkaruk swiftly joined his war chief in battle. The Horde-controlled Kraken initially repelled the Alliance fleet but were ultimately destroyed by Jaina Proudmoore's water elementals. Malkaruk witnessed Garrosh's rage as the Alliance escaped and reclaimed Northwatch. Upon learning that the Alliance intended to break the Horde blockade and rescue the captured port, Garrosh ordered Malkaruk to initiate a full retreat. After the Horde established Domination Point, War Chief Hellscream journeyed to the Shrine of Two Moons, soon joined by Malkaruk and a Kor'kron guard, as well as Lorthamar Theron and his presumed bodyguard, Alandra Palescorn. Malkaruk reported to Garrosh that the Tome of Pandaren history depicted the Mogu, former rulers of Pandaria, as cruel and relentless rulers who governed through fear rather than love. Garrosh, intrigued, remarked that he had much to learn from the Mogu. Malkaruk accompanied Garrosh on his final quest to find the Divine Bell, and was later seen with his Kor'kron forces when Garrosh used the Divine Bell at Emperor's Reach. Garrosh remained relentless in his pursuit of Pandaren artifacts, dispatching an excavation force to unearth a mysterious relic. When Grizzle Gearslip and his team succeeded in locating the artifact, Malkaruk and his Kor'kron forces promptly arrived on the scene. Malkaruk ordered the goblin to step aside, declaring that they had found exactly what Garrosh had hoped for in the Vale. When Grizzle demanded the promised payment, he was taken aback to receive only a fraction of the expected amount. Malkaruk coldly explained that the payment accounted for the workers who were still alive. The war chief did not compensate the dead. Grizzle attempted to remind Malkaruk of their contract and its stipulations, insisting on proper payment. Malkaruk, losing patience, grabbed Grizzle by the neck and yelled that dying in the service of the Horde should be considered a great honor. He accused Grizzle of using the dead as a means to make more money, thus disgracing the honorable deaths of his workers. After releasing Grizzle, the goblin mumbled a veiled threat about Garrosh's loyalty, but quickly distracted Malkaruk with flattery and fled before his treasonous comment fully registered. Malkaruk and his Kor'kron then secured the chamber containing the mysterious artifact and a Titan-made watcher named Narushan, ensuring that Garrosh's prize was safely in their hands. Throughout the Pandaria campaign, Malkaruk stood as Garrosh's most loyal and trusted lieutenant. When the war chief sought a volunteer to be infused with the power of Y'Shaarj, Malkaruk stepped forward without a moment's hesitation. During the siege of Orgrimmar, Malkaruk took up residence within the Underhold. After General Nazgrim fell in the battle above ground, Malkaruk assumed command of the defense of Garrosh's compound. Determined to hold the line, he fought fiercely but ultimately met his end in the ensuing battle, his unwavering loyalty to Garrosh carrying him to his final breath. When the Isle of Giants was discovered off the coast of Pandaria, brimming with primal devil sores, Garrosh seized the opportunity to capture some of the fiercest specimens. He envisioned these mighty beasts as future weapons of war. However, countless orcish beastmasters met their end in Thok's jaws, struggling to trap and cage the relentless creature. Despite their efforts, Thok's insatiable thirst for blood remained unquenched, making him a fearsome challenge for even the most seasoned handlers. Helix Blackfuse was the sole goblin whose engineering brilliance, professionalism, and ruthlessness met Garrosh's exacting standards for the true Horde's chief engineer. Blackfuse's passion for his mechanical creations, and the gold they brought him, irreversibly entwined his fate with that of his patron and warchief. Paragons are preserved within empowered amber shells, meticulously crafted by a chosen ambersmith. Once the paragon is put to sleep, the ambersmith is immediately killed to ensure the paragon's location remains a secret. It takes the combined power of the entire Calaxy Council to locate these paragons, preventing outsiders or lone Calaxiva from discovering them. Encased in amber, paragons remain in stasis until their help is needed, capable of awakening after thousands of years without incident. However, the amber's power is finite, and if not released before it depletes, the paragon risks death. The process of being put to sleep in amber is excruciating, akin to dying. Awakening is equally painful, leaving the paragon weak and in desperate need of nourishment. Among the Mantid, it is speculated that reviving a paragon is similar to an empress bringing her swarmborn into the world. Awakened paragons feel a special bond with their wakener, and can instinctively recognize the one who woke them up. This process and the equipment for it were invented by the first paragon, Corvin the Prime. Becoming a paragon grants the right to ask questions and expect answers. Paragons possess a deep understanding of the cycle and the swarm, far surpassing that of other Mantid. They exhibit a less respectful attitude towards the current Empress and are acutely aware of their true purpose, not just to serve the Empress, but to preserve the cycle through the Calaxy. Upon arriving in the Dread Wastes, the player stumbles upon the Paragon Kilruck the Wind Reaver and awakens him. Kilruck then introduces the player to the Calaxy Council, who grants permission for the player to continue awakening other Paragons to bolster their forces. These awakened Paragons become daily quest givers, thus unlocking more quests as the player revives them. With the discovery of the Heart of Y'Shaarj by Garrosh Hellscream, the Calaxy allied themselves with the War Chief and his Kor'kron. The Paragons were assigned their own chamber within the Underhold, poised to defend Garrosh's inner sanctum, where the revived heart had been relocated. In a twist of fate, the same adventurer who had once allied with the Calaxy in Pandaria eventually defeated the Paragons in the battle against Garrosh. After Grand Empress Shek'Zara pledged her people to the old god N'Zoth, she initiated a new swarm with the intent to conquer Pandaria in his name. The Calaxy, sensing the presence of a Paragon near the Serpent's Spine at the Five Sisters in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, decided to awaken them. 4 Calaxy Wakeners undertook the mission, but they were intercepted and killed by adventurers opposing the swarm. The intervention led to the untimely death of the Paragon as well, thwarting the Calaxy's plan to bolster their ranks for Shek'Zara's quest. Garrosh, son of Grommash, Hellscream, and Golka of the Warsong clan, was born on Draenor. During his youth, he contracted the Red Pox and was sent to live in Garadar. The Red Pox is a disease created by Imperator Moloch of Goria. Under constant siege by the Orcs, Moloch needed a way to break the siege to restore his land-based trade routes, as sea trade alone could not sustain them. Moloch sought out Apexis crystals, hoping they would provide a solution. The crystals revealed the Curse of Seath, a dreadful affliction that tormented the Arakoa with visions of darkness and intense pain, searing their flesh and tearing at their minds. This curse stripped the Arakoa of their ability to fly, often leading to death or insanity, with only the strongest being able to resist its effects. Inspired by this, Moloch aimed to create a similar reaction in the Orcs, resulting in the Red Pox. The Orcs of Garadar, who proudly called themselves Maghar, meaning uncorrupted in the Orcish tongue, embraced Garrosh. However, he was haunted by tales of his father's legacy. The stories of Grommash's tumultuous past tormented him, instilling a deep fear that he might one day lead the Maghar down a similarly dark path. A side note on the Red Pox: it was later modified by the Shadow Council and mixed with their fell energies, which they released into Shatroth City. The fell plague was loaded into bombs and lobbed at Shatroth. When the vapors from the plague reached the Draenei, they immediately began choking. The exposure caused the surviving Draenei to be cut off from the light, transforming them into the Broken, and eventually the Lost Ones. The most well-known survivors are Nabundo and Akama. Garrosh vividly recalled his first visit to Orgrimmar. As the first Maghar to set foot in the city, he drew curious and odd gazes. An old soldier from the First War who remembered serving alongside his father approached him. The retired warrior expressed pride in seeing Grom's legacy continue and declared he would gladly serve under Garrosh if given the chance, assuring him that he would make their people proud. However, not everyone welcomed Grom's heir. An orc woman named Grenna openly dismissed his lineage, blaming Grom for cursing their people with bloodlust. She had little regard for Garrosh himself. From Krenna, Garrosh learned about the harsh realities facing the orcs. Life in Durotar was a constant struggle. The arid desert made farming impossible, and while the markets were well stocked, they relied heavily on imports from distant lands. Though Ashenvale Forest could meet their needs, War Chief Thrall had prohibited settlement there, and Night Elves frequently ambushed their lumber caravans. Compounding their woes, humans from Northwatch Hold and dwarves from Baal Modan contested their sovereignty in the Barrens, and remnants of Admiral Proudmoore's Kultiris forces raided Razor Hill unchecked. Their challenges bred bitterness and frustration among orcs like Krenna, who grew increasingly disillusioned with their leadership. This exposure to the stark challenges of his people deepened Garrosh's understanding of the burdens he would bear as a leader. Garrosh, infuriated by Krenna's disdainful attitude towards Thrall and Grom, threatened to assault her if she continued her treasonous talk. Before the situation could escalate, Krenna's sister Gorgana stepped in to diffuse the tension, urging Krenna to walk away. Reluctantly, Krenna complied, leaving Gorgana to apologize on her behalf. Gorgana explained to Garrosh that her sister failed to understand that their people lived in Durotar as a way to atone for the crimes committed during the First War. Garrosh, equally frustrated, argued that the orcs had done what was necessary to survive, and questioned why the children, who had nothing to do with the war, should suffer for their parents' sins. In response, Gorgana revealed her green skin, a lasting mark of their people's legacy. She expressed her willingness to atone in whatever way their war chief saw fit, emphasizing that Garrosh, being a Maghar, was free from such burdens and couldn't fully grasp their struggle. This conversation deepened Garrosh's understanding of the complex legacy and challenges faced by his people in Azeroth. Garrosh was stunned that Thrall could be so seemingly unreasonable. Krenna's words gnawed at him, and the more he reflected on them, the more his frustration and impatience grew. He found himself increasingly irritated by Thrall's lack of decisive action against the Alliance and the Scourge. It infuriated him to see Orcish resources and forces being divided to address the problems of other Horde races, while their own people suffered. The Scourge's relentless attacks, infecting their food supplies with plague and raining death upon them, left Garrosh seething with anger. Thrall's refusal to unleash the full might of the Horde in retaliation was a source of constant frustration. Determined to preserve Orgrimmar and restore the Orcs' former glory, Garrosh resolved to take matters into his own hands, even if it meant challenging Thrall's leadership to do so. Thrall brought Garrosh back to Azeroth, appointing him as one of his advisors. Later, the retired gladiator master Rhaegar Earthfury also joined Thrall's council. From the beginning, Rhaegar and Garrosh clashed. Garrosh, harboring deep resentment towards the Alliance, sought to destroy them and claim Azeroth for the Horde. In contrast, Rhaegar favored diplomacy, advocating for the preservation of the non-aggressive treaty with Theramore. When Thrall decided to meet with the human king Varian, he chose to bring both Rhaegar and Garrosh, along with some Kor'kron guards. Rhaegar advised against bringing Garrosh, fearing his aggressive tendencies would be counterproductive. However, Thrall believed that exposing Garrosh to diplomatic efforts might help him reconsider his hostile stance towards the humans. Garrosh, accompanying Thrall, traveled by Zeppelin to Theramore for a meeting with Varian. While Thrall and Varian engaged in a peaceful discussion focused on mutual gain, Garrosh believed it would be better for the Horde to take what they needed by force rather than negotiate resources. The meeting was abruptly cut short when Varian received news of simultaneous Scourge attacks on Goldshire and South Shore. As they were leaving Theramore, the Twilight's Hammer Cult launched an invasion on the city. Amidst the chaos, Varian caught a glimpse of Garona and recalled his father's assassination by the Shadow Council, suspected Thrall of sending her to kill him. Garrosh in turn accused the Alliance of orchestrating the attack to trap him and Thrall, while Varian accused the Horde, and specifically Garrosh, of attempted assassination. Though tempers flared and accusations flew, Thrall managed to ensure their departure from Theramore remained peaceful. Despite leaving without further conflict, Garrosh felt that Varian's accusations had insulted the Orcs' honor, and that their peaceful exit had caused the Orcs to lose face at the summit. Garrosh attended a crucial meeting in Orgrimmar with Thrall, Lady Sylvanas Windrunner, High Overlord Sourfang, Grand Apothecary Putris, and Rhaegar Earthfury to discuss their strategy against the Scourge. Thrall, after consulting Sourfang and the spirits, advocated for a cautious approach, sending an advanced scouting party to the frozen continent before committing troops, and meeting with Jaina Proudmoore to gauge the Alliance's plans regarding the Lich King. Garrosh, however, was vehemently opposed to dealing with the Alliance. He argued that such dealings would endanger the Horde and instead proposed a bold plan: to conquer the humans first and then march to Northrend to crush the Scourge, asserting that the Horde should rule all of Azeroth. Thrall was frustrated by Garrosh's recklessness and constant challenges to his authority. He retorted that the humans were not a threat, and that underestimating the Lich King by blindly marching into a Scourge trap would be a grave mistake. Tensions peaked when Thrall, provoked by Garrosh's defiance, insinuated that he would not repeat the mistakes of Garrosh's father. Enraged by the perceived insult to his father's legacy and Thrall's perceived inaction, Garrosh challenged Thrall to a duel in the Ring of Valor to settle their differences once and for all. The two orcs clashed fiercely in the Ring of Valor, with Garrosh gradually gaining the upper hand. As he began to taunt Thrall, their battle was abruptly interrupted by a herald of the Lich King, who threatened Orgrimmar with destruction. In response, Thrall struck Garrosh with a chain lightning spell, halting the duel. He told the younger Hellscream that their dispute would be settled later, as they both left the ring to face the imminent threat. The city came under attack by a horde of abominations, frostworms, and a few death knights. Thrall and Garrosh, alongside Sourfang, Sylvanas, Rhaegar, city defenders, and adventurers, led the horde forces in repelling the Scourge assault. Once the Scourge was driven back, Garrosh again requested to be sent to Northrend. This time, Thrall agreed and instructed Sourfang to begin preparations for war. Before constructing Warsong Hold, the horde established Garrosh's Landing, named in honor of Garrosh Hellscream, who led the fleet of Orcish destroyers that landed on Northrend's western coast. This site served as their main port until they decided to build their fortress inland. Garrosh was then appointed Overlord of the Warsong Offensive, the primary force of the Horde expedition, and he set up his command post at Warsong Hold. In stark contrast to his downtrodden and apathetic demeanor in Nagrand, Garrosh became hot-blooded and reckless as a Horde commander in Northrend. His chief advisor, High Overlord Sourfang, who had once drank from the same chalice that corrupted Grom Hellscream, cautioned against Garrosh's brutal tactics, fearing a resurgence of the bloodlust that had plagued the Horde before Manaroth's death. The two frequently clashed over tactical decisions, especially concerning the supply lines between Warsong Hold and the Forsaken forces in Howling Fjord. Despite their disagreements, Garrosh held a grudging respect for the seasoned warrior. There is a conversation between the two that you can witness within Warsong Hold that I think is worth covering. It starts with Sourfang discussing their military tactics they need to do, but Garrosh loses his temper. Your father's blood runs strong in you, Hellscream, impatient as always, impatient and reckless. You rush headlong into all-out war without a thought of the consequences. Garrosh responds, "Do not speak to me of consequences, old one." Sourfang says, "I drank the same blood your father did, Garrosh. Manaroth's cursed venom pumped through my veins as well. I drove my weapons into the bodies and minds of my enemies. And while Grom died a glorious death freeing us all from the blood curse, he could not wipe away the terrible memory of our past. His act could not erase the horrors we committed. The winter after the curse was lifted, hundreds of veteran orcs like me were lost to despair. Our minds were finally free, yes. Free to relive all the unthinkable acts we had performed under the Legion's influence. I think it was the sounds of the Draenei children that unnerved most of them. You never forget. Have you ever been to Jagged Swine Farm? When the swine are of age for the slaughter, it's that sound. The sound of the swine being killed. It resonates the loudest. Those are hard times for us older veterans. Garrosh speaks up. But surely you cannot think that those children were born into innocence. They would have grown up and taken arms against us. Sourfang shakes his head. I am not speaking solely of the children of our enemies. I won't let you take us down that dark path again, young Hellscream. I'll kill you myself before that day comes. Garrosh asks, how have you managed to survive for so long, Sourfang? Not fallen victim to your memories? Sourfang turns around for a moment to answer. I don't eat pork. Their dynamic was a constant push and pull between Garrosh's aggressive ambition and Sourfang's seasoned caution. Despite Sourfang's cautionary advice, Garrosh appointed commanders who mirrored his aggressive stance, directing the war effort primarily against the Alliance. Among these was Conqueror Krenna, the head of Conquest Hold in the Grizzly Hills, who prioritized combat with the Alliance over the battle against the Scourge. Her hot-blooded recklessness was so extreme that her own sister Gorgana had to depose her to restore balance. Similarly, the commander of Orgrim's Hammer above Icecrown was more focused on defeating the Alliance than contending with the Scourge. Even within the treacherous confines of Icecrown's citadel, the Horde clashed with the Alliance as the Skybreaker and Orgrim's Hammer engaged in fierce battles. Garrosh staunchly advocated for honorable combat. He detested the tactics employed at the Broken Front, viewing them as dishonorable. While he endorsed conflict with the Alliance whenever possible, he insisted that it be conducted in a way that fairly tested the martial prowess of the Horde. For Garrosh, using underhanded methods like poison and mind control was deemed cowardly, unworthy of the Horde's true strength. Thrall and Garrosh were urgently summoned to Dalaran to meet with Ronan, the city's leader. Arriving before King Varian and Ren had departed, Garrosh and the Human King quickly clashed, sparring in the Violet Citadel. However, Ronan intervened with a magical shield, preventing any harm from coming to either combatant. Ronan proposed that the Horde and Alliance join forces to confront the looming threat of Yogg-Saron and Ulduar. Despite the severity of the situation, Garrosh and Varian were both staunchly opposed to cooperation. Varian was swiftly teleported away, and Garrosh, bristling with disdain, remarked that a true war chief would never ally with cowards. After the events in Dalaran, Garrosh and Thrall made their way back to Warsong Hold. During their journey, Garrosh reflected on the past, recalling when Thrall first brought him to Orgrimmar. Upon arrival at Warsong Hold, they were immediately thrust in defending it from a scourge attack. Amidst the chaos, a report came in from Icecrown detailing how Horde forces had flanked the Alliance during their assault. Thrall watched intently as Garrosh addressed the situation, firmly telling the general from Icecrown that the Horde would fight with honor or not fight at all. Observing Garrosh's commitment to honorable combat, Thrall felt a surge of pride in the young leader's decision. Cairn Bloodhoof traveled to Warsong Hold to meet with Garrosh and Varrock. Impressed by the fortifications, he couldn't help but compare them to the architecture of previous wars. With the war in Northrend nearing its end, Garrosh was summoned back to Orgrimmar for a hero's celebration, honoring the Horde's victories under his leadership. On their way to the ship, Garrosh and Cairn were ambushed by Kavaldir. Garrosh revealed hidden weapons, which they used to fend off the attackers. During their journey, they encountered an Alliance carrier wrecked at sea. Garrosh, declaring it was in Horde waters, eliminated most of the crew, despite Cairn's distressed pleas for mercy. Garrosh then provided the survivors with supplies and rations, telling them they had witnessed both the Horde's might and its mercy. While Garrosh and his crew were satisfied with the outcome, Cairn showed signs of concern. Back in Orgrimmar, Garrosh and the Northrend veterans received a warm welcome from War Chief Thrall. Encouraging all veterans to join the celebration, Garrosh was honored with a grand festivity. During the event, Thrall bestowed upon him Gorhau, the mighty axe of Grom Hellscream. Garrosh wielded the weapon with a natural affinity, just like his father before him. However, the land of Durotar was naturally harsh, and recently elemental disturbances has further weakened it. With unreliable supply routes and the Night Elves of Ashenvale refusing trade after the Wrathgate incident, Orgrimmar faced the brink of famine. Thrall, Cairn, and Hamul Runetotem sought to negotiate peacefully with the Night Elves, leveraging Hamul's high standing within the Cenarian Circle, which included both Tauren and Night Elves. Garrosh, however, was outraged at the notion of negotiation. Viewing the Wrathgate as a tragedy for both factions, he argued that the Night Elves had no right to impede the Orcs' survival. He insisted that the Orcs should take what they needed by force. Cairn disagreed with him, leading to a heated exchange before Garrosh excused himself. Despite the celebration of the Northrend victory, the Horde faced a difficult road ahead, prompting Thrall to call a crucial meeting to address the looming challenges. Garrosh was summoned to Grommash Hold, where Thrall officially named him the acting war chief. Stunned, Garrosh immediately protested, insisting that his place was on the battlefield. He knew much of war and tactics, but little of politics. Thrall reassured him that he would not be alone in this endeavor and that Cairn, Eitrig, and Vol'jin would be there to advise him. With this support, Garrosh accepted the role. As the highest authority within the Horde, Garrosh set to work repairing the damage caused by the elemental upheaval, starting with the remodeling of Orgrimmar. What had once been a village of huts was transformed into a formidable bastion, reinforced with the metals used in Warsong Hold. Garrosh believed this would prevent future fires from spreading, and for a moment, he and Cairn found common ground. However, events beyond Garrosh's control soon unfolded. A peaceful meeting between the Tauren and the Night Elves was sabotaged by agents of the Twilight's Hammer clan, who posed as Horde members and brutally murdered the entire gathering, leaving Hamul as the sole survivor. Hamul, noting the aggressor's attitude was reminiscent of Garrosh's, informed Cairn of the tragedy. This incident set off a chain of events that would further test Garrosh's leadership and the unity of the Horde. As Garrosh finished being ritually tattooed, bearing the same distinctive jaw tattoo his father had received, Cairn stormed in, furious over the recent events. He accused Garrosh of orchestrating the unprovoked attack on the druids. Garrosh, however, vehemently denied it, stating that he had not been responsible. He would have announced it to the world. Their fierce exchange escalated, breaking down their alliance. Cairn concluded that Garrosh was unfit to lead the glorious horde and must be dethroned for its sake. Cairn challenged Garrosh to a mock Garra for the title of war chief, and Garrosh raised the stakes, making it a battle to the death to deter Cairn. However, Cairn accepted without hesitation, informing Garrosh of the traditional rules, including the dress code and the shaman's blessing on their chosen weapons. In an earlier encounter, Magatha Grimtotem had offered her assistance, and now she offered to bless Gorhal for Garrosh. The duel began in the Orgrimmar arena, with Garrosh and Cairn initially matching each other blow for blow. As Cairn started to land serious hits, Garrosh found himself backed into a corner. In a desperate move, he struck Cairn's chest, shattering his weapon, the rune spear. The blow seemed serious but not fatal, until Cairn inexplicably collapsed. Surprised but quick to seize the opportunity, Garrosh delivered the final fatal blow to Cairn. Unbeknownst to Garrosh, Magatha had poisoned his weapon, ensuring Cairn's demise. Though Garrosh had won, the victory was tainted, and the fallout from this duel would ripple through the horde for years to come. Unbeknownst to Garrosh, Magatha had used him as a pawn in her treacherous scheme against Cairn. She had laced Gorhal with poison, ensuring that even the slightest wound would be fatal to the High Chieftain. Elated by her success, Magatha began the next phase of her plan, the hostile takeover of Thunderbluff, and the assassination of Cair's son and successor, Bane Bloodhoof. Garrosh was left grappling with a maelstrom of emotions. Though confused by Cairn's accusations, he took some solace in believing their duel had been fair. However, this illusion was shattered when Eitrig pointed out traces of poison on Gorhal. Realizing the truth, Garrosh was both enraged and distraught. He had unwittingly denied Cairn a fair fight, and Magatha had stolen his honor. Consumed by fury, Garrosh vowed to confront the treacherous Grimtotem matriarch and reclaim his tarnished honor. Magatha, having seized control of Thunderbluff, sought assistance from the new war chief. In response, Garrosh sent a scathing letter, wishing her a violent demise and ensuring no aid would come from him. He declared that her fate was now in the hands of the Earth Mother. Believing she had found an ally in Garrosh, Magatha was infuriated by his cold response. Left without support, Magatha and her loyal Grimtotem were eventually defeated by Bane Bloodhoof and his followers. Later, Garrosh and Bane met in Thousand Needles. Garrosh, expecting a challenge similar to the one Cairn had issued, was taken back when Bane refused. Instead, Bane exposed Magatha as the true traitor and offered Garrosh the loyalty of the Tauren people. Impressed by Bane's integrity and leadership, Garrosh gladly accepted his offer, forging a new alliance. While Garrosh and Bane had managed to put their lingering animosity behind them for the good of the Horde, new conflicts emerged on the onset of the Cataclysm. The industrious goblins, exploiting Azshara for the Horde's military needs, inadvertently tainted Orgrimmar's water supply, rendering it undrinkable. Frustrated, Garrosh traveled to Thunderbluff to discuss the issue with Bane and Archdruid Hamul Runetotem, seeking shipments of water from Mulgore to rectify the problem. Although Bane and Hamul were initially reluctant to agree to Garrosh's demands, a tense exchange ensued. Ultimately, Bane agreed, acknowledging the necessity. Garrosh emphasized his duty as war chief to ensure the safety and well-being of the Horde's people before departing. The water shipments from Mulgore alleviated the immediate crisis, providing the people of Durotar with fresh water. However, Garrosh's demanding attitude alienated many Tauren, with some even contemplating leaving the Horde due to their chieftain's apparent passivity and Garrosh's increasing impositions. During this time, Bane learned of Quilboar raiding parties attacking the water supplies and killing Tauren. Upon discovering this, Garrosh returned to Thunderbluff to confront Bane. Despite Bane's insistence on finding a peaceful resolution, Garrosh was outraged. He argued that the Quilboar were attacking Horde lands and killing Horde citizens, and such actions could not be tolerated. Garrosh assured Bane that decisive measures would be taken to eliminate the Quilboar threat once and for all. reinforcing his commitment to protecting the Horde. Garrosh, accompanied by a small regiment of 15 Kor'kron, stormed the Quillbore tunnels, cutting down waves of the beast with ruthless efficiency. As victory seemed within reach, the Quillbore launched a massive ambush, overwhelming the Kor'kron with sheer numbers. Backed into a corner, Garrosh managed to fell many more Quillbore but eventually lost hold of Gorhal, his situation growing increasingly dire. Just as the tide turned against him, Bane, Hamul, and several Sunwalkers arrived to relieve the beleaguered regiment. Bane helped Garrosh retrieve Gorhal from the tunnel wall, and together they fought off the Quillbore, managing to escape and reach the surface safely. While Garrosh fumed in silent fury, Bane explained that the Quillbore had also been suffering from a lack of water. In response, Hamul created a river for the Quillbore, negotiating a truce to prevent further attacks on the Tauren. The Quillbore retreated, and the Horde forces emerged triumphant. Bane assured Garrosh that the Tauren would seek his aid if necessary, and then led his people back to Thunderbluff. Humiliated and enraged by his own misjudgment, which had cost the lives of 15 elite soldiers and resulted in a tactical embarrassment, Garrosh returned to Orgrimmar via Zeppelin without uttering a word. Despite the incident, Bane later reaffirmed his loyalty to the Horde, honoring the legacy his father helped shape. Shortly after the Cataclysm, Garrosh personally led his troops into the neighboring borders of Ashenvale. While the Warsong clan had made considerable progress under Warchief Thrall, it fell far short of the grand ambitions Garrosh Hellscream harbored. He envisioned creating a massive city in the heart of the forest, rivaling Orgrimmar in size and power. With rich minerals ripe for the taking and all the necessary resources to foster his people's growth, Garrosh launched a ferocious assault through the Kaldarai ranks, carving a path of destruction straight to the Silverwing outpost. Garrosh's forces included tame proto-drakes and Magnetar captives from Northrend, domesticated by holding their young hostage. His plan was to see his dream of expansion realized at any cost. The attack on the outpost resulted in a decisive victory for the Horde. As he surveyed the fallen forest, once a formidable resistance against his father, Garrosh wondered what the mighty Grom would have thought of this triumph. Confident in his prowess, he concluded that even Thrall could not deny his achievements and would hail him as the champion of the Orcish race and the entire Horde. Garrosh's plan was twofold. He had learned of a meeting between the Alliance leaders and aimed to lure out Tyrande Whisperwind by striking at this precise moment. As expected, the priestess arrived to aid the struggling sentinels, but the Horde unleashed their mighty Magnetar upon the Alliance ranks. Amidst the chaos, Tyrande was struck down and wounded by Orc archers. Confident in their impending victory, Garrosh joined the fray. The battle was dramatically interrupted by the arrival of Worgen reinforcements led by Varian Wrynn and Gen Greymane, who swiftly fought back several Magnetar. Garrosh and Varian clashed repeatedly, their duels fierce and intense, each matching the other's attacks blow for blow, slaying any who dared interfere. Initially evenly matched, Varian began to gain the upper hand, fighting with unwavering focus and relentless vigor. Varian showed no signs of tiring, while Garrosh's stamina waned. This allowed Varian to press his advantage, eventually wounding Garrosh and disarming him of Gorhal. A dying Magnetar crashed between them, forcing a brief separation. Garrosh, seething and composed, prepared to charge at Varian once more. However, several Kor'kron held him back, urging him to retreat. Reluctantly, Garrosh complied, vowing to kill Varian himself. The encounter left a bitter taste, but Garrosh's resolve only hardened with the promise of future retribution. Following the Cataclysm, Garrosh adopted an increasingly aggressive stance in his war with the Alliance, leading his forces in a ruthless rampage through Ashenvale. He sought to secure the much-needed supplies to sustain his people. His actions effectively staved off the famine that had threatened Durotar before his rise to power. Garrosh firmly believed that if the blood of the selfish Alliance was the price of his people's survival, it was a necessary sacrifice. Hellscream's ascension was widely applauded by most orcs, who saw his brash warrior instincts and refusal to negotiate for resources as embodying the true Orcish way. Under his leadership, the Horde's aggressive tactics were seen as a return to their roots, prioritizing strength and survival above all else. Garrosh, believing that only orcs had the strength to truly defend Orgrimmar, evicted the majority of non-orc races from the city center. Shortly after the shattering, he formed a new army called Gerad to address the Horde's centaur incursion problems. Garrosh paid little heed to opinions outside his own race and were not inclined towards diplomacy, either with the Alliance or within the Horde itself. Already distrustful of the other Horde factions, Garrosh quickly realized that their leaders were more powerful than he had initially estimated. This realization led to a significant conflict with Vol'jin, the Darkspear chieftain. Their relationship deteriorated, much like Garrosh's with Cairn, culminating in Vol'jin threatening to kill Garrosh due to his relentless thirst for war. The fallout between them led to the mass exodus of the Darkspear trolls from Orgrimmar, led by a disillusioned Vol'jin. This rift spread the Horde's military thin, weakening their once concentrated might. Following the defeat of Trade Prince Gallywix, Thrall sent goblin agents to Garrosh, inviting them to join the Horde. When Garrosh was shown an SI-7 emblem, he immediately recognized its significance. Understanding the underlying message it conveyed, these events set the stage for the ongoing tension and power struggles within the Horde, as Garrosh's aggressive politics and actions continue to shape their fate. Just a side note here, SI-7 is the secretive military force of Stormwind. Garrosh's tenuous tolerance for the Forsaken was pushed to its limits after he ordered them to invade Gilneas, seeking a strategic port in the Eastern Kingdoms for the Horde. Although Gilneas was initially conquered, the Gilneas mounted a successful counterattack, forcing the Forsaken out of the city. Frustrated by the setback, Garrosh deployed his own forces to support the Forsaken, resulting in a stalemate. Later, Garrosh met with Lady Sylvanas Windrunner in Silverpine Forest and witnessed her demonstration of the Valkyr's powerful necromantic abilities. While this solution appeased the Forsaken, Garrosh was disgusted. He assigned High Overlord Cromosh to quote-unquote guard Lady Sylvanas, and after a sharp, insulting exchange, he left. Garrosh explicitly banned the use of the Forsaken Blight, allowing only weaker versions to be used. Despite this decree, most of the Forsaken ignored the ban, and the more potent strains were deployed multiple times. In response, Garrosh sent General Warhowl to remind Sylvanas of the prohibition, emphasizing his disapproval and asserting his authority. During the events in Ashenvale, a demon named Durak attempted to lure the orcs back into the reliance on fell power. Outraged by this transgression, Garrosh demanded Durak's head. Additionally, Garrosh recruited the Shatterspear tribe into the Horde to launch an attack on the Night Elves from Darkshore. In the Stone Talon Mountains, following Overlord Kromgar's brutal campaign, Kromgar's corrupt general orchestrated the murder of several neutral druids studying in Thaldara Grove. Using a massive bomb, Kromgar obliterated the grove. Enraged by this atrocity, Garrosh confronted Gromgar, quoting a lesson from a wise old war hero. Garrosh seized Gromgar by the neck and hurled him off the ledge of Cliffwater Post, sending him to his death. Humbled by High Chieftain Cliffwalker's teachings on mercy, Garrosh expressed his gratitude for the valuable lesson. To address the aftermaths of these events, Garrosh dispatched Warlord Bloodhilt to salvage the situation in the Southern Barrens, demonstrating his commitment to correcting the course of the Horde's actions. Garrosh personally spearheaded the assault on the Twilight Highlands, orchestrating an impressive air fleet to obliterate the Twilight's Hammer Cult and claim the land for the Horde. After delivering an inspiring speech, he was informed of an Alliance fleet hidden below, and immediately ordered his air support to destroy them. However, this plan backfired due to treachery from within. The Horde fleet was ambushed by Deathwing and his Twilight Drakes, leaving them undefended. Garrosh managed to fend off one of the Drakes personally, but his ship sustained massive damage and plummeted into the ocean. The rest of the fleet met a similar fate, crashing into the sea. Garrosh himself was declared missing in action, leaving the Horde in a state of uncertainty and turmoil. In Garrosh's absence, the Horde turned to the neighboring Dragonmaw clan to forge an alliance. After unsuccessful negotiations with their leader, Overlord Morgahar, the Horde forces joined a Dragonmaw rebellion led by Warlord Zayla. Together, they successfully overthrew Morgahar and his Fel Orcs. Garrosh, having survived the crash, arrived at Dragonmaw Port and officially welcomed Zayla and the Dragonmaw into the Horde. With the assault on the Twilight Highlands progressing well, Garrosh turned his attention inward and discovered that the earlier ambush had been orchestrated by Saranok the Mystic, a traitor who had aligned himself with the Twilight's Hammer. With the player's assistance, Garrosh swiftly dealt with Saranac, eliminating the threat and securing the loyalty of his forces. Garrosh granted amnesty to any members of the Blackrock clan willing to swear allegiance to him. Among these, a former warrior named Malkaruk became Garrosh's personal bodyguard. Malkaruk silenced dissent through intimidation, abduction, and outright murder, actions that received Garrosh's approval. Garrosh also successfully blockaded Kalimdor, securing a strategic advantage at sea for the Horde. Most notably, his enhanced military strength allowed him to keep a tight leash on critical allies like the Darkspear and the Tauren, whose people and lands were more at risk should Bane or Vol'jin oppose him. This essentially held the Western Horde hostage to ensure their compliance. With the Cataclysm over and the threat of Deathwing subsided, Garrosh reinvigorated his plans for conquest. He aimed to forcefully expel the Alliance from Kalimdor and claim the continent for the Horde. In a meeting with other Horde leaders, Bane Bloodhoof, Vol'jin, Sylvanas Windrunner, Lor'themar Therin, and Trade Prince Gallywix, along with Malkaruk and Eitrig, the only advisor remaining from Thrall's reign, Garrosh expressed a desire to purge Theramore from the continent and diminish the Alliance's military presence. His ultimate goal was to seize the Night Elves' land, much to the chagrin of Bane, Vol'jin, and Sylvanas. This ambitious plan marked the beginning of a new, aggressive chapter for the Horde under Garrosh's rule. Sylvanas objected to Garrosh's plan, arguing that the Alliance would retaliate against the Forsaken and Sin'dorei in vengeance for Theramore. Garrosh dismissed her concerns, assuring her that any Alliance retaliation would be swiftly dealt with. Among his fellow leaders, only Lor'themar chose not to question Garrosh's goals or motives, while Gallywix's interests extended only as far as profit. Garrosh, noting Lor'themar's lack of sympathy towards Sylvanas, developed a grudging respect for him. Nonetheless, he ordered all the leaders to be watched, focusing particularly on Therin, after a pointed discussion about loyalty. Garrosh craved acknowledgement, believing that his conquest of Theramore would earn him the respect of Bane and Vol'jin, who he planned to reward for their eventual support. His ambitions for the Isle extended beyond common knowledge. His agents had discovered the focusing iris, and Garrosh ordered the blue dragon protecting it to be slain and the iris delivered to him. Additionally, he commanded the creation of another mana bomb, the formidable Blood Elf invention originally created by the Sun Fury in Outland. This weapon would serve as a critical component in his plans for domination. The war chief spearheaded the assault on Northwatch, using it as a strategic stepping stone to Theramore and an opportunity for the gathered Horde warriors to revel in a glorious battle. Accompanied by Malkaruk, Vol'jin, Bane, and Gallywix, Garrosh noted the Trade Prince's eagerness but was irritated by the absence of Sylvanas and Lor'themar. Representing Sylvanas, Captain Frandris Farley and a regiment of Forsaken arrived, while Kelantur Bloodblade and 2 ships of Blood Elven warriors were sent by Lor'themar Therin and Haldoran Brightwing. With each race of the Horde represented, Garrosh swiftly conquered Northwatch and marched onward to Theramore. Despite their military success, Garrosh's allies grew increasingly concerned about the direction the Horde was taking. While Garrosh secluded himself to reflect on the impending victory, Bane convened a small council to address the unspoken worries within the more moderate ranks of the Horde. Informed of the meeting, Garrosh stormed in, angrily lashing out at his allies for questioning him. He assured Bane and Hamul that he was not Thrall, whom he dismissed as weak, pacifist, blaming his predecessor for the Horde's problems. When Kelantur attempted to interject, Garrosh struck her but quickly composed himself, warning that they were fortunate their war chief was willing to overlook their deceit. Later, Bane and Vol'jin urged Garrosh to move the army, but they were stunned when Garrosh ordered the Horde ships to pull back. Garrosh dispatched Malkaruk to the front lines, where he led the Horde forces in skirmishes around Theramore Island. Meanwhile, Garrosh's spy, a Sunreaver mage named Thaylen Songweaver, who had pretended to be neutral, betrayed Theramore's defenders and aided the Horde in breaching the city's defenses. After being captured, Thaylen was rescued by Horde soldiers, revealing the full extent of Garrosh's plan. Garrosh then commanded a full retreat, drawing the Alliance forces into the center of Theramore. At this crucial moment, a mana bomb, enhanced by the stolen focusing iris, was dropped directly over the city. The entire isle was obliterated, with such devastating force that not even an insect survived. The casualties were immense, wiping out many of the Alliance's top generals, including Ronan. Jaina Proudmoore narrowly escaped the catastrophe, but the loss was staggering, and the brutal efficiency of Garrosh's strategy was laid bare. Having achieved a total victory, Garrosh was elated. He boasted about the foolishness of his enemies, proclaiming how he had stolen the iris right under the noses of the Kirin Tor and left nothing of Theramore to oppose his conquest. While many of his soldiers shared in the triumph, others were repulsed by the destruction. Bane, horrified by the carnage, fled into the swamp, while Malkaruk laughed in his face. Bane couldn't help but reflect on the bitter irony that Garrosh had committed a far worse atrocity than the one for which he had executed Overlord Cromgar. This victory, however, came with severe consequences. Jaina Proudmoore, having survived the attack, was deeply scarred by the traumatic experience and twisted by the residual energies of the mana bomb, swearing to destroy Garrosh. She embarked on a quest for vengeance that led her to Orgrimmar itself. Though she initially intended to annihilate its population in retribution, she ultimately stayed her hand. Instead, she directed her fury toward Garrosh's fleet, engaging it alongside Varian Wryn's forces in a fierce battle. Garrosh faced Varian once more, marking their third duel. This time, Garrosh held his ground far better than he had in their previous clash in Ashenvale, though the battle was again cut short. The Alliance retreated from Durotar, seizing Northwatch in the process. With Orgrimmar narrowly avoiding catastrophe and Northwatch retaken, Garrosh ordered his coastal blockade of Kalimdor to fall back. Bane saw this as a sign of Garrosh abandoning his conquest and felt a glimmer of hope. However, his relief turned to horror when Garrosh revealed his true intentions. Instead of merely expelling the Alliance from Kalimdor, he now aimed to wage a war of total genocide. Bane warned Garrosh that he would withdraw his support if another atrocity like Theramore occurred. Garrosh responded with a smug smile, dismissively noting that the information was duly noted. The chilling exchange left Bane deeply troubled about the future of the Horde under Garrosh's ruthless leadership. Garrosh's brutal reign has had lasting effects on both his allies and enemies. Vol'jin, the most geographically vulnerable to Garrosh's wrath, had privately given up all hope for reconciliation and retreated to the Echo Isles to plan his next move. Bane, horrified by Garrosh's genocidal ambitions, has similarly withdrawn to Mulgore. Meanwhile, Jaina Proudmoore, now the leader of the Kirin Tor after Garrosh's actions indirectly led to Ronan's death, is in a far better state of mind, but remains resolute with her determination to see Garrosh removed from power. Varian Wryn, aware of the growing discontent within Garrosh's ranks, devised a plan to support these Horde rebels in eventually overthrowing Garrosh. Garrosh made a chilling proclamation. Every man, woman, and child was to contribute to the war effort against the Alliance, and any found shirking their duties would face the brutal consequences issued out by the Kor'kron. This decree further solidified his ruthless grip on power, spreading fear and oppression throughout the Horde. The destruction of Theramore had an unexpected outcome. Rather than being crushed, the Alliance was galvanized to intensify their war efforts. While being briefed on the various naval battles by the newly promoted General Nazgrim, Garrosh was shocked to learn that during a skirmish in the south, Alliance forces had run aground on an uncharted island. Infuriated that the Alliance had discovered this new territory first, Garrosh immediately ordered Nazgrim to assemble his best warriors to secure the land for the Horde. Sometime later, Garrosh welcomed a group of Pandaren who had sworn allegiance to the Horde, led by G. Firepaw. He laid out his expectations and tested their martial prowess by unleashing captured beasts on them in the Ring of Valor. This trial was a harsh introduction to Garrosh's brutal leadership and his relentless drive for supremacy. Roughly 2 months after the initial entrance into Pandaria, Garrosh invaded with the bulk of the Horde fleet, swiftly eliminating the local Alliance presence along the shores of Krasarang. At the newly constructed Domination Point, Garrosh and Vol'jin clashed once again over Garrosh's relentless warmongering. This time, fed up with the Darkspear chieftain's constant criticism, Garrosh ordered Vol'jin's assassination, disguising it as a mission with the Kor'kron. Vol'jin survived the attempt on his life and soon discovered that Garrosh had placed the Darkspear Isles under martial law. In response, members of the Horde, disillusioned with Garrosh's tyrannical rule, joined forces with former war chief Thrall to liberate the Isles and confront Garrosh's forces. Thrall himself assumed leadership of the Isles in Vol'jin's absence, acting as a deterrent against further aggression. Horde heroes were instructed to report Vol'jin's death to Garrosh, remaining close to the war chief while covertly gathering like-minded members of the Horde. Their goal was to build a coalition strong enough to resist and eventually overthrow Garrosh before his destructive rule could irreparably harm their faction. Garrosh then journeyed to the Shrine of Two Moons, accompanied by Malkaruk, Ishi, and the Regent Lord of Quel'Thalas, Lor'themar Therin. While there, he listened intently as Malkaruk informed him about the Mogu race, fascinated by the iron-fisted rule of the Mogu and their advanced technology. Garrosh remarked to Malkaruk there was much to learn from them. He was particularly intrigued by their ability to create new warriors and manipulate emotions to heighten battle prowess. Garrosh had dispatched an expedition led by Fanlir Silverthorn to Ancestral Rise and eagerly awaited results. He was pleased when Fanlir revealed information about the Divine Bell, a powerful artifact. Later, Garrosh traveled to Fire Camp Batar, which he had converted into a Horde camp. There, he investigated further mentions of the Divine Bell with Delia Sunseeker. During this time, Agent Connolly and an Alliance adventurer spied on him, also learning about the bell. Garrosh's interest in the Divine Bell hinted at his relentless pursuit of power and dominance, setting the stage for future conflicts. Later, Lor'themar Therin and his battalion were sent out to Mogu'jah, where they were overpowered by the Mogu. This led to a clash between Garrosh and Therin, as Garrosh had failed to mention the strong Mogu presence, resulting in several Blood Elven casualties. Despite the tension, Garrosh observed Therin and his elves at the Mogu ruins in Kun Lai, where the Blood Elves planned to capture Mogu leader, Shan Qian. Therin dispatched a Horde hero along with a Farstrider and a Blood Knight to defeat the Mogu warlord. During the battle, Garrosh arrived and hurled Gorehowl at Shan Qian, nearly killing him. Demanding information about the Divine Bell, Garrosh was met with mocking defiance from Shan Qian. As Garrosh prepared to deliver the final blow, Fanlir intervened, insisting that the Mogu was their only key to the Divine Bell, and the Blood Elves would make him talk. Garrosh reluctantly agreed, but not before warning Fanlir that any further disrespect would result in his head being placed atop a pike in Orgrimmar. This tense exchange underscored Garrosh's ruthless pursuit of power and the fragile alliances within the Horde. Shan Qian was captured and brought to Garroshar Advance. Meanwhile, at the Shrine of Two Moons, Bane Bloodhoof arrived in Pandaria and worked to undo the chaos Garrosh had left in his wake, such as curing Shah-corrupted warriors. Garrosh, eager to harness the Shah's power, discussed his potential with Lor'themar and Bane, insisting that the Horde could control it. Skeptical of Garrosh's ambition, Lor'themar Therin departed for Silvermoon with a Shah artifact to examine it further. Garrosh then dispatched a Horde adventurer to Silvermoon to gather information. Much like Vol'jin before him, Lor'themar grew increasingly wary of Garrosh's rule. Multiple instances of Garrosh disregarding his people's welfare, including a disastrous demand that led to a Shah being released in Silvermoon, made Lor'themar consider withdrawing Quel'Thalas from the Horde and re-evaluating old alliances. Garrosh and Bane traveled to Garroshar Advance, where Garrosh interrogated Shan Qian to uncover the location of the Divine Bell. Bane suggested a more peaceful method, which ultimately proved successful. Shan Qian revealed the bell's location in a tomb. Unbeknownst to the Horde, the Alliance was spying on the interaction and also learned the location. Garrosh sent Ishi to retrieve the bell, only to discover that the Kaldorei had reached the tomb first and taken the bell to Darnassus. Determined to reclaim it, Garrosh dispatched Fanlir and several Horde champions to Darnassus, successfully recovering the bell. Jaina Proudmoore discovered the Sunreaver's involvement in the theft and purged them from Dalaran. Many fleeing Blood Elves, including Aethys Sunreaver, were rescued by Grand Magister Romoth. In the aftermath, the Sunreavers blamed Garrosh as much as Jaina for their expulsion. This incident thwarted Lor'themar's consideration of rejoining the Alliance. By orchestrating the heist in Darnassus and focusing the blame on the Blood Elves, Garrosh effectively sabotaged any notion of the Cinderai leaving the Horde. Later, Garrosh gathered Horde forces at Emperor's Reach, bringing the Divine Bell with him. He delivered a speech about the Horde's grand destiny, declaring his intention to use the Divine Bell to eliminate weakness from his orcs and create a stronger Horde. When Garrosh rang the divine bell, it transformed his Kor'kron into Sha-infested warriors. After the adventurer dispatched them, Prince Anduin arrived, attempting to dissuade Garrosh from using the bell. Ignoring Anduin's pleas, Garrosh used the bell to infuse his champion Ishi with Sha energy, forcing the adventurer to fight him. Despite Garrosh's encouragement, none of his champions were able to master the Sha energy. In the aftermath, Anduin used the harmonic mallet to transform the bell's chaotic energy into pure harmony. This temporarily stunned Garrosh, but he quickly retaliated by striking the bell, causing it to shatter and collapse onto Anduin. The impact shattered Anduin's bones, and believing the prince to be dead, Garrosh allowed the Alliance champion to live to relay the grim news to King Varian, illustrating the dire consequences of continued defiance. Garrosh then flew off, maniacally laughing at the thought of the Alliance's suffering, especially that of King Varian. Though the Divine Bell was destroyed, Garrosh remained determined to master the Sha energy, intent on using its power to further his ruthless vision for the Horde. As is evident by different leaders attempting to turn on Garrosh, not everyone approved of his ways of leading. The Horde is his army, but we are not his people. Garrosh demands loyalty, but to him that just means dying at his command. He doesn't know what loyalty is. For all inspired loyalty, what Garrosh wants is obedience. Garrosh was deeply engrossed in his machinations at Domination Point, paying little attention to the unfolding events on the Isle of Thunder. Seizing the opportunity, Lor'themar Theron led a coalition predominantly composed of Sunreavers against the resurrected Thunder King. His goal was to claim the Thunder King's formidable weaponry, using it as leverage against Garrosh in the event of an uprising. This strategic move showcased Theron's foresight and determination to challenge Garrosh's tyrannical rule, setting the stage for potential rebellion within the Horde. This strategic move showcased Lor'themar's foresight and determination to challenge Garrosh's tyrannical rule, setting the stage for potential rebellion within the Horde. Fed up with Garrosh's relentless warmongering, significant portions of the Horde rose up against him. In response, Garrosh branded the entire Darkspear tribe as traitors, forcibly seizing their holdings and brutally oppressing and executing their members. This exacerbated the already fragile racial divisions within Orgrimmar. The Valley of Spirits fell under Kor'kron control, and non-Orc residents, particularly Tauren, were rounded up and persecuted. These events disrupted Lor'themar and Vol'jin's collaborative plan to overthrow Garrosh. With his people in immediate danger and Lor'themar still occupied on the Isle of Thunder, Vol'jin was compelled to declare an open rebellion and return to Durotar. Known as the Darkspear Rebellion, this initial uprising saw the rebels reclaim the Echo Isles and advance as far as Razor Hill. Thrall, Bane Bloodhoof, and Chen Stormstout also lent their support to the rebellion, fighting their way ever closer to Orgrimmar. Their united front marked a pivotal moment in the struggle against Garrosh's tyrannical rule, setting the stage for an epic confrontation in the heart of the Horde's capital. Simultaneously, Garrosh faced the looming threat of an Alliance invasion. SI-7 agents were dispatched to gather intelligence on Garrosh's movements and facilitate the arrival of the Alliance's main force. They also learned about the burgeoning rebellion within the Horde, and in an effort to further destabilize Garrosh's regime, the Alliance lent their support to the rebels. Undeterred by his mounting adversaries, Garrosh pursued his ambition to wield Pandarian artifacts. He sent a goblin excavation team to unearth dark powers buried beneath the Veil of Eternal Blossoms, which were then shipped back to Orgrimmar and stored in Wraithfire Chasm. Horde agents speculated that Garrosh was preparing for yet another invasion, though his intended target remained unclear. To quell the rebellion, Garrosh called upon Warlord Zayla and General Nazgrim, enlisting their aid to crush the dissenters. He also conscripted mercenaries to bolster his Kor'kron forces. Despite the combined threats of internal rebellion and external invasion, Garrosh remained resolute in his quest for power, setting the stage for an epic confrontation that would determine the fate of the Horde. After the goblin excavation team in the Veil of Eternal Blossoms unearthed the sealed heart of the deceased old god Yasharj, Garrosh traveled to inspect his formidable prize. Realizing the heart was dormant, he fought his way through the Shadowpan to submerge the heart in the Veil's sacred pools. Terran Zu, the Shadowpan's leader, confronted Garrosh in a desperate attempt to halt his rampage across the continent. However, Garrosh overpowered him, choking him with dismantled rails and impaling him upon Gorehowl. As Terran Zoo lay defeated, Garrosh declared that the other races of the world would undoubtedly try to stop him, and he welcomed the challenge. He confidently proclaimed that no matter what the world threw at him, his newly unearthed power would prevail, and his enemies would find themselves impaled upon Orgrimmar's spires. Garrosh hurled the dormant heart into the pools, triggering a chaotic surge of Sha energy that corrupted the surrounding area. He then retreated to his underground fortress, abandoning even his father's weapon in favor of a new, old god-forged weapon, Xal'atath. After moving the heart to Orgrimmar, Garrosh's behavior grew increasingly erratic and xenophobic. Despite his descent into madness, he remained uncorrupted by the old gods, driven solely by his own twisted ambitions. Garrosh relocated the heart of Y'Shaarj to his personal sanctum within the Underhold, a vast underground complex deep within Ragefire Chasm beneath Orgrimmar. With the entire city under martial law, Garrosh issued commands from within the fortified compound, plotting to conquer the world for his true horde using his newfound powers. He also allowed the Paragons of the Calaxy into his compound to act as guardians of the heart and gifted some of its power to his loyal enforcer, Malkaruk. In response to Garrosh's growing threat, the Alliance and the Darkspear Rebellion formed a coalition to stop the tyrannical dictator. They were joined by adventurers who had just finished containing the destruction Garrosh had wrought upon the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. Together, they laid siege to Orgrimmar, successfully fighting their way into the Underhold, overcoming numerous traps and lieutenants. The coalition finally reached Garrosh's inner sanctum, where they found Thrall confronting Garrosh and pleading with him to end his genocidal campaign. Garrosh refused to cooperate, calling Thrall weak and sadistically stating he would take pleasure in destroying everything the Horde and the Alliance had built. He even physically tortured his former mentor as his Dark Shaman had tortured the Elementals, causing them to lash out at Thrall when he attempted to call upon them. Despite this, Thrall overcame the attack and faced Garrosh in melee combat, only to be swiftly defeated. Turning his attention to the adventurers, Garrosh engaged them in battle. Supported by the true Horde, the Iron Stars, and the power of Y'Shaarj itself, the conflict raged not only in the Underhold, but also in Y'Shaarj's twisted pocket dimension, a nightmarish realm resembling sites of immense Sha outbreaks in Pandaria. The adventurers held their ground, and in a final desperate move, Garrosh absorbed all of the heart's remaining power, becoming an avatar of the old god. Despite his newfound might, it wasn't enough. The malevolent war chief ultimately collapsed from his wounds, the power of Y'Shaarj dissipating from his exhausted body. As Garrosh lay defeated, the leaders of the Alliance, Horde, and the Pandaren arrived to take him into custody and decide his fate, bringing an end to his tyrannical reign.
You disappoint me, Garrosh. You are not worthy of your father's legacy.
His punishment is not for you alone to decide.
I won't let you take him.
We have all suffered from his atrocities. My people, more than any other. Let him stand trial in Pandaria. There, we will mete out justice for all.
Ugh, look at them. Already they plot against us. Seize this moment, Varian. Dismantle the Horde.
Guardsmen!
Father, what are you doing? What a king must do.
I will speak to your war chief.
I speak for the Horde. Very well. The Horde has committed heinous crimes, Vol'jin. But some among you fought against Garrosh's tyranny. For that, I am willing to end this bloodshed. But know this. If your horde fails to uphold honor as Garrosh did, we will end you.
In one of the most devastating possible outcomes depicted by the Vision of Time, Garrosh lays waste to Stormwind City, leaving the entire harbor in ruins and corrupted by Y'Shaaraj's dark power. He gruesomely impales the corpses of all rebel horde leaders, along with the Rin family, Jaina Proudmoore, Tyrande Whisperwind, and Terran Zu. These macabre trophies adorn a ruined stairway leading into the city, serving as a dire warning to anyone who might oppose his new order. This chilling vision is encountered during the heroic mode fight against Garrosh. Another vision shows a defeated Garrosh lying on the ground surrounded by all the leaders of the Horde and Alliance. The final vision reveals Garrosh imprisoned in the Temple of the White Tiger, where Anduin Wrynn visits him, possibly referencing a scene from the War Crimes novel. In the aftermath of Garrosh's fall, the Warsong clan was left shattered, reeling from the consequences of what their leader had become. The once proud clan struggled to come to terms with the legacy of destruction and betrayal left in Garrosh's wake. After his defeat, Garrosh was transferred to the Temple of the White Tiger to stand trial. Caged below the temple, he dreamt of his father and his homeland Draenor, wondering if his father would be proud of him. When all parties had arrived, Garrosh was brought before Terran Zu, the jury, and numerous witnesses. He listened to the charges against him, but instead of showing remorse, Garrosh clapped and mocked the trial, comparing it to the Darkmoon Fair and causing a great commotion. Once order was restored, Bane Bloodhoof was appointed as his defender from the Horde. Despite Bane's efforts, Garrosh did little to aid his own case. Bane urged him to open up to someone, suggesting that his silence was akin to a death wish. Reluctantly, Garrosh decided he would only speak to Anduin Wrynn. Initially cautious, Anduin accepted the role, opening a dialogue with the disgraced warchief. Garrosh and Anduin had many conversations, discussing a wide range of topics. Anduin consistently urged Garrosh to repent and admit wrongdoings, but Garrosh would always deflect, challenging Anduin's beliefs and making him question what he held dear. On the eve of the trial's verdict, Garrosh became increasingly agitated, doing everything he could to provoke Anduin. His taunts eventually succeeded, nearly driving Anduin to attack him. Instead, Anduin angrily slapped the food from Garrosh's hands. Garrosh seized Anduin's arm and twisted it, but Anduin calmly informed him that the food was poisoned and he had saved his life. Garrosh, surprised, released his grip. Before leaving, Anduin asked the guards to remove the shackles from Garrosh's legs so he could walk like a true warrior once more. When the time came for the verdict, Garrosh was given a chance to speak. He acknowledged the strong arguments presented by Tyrande Whisperwind and Bane Bloodhoof. He even addressed Anduin, expressing a belief in the possibility of change. Just as it seemed Garrosh might admit his regrets, he stunned the room by declaring he regretted nothing and would do it all over again. At that moment, Karaz Dormu, who had been secretly working with the Vision of Time, activated a portal that allowed him and Garrosh to escape to an alternate Draenor, set 35 years in the past. Garrosh and Karaz eventually made their way to Nagrand, the homeland of the Warsong clan. Their plan was to locate the alternate version of Garrosh's father, Grom Hellscream, and rally the Orc clans into forming a different kind of horde. However, Karaz had grander ambitions. He intended to use the shards of the Vision of Time to traverse multiple worlds, gathering other hordes to send back to Azeroth, thereby gaining infinite power. Garrosh, upon learning that one of the shards could take him back to his original time in Azeroth, turned on Karaz. In a decisive moment, he seized the shard and fatally stabbed Karaz with it, declaring that orcs would never again be used as pawns. This act marked a pivotal shift in Garrosh's journey, as he took control of his destiny and aimed to reshape the fate of the orc clans on his own terms. Traveling to a nearby Warsong encampment, Garrosh introduced himself as a stranger with no clan, but claimed his heart belonged to the Warsong. Speaking boldly, he declared that he had come to prevent the Warsongs from becoming slaves and accused Grom of leading them willingly to such a fate. This insult led to Garrosh being challenged to a mock Rogan, a duel of will, to prove his honor. He fought against 4 members of the Warsong clan who had failed to spot him on guard duty. Garrosh defeated his opponents, and the spectators remarked that he fought like Hellscream. Following Grom into his tent, Garrosh spoke cryptically about the grim fate awaiting the Orcish people, warning that Gul'dan would enslave their race to unseen masters by offering them a gift, and that Grom would be the first to accept it due to his intolerance of others taking it first. Garrosh revealed a shard from the Vision of Time and described the weapons he had wielded as war chief of the Horde on Azeroth, including mana bombs and iron stars. He urged Grom to rally the other Orcish clans against their true enemy and suggested taking the shard to the Stones of Prophecy to reveal the truth. Grom cautiously agreed, threatening to take Garrosh's head if he was lying. Garrosh replied that if he could not convince Grom, his life meant nothing. Garrosh watched as Grom took the shard to the elemental spirits, who showed him and the shaman the truth of Garrosh's words. Gul'dan's pact with Kil'jaeden, the drinking of demon blood, revealing that Grom had indeed been the first to do so, the first and second wars against the humans, their defeat by the Alliance, and the withdrawal from demon magic that left the Orcish people broken. However, Garrosh intentionally concealed the truth of Grom's redemption at Demonfall Canyon by killing the Elder Shaman who had seen ahead and interrupting the vision before Grom could witness it. When Grom emerged from the vision, he vowed that he would not allow his people to be enslaved and sent runners to the other clans to share what he had learned. He called on Garrosh to stand by his side and fight with the Warsong, acknowledging the long road ahead. Garrosh proudly declared that he would fight to the death. Gul'dan sent a message to the orcs promising them untold power. In response, Grommash Hellscream dispatched Garrosh, disguised as a messenger, to uncover more about the sinister orcs' intentions. Gul'dan revealed that he had seen a vision, a legion seeking the orcs as their vanguard. Much to Gul'dan's surprise, Garrosh knew that serving this legion meant drinking the blood of Manaroth and enslaving the orcs to demonic masters. Enraged by Garrosh's accusations of slavery and proclaiming himself a god, Gul'dan ordered the guards to remove the messenger. Garrosh swiftly slew the guards. Undeterred, Gul'dan declared that in 3 days, the orcs would drink Manaroth's blood on the mountaintop and march to victory. At this, Garrosh lowered his hood, revealing his true identity. He told Gul'dan that in 3 days, Grommash would also stand on that mountain, but he would lead the orcs to embrace their true fate instead. On the fateful day when the orcs were poised to drink the blood of Manaroth and become slaves to the Legion, Garrosh stood alongside his father Grommash Hellscream to confront Gul'dan and deliver the Warsong clan's answer to his offer of power. In this alternate universe, Grommash rejected Gul'dan's enticement to drink the blood, and Garrosh orchestrated an ambush on the Warlock and Manaroth using the orcs' advanced technology. As the pivotal moment arrived, Garrosh's Iron Star was launched at Manaroth, creating a crucial distraction. This gave Grommash the opportunity to execute the demon. When Manaroth's dying explosion threatened to take Grommash's life, Garrosh heroically pushed his father out of harm's way, saving him from the fate that had befallen him in the Prime timeline. With Manaroth defeated and the threat averted, Garrosh pulled a stunned Gul'dan to his feet. He then drew a fell-bloodied Gorehowl from the demon's corpse and tossed it to his father. Grommash proclaimed their victory and independence to the gathered orcs, declaring that they were conquerors, never slaves. This triumphant moment was the culmination of Garrosh's interference in the timeline, leading to the formation of the formidable Iron Horde. Garrosh provided Blackhand with schematics for advanced machinery, rising to prominence as one of the warlords of the Iron Horde, and the leader of the Warsong clan, while his father served as war chief over all the clans. Garrosh also enlisted Poly Rocket Spark and the Black Fuse Company to develop the technology essential for the Iron Horde's infrastructure within Grimrail Depot, and issued orders for the capture of Gruul. He was present when Grommash quote-unquote convinced Ner'zhul and his Shadow Moon clan to join the Iron Horde. Khadgar and Chromie witnessed Garrosh's ambitious vision in Nagrand's Mountains, where he suggested naming the new citadel in the heart of Tanaan, Hellfire. Garrosh was personally responsible for orchestrating the Iron March's invasion of Azeroth. He ordered Zayla to seize Upper Blackrock Spire as the forward base for the invading force, where a doomsday weapon capable of making Blackrock Mountain erupt and obliterate large swaths of the continent, including Stormwind, was to be constructed. This aggressive strategy highlighted Garrosh's relentless pursuit of power and his determination to reshape the world according to his vision. The Draenei, under the leadership of Yrel, blamed Garrosh for the fall of Talar, referring to him as the son of Hellscream. Garrosh was located in Gramashar when the Horned Alliance launched an attack on the settlement. He engaged in combat with the adventurers Duratan and Yrel, but was interrupted by Thrall, who challenged him to a mock Garah. Their duel took place at the Stones of Prophecy, the site where Garrosh had first learned of his father's redemption. As they clashed, Garrosh insisted that everything he did was for the Horde. Thrall retorted that Garrosh had failed the Horde. Enraged, Garrosh attacked Thrall with his bare hands, shouting that Thrall had made him warchief. "You left me to pick up your pieces. You failed me," he bellowed. With the upper hand, Garrosh taunted that Thrall never had the strength of a true warrior. Thrall countered that his strength lay not in being a warrior, but in being a shaman, and he called upon the elements to bind Garrosh. As Garrosh struggled against the elemental forces, he roared that Thrall had made him what he was. Thrall, resolute, responded that Garrosh had chosen his own destiny. With a final decisive bolt of lightning, Thrall ended Garrosh's life. After Garrosh's death, his soul was confined to the realm of Revendreth to atone for his many crimes. Due to his immense reservoir of anima, the Venthyr utilized him as one of their reliable workhorses, continually extracting his vital energy even as the Shadowlands began to suffer from an anima drought. Eventually, Garrosh's soul was cast into the Maw and imprisoned in the Sanctum of Domination, where Soul Renderer Dormazane continued the relentless extraction of his anima to fuel the Maw Swarm armies. Despite Dormazane's best efforts, Garrosh proved remarkably resistant to the usual torture methods. Nonetheless, the Soul Renderer looked forward to spending millennia discovering his weakness, taking perverse pleasure in the challenge Garrosh presented. The heroes of Azeroth eventually confronted Dormazane, who continued to torment Garrosh to unleash waves of anima against his enemies. When the Soul Renderer was defeated, Garrosh broke free from his chains.
They said I must answer for my crimes, repent for my sins. But every choice I made, I would proudly make again. You will submit. I submit to no one! Not you! Not the jailer! And not that coward Thrall! For the Horde!
Later, Thrall confided in the spirit of his mother, Draka, expressing his lingering guilt over Garrosh's actions. Draka reassured him that Garrosh had chosen his own path. Thrall insisted it was he who had set Garrosh on that path, but Draka disagreed, saying that all Thrall had done was offer him a choice. While Garrosh's path had ended in destruction, Thrall's journey continued forward, carrying the lessons and burdens of the past. During Azeroth's first Kosharg festival at Razor Hill, the spirit of Grommash Hellscream manifested, sharing a poignant revelation. He expressed his deep regret at not being alive to guide his son down a better path. Grommash hoped that Garrosh's tragic fate would serve as a stark warning to the rest of the orcs, emphasizing the importance of wise leadership and the consequences of unchecked ambition. The Valley of the Four Winds unfolds like a tapestry of undulating hills, each layer revealing its own unique charm. Punctuated by tranquil pools and marshy expanses, the landscape is adorned with waterfalls that either cascade gracefully into the valley or flow spiritually towards the lush Krasarang wilds to the south. At its core, the valley pulsates with life, home to bustling pandaren farms and vibrant settlements that anchor this fertile heartland. Towering cornstalks and delicate lotus flowers thrive, nourished by the inventive techniques of agriculture intended by the tillers. These pandaren stewards cultivate not just crops, but the prosperity of an expanding realm. Amidst rolling plains and vine-draped trees, farms, ranches, and bustling marketplaces weave a tapestry of sustenance and commerce. The very name, Yao Firmpaw, has become synonymous with the vibrant health and well-being that graces this land. Brewmaster Chen Stormstout finds his way home after a long time of wandering. From the mysterious Wandering Isle to the vast expanses of Kalimdor, Here, alongside Alliance and Horde adventurers, he rediscovers the ancestral grounds of the Stormstout lineage, aspiring to uphold their unparalleled brewing legacy. Yet the valley's serenity is under siege. The voracious vermin with their sharp fangs and mischievous hosen threaten both crops and those who tend them, casting a shadow of famine across the continent. Defeat these marauding pests and you'll earn the right to wield plow and shovel, rejuvenating Pandara's uncultivated fields. As farmers fret over dwindling yields and the gnawing aches of hunger, the once imposing wall designed to repel the fierce mantid begins to show its first signs of weakness. In the middle of the zone, Half Hill stands as the bustling heart of commerce in the Valley of the Four Winds. This vibrant community sprawls across a hill, its maze of roads weaving between homes perched on the slopes. It serves as the nerve center for the Tillers, the devoted faction of farmers who call this valley home. At the base of the hill, granaries and a boat builder's workshop flank Sung Song Ranch, while the bustling Half Hill Market pulses with activity. The Lazy Turnip Tavern offers respite halfway up the incline, overlooking a spacious plaza. Ascending further, the hill reveals more residents, including the Tillers' Union headquarters where Nana Mudclaw resides. Crowning the hill's peak, a partially hollowed-out sanctuary houses a treasure trove of historical records and seeds, accessible via a cave entrance adjacent to the headquarters. It stands as a testament to the valley's rich heritage and agricultural legacy. Half Hill has welcomed travelers from distant lands, many drawn to its vibrant marketplace. Here, farmers bring their golden wheat to be transformed, whether destined for breweries, traded among merchants, or crafted in delicious fare that tempts the palate. This bustling town thrives as a hub where agricultural bounty meets global commerce, bridging the gap between local harvests and the wider world's desires. Nestled in the enchanting embrace of Pandaria's west-central Valley of the Four Winds lies the Heartland, a sprawling expanse renowned as the agricultural apex of the region. Here, where the verdant fields stretch as far as the eye can see, the bountiful harvests whisper tales of magic and mystique. At the heart of this fertile domain flows the lifeblood of prosperity, waters imbued with the mystical essence of the nearby Vale of Eternal Blossoms. It is this divine infusion that lends an otherworldly vitality to the soil, coaxing forth abundant yields that defy mere mortal expectations. Among the stewards of this enchanted realm stands Hohan Mudclaw, a titan of agriculture whose name is synonymous with the very essence of cultivation. Yet amidst the rolling waves of greenery, Hohan's dominion is but a fraction of the whole. For beyond his holdings, swaths of land are claimed by diverse tapestry of pandaren, some of whom wield considerable influence with the esteemed ranks of the Tillers. In this tapestry of ownership, each plot tells a story of dedication and determination, where the intricate dance of cooperation and competition weaves the fabric of Pandaria's agricultural legacy. Beyond its role as a haven for crops, the land serves as a vibrant sanctuary for a menagerie of creatures. Sheep, chickens, goats, yaks. However, amidst the harmonious symphony of life, a discordant note echoes through the fields. Beneath the very foundation of Mudclaw's farms, the springtail vermin have burrowed deep, launching relentless raids upon the land. With ferocious appetites, they pillage the earth, absconding with carrots and ravaging turnip fields with reckless abandon. Their mischief knows no bounds, threatening the delicate balance of agricultural prosperity. Adding to the tumult, from the western expanse of the Sky Range, the Kunzen-Hosen descend upon the fields with ruthless efficiency. Armed with cunning and mischief, they wage a campaign of destruction, laying waste to tools and absconding with precious crops. Their raids cast a shadow of uncertainty over the land, as farmers struggle to defend their livelihoods against the relentless onslaught. In the clash between nature's bounty and the forces of chaos, the fate of the Heartland hangs in the balance, its resilience tested by the trials of adversity. Yet amidst the chaos, the indomitable spirits of its stewards perseveres, determined to safeguard the legacy of Pandaria's agricultural heartland against all odds. Now we head over to a unique figure in the Valley of the Four Winds, who is known for having a unique way of brewing. In the picturesque embrace of the Valley of the Four Winds, there exists a captivating figure who is both mysterious and full of joy. The mysterious brewmaster whose true identity is whispered among the winds, Mudmug. Within the cozy confines of Mudmug's place, this eccentric pandaren weaves tales as intricate and captivating as the libations he creates. His nickname, given to him both in jest and admiration, speaks volumes about his unconventional approach to the art of brewing. Mudmug defies conventional wisdom by foregoing the traditional fermentation process, and instead harnesses the primal power of muddy water, infusing each brew with the raw vitality of the earth. Within the sacred walls of Mudmug's sanctuary, patrons from far and wide gather, enticed by the rumors of his legendary concoctions and the promise of untold stories. Amidst the intoxicating scent of fermenting grains and the laughter of kindred spirits, the lines between reality and fantasy blur as Mudmug regales his audience with the tales that intertwine with the fabric of time. Guided by the unseen hand of destiny, the player becomes entangled in Mudmug's quest, aiding him in his pursuit of the elusive muddy water and the relentless battle against the vermin infestation. With each triumph, the bonds of friendship grow stronger, forging a connection that surpasses mere happenstance. United in purpose, Mudmug joins forces with the legendary Chen Stormstout and his spirited niece, Lily, embarking on a journey that will leave an indelible mark on the land of Pandaria. Nestled like a hidden gem beneath the serene embrace of the pools of purity, New Sephara emerges as a beacon of tranquility amidst the verdant expanse of the Valley of the Four Winds. Within its modest confines, the pulse of life beats with a rhythm all its own, guided by the sacred lotuses that bloom in the waters nearby. Where once possibly stood the proud homes of the Jinyu, now rise the humble abodes of the Pandaren. Their architecture a testament to the resilience of those who call this land home. Yet beneath the veneer of tranquility, echoes of the past reverberate through the air, as if pleading to be heard amidst the gentle rustle of bamboo and the soft sigh of the breeze. What cataclysmic event befell this once thriving village, driving its inhabitants to abandon their ancestral home? The answers lie buried beneath layers of time and memory, waiting to be unearthed by those bold enough to seek the truth. Perhaps, in the shadows of forgotten ruins, the key to unlocking the mysteries of New Sephara's past awaits, a silent witness to the ebb and flow of civilization's tides. As the first rays of dawn caress the horizon, the villagers of New Sephara set about their timeless ritual, awaiting the arrival of their special lotuses that grace the pools of purity. With practiced hands and hearts brimming with reverence, they gather their precious blooms, cradling their delicate petals with utmost care. Yet the journey of these mystical flowers does not end within the confines of New Sephara. Instead, they become emissaries of peace and prosperity, entrusted to the traveling traders who traverse the size and extent of Pandaria. Like whispers on the wind, the fragrance of these lotuses drifts far and wide, carrying with it the essence of serenity to all corners of the realm. In this dance of nature and commerce, New Sephara stands as a testament to the enduring bond between the land and its people. For within its humble borders, the timeless cycle of life unfolds, weaving a tapestry of beauty and harmony that echoes through the ages. Now we move up above New Sephara, which lies a sanctuary of purity and life, the Pools of Purity. These crystalline waters, untouched by the passage of time, cradle within their depths a bounty unlike any other in Pandaria. For generations, Pandaren lotus farmers have tended to the delicate blooms that grace the shores of these sacred pools, their hands guided by a respect for the natural world. Yet in recent days, a shadow has fallen upon this idyllic paradise, as an unexpected invasion disrupts the delicate balance of nature. Toads, their numbers multiplying with alarming speed, have descended upon the pools, their voracious appetites threatening to devour the very essence of life that thrives within. As the lotus farmers struggle to fend off this amphibious onslaught, another menace emerges from the depths: dragon turtles. Drawn by the abundance of prey, wreak havoc upon the tranquil waters, their massive forms trampling the delicate lotuses and instilling fear in the hearts of the workers. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure stands as a beacon of hope: Zhang Yu, tasked with the monumental responsibility of collecting the precious flowers and safeguarding them from harm. With unwavering determination, he braves the dangers that lurk within the pools of purity, his resolve unyielding against the tide of adversity. In the fiery onslaught of the Burning Legion's relentless third invasion, a shadow descended upon the land, heralding the arrival of Desecrator Mavathar. With infernal flames licking at her heels, she swept into the area with a malevolent purpose, leaving destruction in her wake. The tranquil serenity of the landscape was shattered as fell flame consumed the earth, its sickly glow casting an ominous pall over the once idyllic surroundings. Yet amidst the chaos and despair, a beacon of hope emerged in the form of the Grand Master of the Order of the Broken Temple. With unwavering resolve and a mastery of the martial arts that defied comprehension, he stood as a bulwark against the encroaching darkness. The Grandmaster clashed with Desecrator Mavathar, with every move a testament to the indomitable spirit of the Pandaren people. Through courage and cunning, he thwarted her nefarious machinations, casting her back into the abyss from whence she came. In the dance of life and death that unfolds upon the shores of these mystical waters, the fate of the Valley of the Four Winds hangs in the balance. For within the fragile petals of the lotus lies the promise of renewal and rebirth, a testament to the resilience of nature in the face of adversity. In the secluded embrace of Pauquan Hollow, a solitary figure roams amidst the whispering winds and ancient trees, Master Bruised Paw. A legend whispered in hushed tones across the Valley of the Four Winds. To most, he is known simply as the Hidden Master, a mysterious guardian of martial prowess and inner peace. Far from the bustling crowds of civilization, Master Bruised Paw has carved out a sanctuary of serenity, where the mysteries of the universe unfold with each breath of the mountain air. Yet despite his solitude, he is not immune to the call of destiny. For those who seek his guidance are met with a wisdom as vast as the boundless sky. When fate intertwines the paths of the adventurer and Lyn Tenderpaw, Master Bruised Paw emerges from the shadows, offering his tutelage in the art of combat and self-discovery. Through a series of quests that traverse the realms of physical and spiritual growth, he imparts his knowledge with the patience of a sage and the strength of a warrior. As the sun dips below the horizon, Master Bruised Paw guides his students through training that you would see in a sports movie montage sequence, showcasing their unwavering spirit. With each stride, they prove their resilience and unity, ultimately coming out as champions after facing countless challenges together. Yet their journey is far from over, for when the mantid swarm descends upon Stoneplow, Master Bruised Paw stands as a stalwart defender, his fists a tempest of fury against the encroaching darkness. In the heat of battle, he is a beacon of hope amidst the chaos, his resolve unyielding against the tide of adversity. In the scrolls of Pandaria's history, the tale of Master Bruised Paw and his disciples shall be written in letters of gold, a testament to the enduring power of perseverance, friendship, and the unwavering pursuit of enlightenment. Nestled within the tranquil embrace of Pandaria's storied landscape lies an age-old treasure, the Silken Fields. Its rich history intertwines with the ancient dynasties of the region, each generation cultivating silk of unparalleled quality. Tucked away southeast of Half Hill, amidst the verdant expanse of the Valley of the Four Winds, the sanctuary of silk bears witness to the ebb and flow of time. Yet amidst the serenity, a tale of unintended consequences unfolds. Journeyman Chu, driven by the noble pursuit of enhancing silk production, unwittingly unleashed a sinister force upon the land. His experiments birthed a breed of monstrous moths, twisted and malevolent, now staging a rebellion against their former masters. In the serene embrace of the Valley of the Four Winds lies Stoneplow, a bastion of agriculture and community, nestled just east of the formidable barrier separating it from the foreboding Dreadwastes. Here, amidst the verdant fields, the Black Soil, Greentil, Marlfur, and Spadepaw families cultivate the land, their hands weaving the tapestry of sustenance and life. Yet tranquility is shattered as the menacing shadow of the Mantid descends upon Stoneplow. In the face of imminent peril, the village turns to the elite guardians of the Shadowpan, their only hope against the relentless onslaught. For should the Mantid breach the village's defenses, the entire valley would fall, its fate sealed by the absence of any force capable of halting the insidious tide. Once vibrant with life and sustenance, the western half of the fields now lay ravaged, a testament to the ferocious hunger of the invading Mantid. Yet amidst the desolation, a glimmer of hope emerges. The stalwart defenders of the Shadowpan heed the call to arms, their valor the beacon of light in darkened times. Amidst the chaos, the farmers whose livelihood are intertwined with the land itself find themselves uprooted from their ancestral homes, forced to abandon the familiar embrace of their fields. They seek refuge within the protective confines of Stoneplow, where safety and solace await, albeit tinged with the bittersweet ache of loss. As the clash between light and shadow unfolds, a community united by adversity stands resilient, its spirit unbroken by the trials of war. In the heart of the Stoneplow fields, amidst the echoes of destruction and the whispers of hope, the saga of struggle and survival unfolds, a testament to the enduring resilience of the Pandaren spirit. Nestled amidst the whispering winds and ancient whispers of the Valley of the Four Winds lies the mysterious Torjari Pit. Once a revered sacrificial ground of the Mogu dynasty, now cloaked in the shroud of time's passage, it stands in silent ruin. Dragon turtles gracefully roam the vicinity, their presence a testament to the timeless allure of this forsaken place. Yet it is not the surface that holds the true secrets, but the depths below, where the lair of the beast lies dormant, echoing with the whispers of ancient woes. Once the mighty Mogu rulers cast the unruly souls into the abyss below, their fate sealed by the merciless waters. Today, the pit remains as a silent witness to a bygone era, where echoes of power and sacrifice still linger in the very essence of the land. Within its depths lurks a being of primordial origins, whispered of in hushed tones throughout the land, Torjar's Bane. Amidst the echoing silence of forgotten caverns and the oppressive weight of centuries, the ancient creature holds sway, its presence a testament to the enduring power of the unknown. Deep within the vibrant core of Pandaria, where the murmurs of bamboo sway in the air, stands a fabled establishment known as the Stormstout Brewery. For many years, its walls have echoed with the laughter of joyous patrons, as it churned out libations that danced on the tongue and warmed the soul. The lineage of the Stormstout family meticulously guarded its secrets, ensuring each batch was a testament to perfection. Yet, a new chapter unfolds. With the passing of capable hands, the mantle of stewardship falls to Uncle Gao Stormstout, a figure whose presence casts a pall over the once vibrant halls. Under his unconcerned eye, the brewery's stout oak doors groan against the onslaught of loathsome vermin, who pillage the precious grains of rice and barley. Meanwhile, mischievous hosen emboldened by neglect gleefully tap into casks, initiating a destructive debauchery that threatens to lay waste to the valley's liquid treasures. As if nature itself rebels against this neglect, the very essence of the brew turns foul, a harbinger of impending catastrophe. Heroes from the ranks of both Horde and Alliance converge upon the beleaguered brewery, their resolve unyielding against the encroaching chaos. Among them strides Chen Stormstout, heir of the ancient lineage, whose return heralds a glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. In the hollowed halls of the brewery, amidst the clash of steel and the scent of spilled hops, nephew and uncle are reunited, their destinies entwined once more in the struggle to reclaim what was lost. In the throes of the third invasion of the formidable Burning Legion, an unexpected battleground emerged, the revered brewery. Within its hollowed halls, Verigal the Coercer, a sinister agent of the Legion, orchestrated a chilling betrayal claiming the life of the esteemed brewmaster Blanche. Yet amidst the chaos, a beacon of hope arose as the resilient monks of the Order of the Broken Temple, guided by unwavering determination, ventured into the heart of darkness. With valor and skill, they confronted the Legion's forces, turning the tide of battle within the very halls where brews once flowed freely. In a clash of wills and fists, the echoes of their struggle reverberated through the brewery, culminating in a triumphant victory for the forces of light. Though stained with loss, the brewery stood as a testament to the courage and sacrifice of those who dared to defy the darkness that threatened to engulf their world. And with all that said, I'll see you in the next one. Do take care of yourself. Thanks for tuning in.